Everybody, good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. So good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's so great to see everybody today. And sometimes I come in a couple minutes late, but I apologize for that. It's sort of like last minute shenanigans, kind of getting everything ready, everything ready for the big show, the big class, the big gathering, the big everything. Because literally every single day I wake up excited. Today is January 14th, 2025. And we will never have another January 14th, 2025 ever again. Do you ever think about stuff like that? I think about that a lot. I think about things like that all the time. And then you can only imagine, like with my mama passing on Christmas Eve, I've been really deeply thinking about everything. And what it kind of does is it reminds me of the importance of never wasting the moment. I really believe in seizing the moment, you're pursuing your passion and your purpose. I can tell you, I think that you're more alive when you're really doing something that's purposeful and that you're passionate about. That's literally where you have more life inside your body. And I would encourage you, if you're disconnected from your purpose, then spend some time meditating, spend some time learning what your purpose is supposed to be. And I guarantee you, it'll just enhance everything. I promise you. All right. So anyway, all right, so one thing I want to mention is that there is tonight, if you are interested in going on the trip to Ghana this summer, you can meet with Jay Cameron tonight in a Zoom, and he will give you all the details and all the information. Also, we have other trips that we're partnering with Jay Cameron on. So if you want to just see all the trips that are available, you can go to b1voyages.com. That's b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com. Or you can also text the word travel to the number 87948. If you text travel to 87948, we'll keep you notified whenever we do anything that's travel related. We are going to go to Black Wall Street. We're going to go to Miami. We're going to go to Ghana, and then maybe we'll go other places. I really want to kind of do a little bit of everything. I'm super excited about that. I'm actually going to go to Denmark tomorrow. And so I'll be sort of talking to you guys from Europe. So that's going to be very interesting. All right, so here, what I want to do is explain to you, basically give you three reasons why China is going to dominate the world. Okay. China is, not a perfect country. They make some mistakes. There are policy errors that I think are very costly for them. But Lord Jesus, man, when I tell you, I hope that did that sound that ain't sacrilegious for me to say Lord Jesus, is it? I don't think so. I wasn't saying it like in a bad way or nothing. But anyway, when I tell you that this country, I wrote notes down. I can never find my notes. When I tell you that this country is doing everything right, like they're just literally just being real gangster with the rest of the world. I'm not kidding. They are right now, China has a trade surplus. A trade surplus is the value of everything you export minus everything you import. So they have a trade surplus with the world. And if you want to understand how a trade surplus works, it's kind of like the opposite of what the black community does with white people. Like if you want to know how a trade surplus works, a trade surplus basically says that I'm selling you more stuff than you're selling me. That's it. That's all it says. It says I'm selling you. You're buying my stuff, but I ain't buying your stuff. I don't get high on my own supply, but I'm serving these fiends all day, right? To go street with it. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if you understand that, right? So that's kind of what China does. China is they are the original gangster with the rest of the world when it comes to economics because they understand powernomics probably as well as Dr. Claude Anderson himself. And Dr. Claude Anderson, he's the goatiest of all goats. We know these things. And you know how much I love this man. But I'm gonna just tell you, when you talk about the implementation of a powernomics philosophy, the Chinese have it down. The Chinese are like, I'm the producer, you're the consumer, and that's how it's gonna be. When I get my money, when you get your money, you trick it off. You're supposed to spend it because you're a dumb American. When I get my money, no, we're going to say we're not buying your stuff. And if we buy some stuff in China, we're not going to buy the American stuff. We're going to buy the Chinese stuff. So, the same way that we talk about being B1, the Chinese are kind of C1. They're like, no, China first. You want to sell us a car? No, we'll buy we buy Chinese car. You want to sell us an iPhone? No, we make Chinese iPhone. We call it Chai phone. That's what the Chinese do. The Chinese, they're like, no, no, I don't, I know support your family. I support me family. I support my family. That's kind of what they do. And so I mean, I'm not mad at them for it at all. I think it's amazing and it's very powerful. So let me kind of give you some stats to kind of help you understand the severity of the massive economic imbalance that the Chinese are creating. They're what they're doing in a way is they're kind of doing the same things that America used to do. America used to manufacture stuff. Did y'all know that? We used to make things. And we used to make more things than anybody else in the world. That's how we won wars. That's how we won World War II and probably even World War One. Is we just knew how to like we could make like whatever for every one bullet you made, we'd make 100. For every one ship you could make, we'd make 10. For every one airplane you made, we'd make 50. And that was how America won. America was very productive because we knew how to manufacture things, and we lost that. We threw that away. Trade agreements, globalism, all that. So now America doesn't make stuff. That's what you go to cities like Gary, Indiana, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Detroit, Michigan. You see depleted manufacturing bases that don't exist as much as they used to because we just decided, oh, we don't need to make stuff. We're gonna let other people make stuff, and then we'll just let them serve it back to us. And so the Chinese said, okay, we're going to take over manufacturing. We're just going to be the greatest manufacturer on the planet. So here are three reasons why. Here's what's going on with China. So let me give you some stats here. I pulled some stats. And by the way, I want to mention, I forgot to tell you that if you want to come to the Ghana informational session, I didn't follow through on my thoughts. Sorry about that. ADHD kicking in again. Um, is if you get on the text list, I will text you a link to join us for the Ghana informational session tonight with Jay Cameron. You can get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. Text the word morning to 87948. Also, for those of you that do stock options with us in the Prime program, I sent you all a video where I was showing you a strategy to adjust to what's going on in the market to generate cash flow. And one of the great students, Errol, another Errol, there's two Errols, both of them are super smart. There's an Errol who has his son. He and his son are learning stock options together. I hope you didn't mind me mentioning that because I think that this is a template for every family. And so Errol asked me to do an example selling puts, and I did because that's something I'd actually been doing. So I actually sent you all the video link where you can actually apply that strategy. And I did it in my portfolio and generated quite a bit of money that allowed me to deal with the market decline yesterday. So if you want to know more about stock options, and it's a great way to generate income, it's better to me. It's far better than real estate stuff. Like we've talked about this. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also text the word options to the number 87948. Text options to 87948. All right, so let me give you some stats on China. So here's the deal with China. Here are five powerful stats for China's economic dominance. Number one, China accounts for 28% of global manufacturing output, making it the world's largest manufacturer by far. The country's manufacturing sector produces a vast array of goods from electronics to textiles. Anything you need, they got it. We got what you need. We serving these fiends. Number two, China is the largest exporter of goods in the world, with its exports valued at $3.5 trillion per year. 3.5 trillion. That's massive. This accounts for 14% of global exports, cementing its position as a key player in global supply chains. If China stopped manufacturing things, everything was shut down. And that's a national security risk for America. And we'll talk about that in a minute. China manufactures over 50%, 50% of the world's electronics, including smartphones, computers, and televisions, which is crazy. Let's see. China has the largest labor force in terms of people that are involved in manufacturing. There are over 100 million people that they have working in the sector. This allows China to maintain its edge in low-cost manufacturing because the cost of labor is not that high, which is a huge advantage. And also, China's industrial output is valued at more than $4 trillion, which is more than any other country, dwarfing other global manufacturing hubs. This includes everything from steel to machinery, placing China at the center of global production networks. Now, let me continue to tell you why I believe the Chinese are going to dominate the world. Um, I saw the head of the FBI, the former FBI director, on his exit interview as he's leaving office. He said that basically the Chinese have an investing strategy that is something Americans really can't match. And the reason I say it's an investing strategy is because we talked about what investing is. Investing is not it's not about the money. Stop thinking about the money. Some people think I'm always talking about the money. It ain't about no damn money. The money's not the most interesting part. What it is about the Chinese investing strategy is mindset. As Terrence says, they play the long game. They're very patient. They're very patient. And patient people who are committed to delayed gratification will kick you in your ass every time. Like you never want to really get into a war with a really patient person. Like I had a friend the one time that was like kind of a gangster, like she was a drug dealer, and she had a past that we didn't talk much about. And I said, I ain't gonna ask you nothing about nothing that happened in the 90s. But we were talking about her experiences a little bit. She was speaking like hypotheticals, right? So she would be like, well, if I wanted to go and get revenge on somebody, I would not do anything right away because the police are paying attention or whatever. She says, so I would just I would let you think that it was over. I would let you wait 4, 5, 6 years and let your guard down and get into your comfort zone. And then I would go and handle my business. So that's what she did. She said, I would just wait. I would just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And eventually they just think, oh, it's over. It's all in the past. And then one day, next thing your dog is boiling on the stove or something or whatever, right? So, so basically, so patience is not just powerful in life, but it's powerful in investing, actually, incredibly powerful. Warren Buffett actually says that wealth is nothing but a transfer of money from impatient people to patient people, impatient people to patient people. And so capitalism thrives in America largely because we create a society full of highly impatient people. Tell me if I'm lying. Instant gratification, gotta have it now. Dopamine spike, dopamine hit, dopamine hit, dopamine hit, right? And again, like the dope dealers, they're serving them fiends. Like you want some Instagram? Yeah, yeah. You want scroll, 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 right? You want sports betting? Yeah, yeah. Cowboys. I'm betting on the Cowboys. Don't do that because you'll lose your money. But like whatever. Like we have this society that's built on all this instant gratification. And you see it kind of pile up in a lot of areas, like relationships. Oh, if it's the third date and I ain't getting none, then I'm out. I'm out, right? If you can't spend $300 on a first date, I'm gone, right? And so what happens is that there's the short-term benefit, but there's a long-term cost. There's a long-term cost. And what I see in terms of the long-term price people are paying is number one, people are lonelier than ever. A lot of marriages don't last. A lot of people are disconnected from each other. Most young guys in their 20s haven't even slept with a woman in over a year, like 75% or something crazy like that, which is just unbelievable. And then people get older and then they sort of realize like, wait, I didn't invest in people. I thought kids were a burden. I thought a spouse would just hold me back. So now I'm 65 years old and I don't have what I wish I'd had if I'd made different choices when I was younger. There's a retirement crisis. Millions of people are not ready for retirement. A lot of people, because again, instant gratification over delayed gratification. So when I come along and I say, well, if you had just put $1,800 in Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million right now. Well, then next thing you know, people are like, so first off, there's the regret, right? It's like, man, I had $1,800 several times in 1997. I could have done it. I could have bought some stock with that. And then you get these impossible questions like I retire in 2 years. How do I turn $1,800 into $1 million in 2 years? And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. That's like asking me to make delicious Kool-Aid when you don't give me no sugar and no water. You can't make Kool-Aid without sugar and water. If anybody's ever tried that, you know it does not work. What am I supposed to do? Spit in the bucket? Like it ain't gonna work. You need water to make your damn Kool-Aid. So you need time a lot of times to build your wealth. If you throw away time, then you've kind of thrown away your opportunity. So millions of Americans are in the middle of a retirement crisis. Millions of Americans are lonelier than ever because they didn't invest in relationships. Millions of Americans are in a physical health crisis. I saw a stat the other day that said 48% of all women over 55 are going to get dementia at some point. Also, nearly half of all Americans are going to die from cancer. There are easy, simple studies out there that talk about the link between sugar and cancer, and processed food and cancer, and obesity and cancer, right? But then there's a price to be paid if you're getting up and going to the gym, if you're avoiding the sugar and the salt and all these other in the processed food, right? So it's hard to do. It's very hard to do, especially when they're putting it in your face. right? They're putting it in your face because capitalism is it's almost like the original kind of artificial intelligence. Capitalism, when it is at its worst, it's like this really smart demon that literally has pierced your soul. It can read your mind. It knows what you want. It knows how to tempt you. It knows where your greed lies in your darkest spots, and it knows how to say, "Oh, you want more of this, don't you? You want some more? You want here? Take some more ice cream, right? And right here, have some sex. You want some sex, don't you? Right? And that's what happens, right? That's why spirituality and consciousness, I think, is really important because that helps you rise up above all that, right? Because we are, to some extent, we are kind of like slaves to the flesh in a way, like the cravings and desires and all. So that's what things like the therapy really matter. Because if you get the therapy, then you get the self-awareness. You can kind of look at yourself and say, this isn't who I want to be. This isn't where I want to be. So now I'm going to take a different process of life optimization. I'm going to invest differently. I'm going to make sure I still enjoy my life, but I'm going to enjoy it in a way where I can enjoy it over a long period of time and not just have a lot of fun right now and pay a big price later on. The Chinese, I think, are dominant economically largely because they incorporate this into their society for children at a very early age. Like their children at an early age. You might have seen those videos on Instagram of like Chinese kindergartners in school and the crazy stuff they're doing. Like they'll be cooking and making like building buildings and like making like sewing sweaters and or they'll play even when they play basketball. They're so much better than like they'll have like 20 kids and they'll all be dribbling a basketball in sync. And like one, you ever see that where they're what like there'll be like a circle of kids. Try to imagine this, right? They'd have a big circle of kids and like maybe 30, and they would have a basketball on each side of each kid. And then they would dribble and then they would move and then take over the dribble for the next ball and then move again and take the dribble for the next ball. And the amount of coordination is very powerful. And when I taught finance in China back, I think it was about 2006, I noticed that they are in sync unlike anything I've ever seen. You want to talk about unity? We can't come we can't even dream of having that level of unity. I've never seen that level of unity. Like it's almost like they are a cyborg. They are literally they operate like the same person. It is scary and it is amazing. And what I think that they do because they're at war with the United States is they use our impatience, our lack of discipline, and our lack of unity against us. They do. They're like, oh, these people, they believe in stuff like democracy and freedom, which is, I think, actually, I like democracy and freedom. I do. That's a downside of China. They don't let you have that, right? They put the group over the individual. And every strategy has its pros and its cons. So their belief is like, hey, look, the individual is not as important as the collective, and some of you agree with that. But at the same time, when you do want to express individual liberties, there's a limitation on that, right? So every system isn't perfect. It's hard to be all things all the time to everyone, but I can tell you that their unity is something that is, I think, going to make them very dominant. And it's what's allowed them to amass a tremendous amount of power. China's I think they had a 100-year plan for world domination that they started in about the 1970s or 1980s, and they're about year 50 of that plan. So in, 40, 50 years with your grandkids, I would say they should learn Chinese, but they actually don't have to now. You can get AI glasses that'll translate everything for you, but they should probably just get used to the idea of another country being the global economic superpower. So let me continue this. Let me lay out some more ways that China's economic dominance helps them to win. Just a reminder also, don't forget that today at noon, we are meeting for Stock Market Tuesdays. So if you want to come in and ask me questions about the stock market, we'll break down the stocks that I like in terms of good investments right now. We'll also kind of do some lessons on how the market works and just whatever you guys need today. So we're going to do that at noon. So if you want to join us and do a free trial, go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right. So here are basically three reasons why China's trade surplus gives it a lot of power. First off, a trade surplus allows China to accumulate a lot of foreign reserves. They can pull in currency from other countries like the U.S. dollar. So this enables China to maintain a strong currency and support domestic policies like infrastructure development, social programs, things like that. So those reserves also give them financial leverage, so they can invest globally and really have a lot of influence in other economies. So if they've got yen and euros and dollars and everything else. They can go to these places and make things happen. They also have a lot of economic influence. So if you run a trade surplus, they can basically shape global trade and investment patterns. So basically, with China's surplus, they become a major player in global markets. They drive demand for their own goods and services, and they gain the ability to set favorable terms. So he who has the gold makes the rules. China has a lot of the gold. Also, debt financing. So basically, what China does is they lend capital to other countries, especially countries like African countries right now. Anybody ever notice how China has their influence in Africa has just spiraled out of control? Jamaica. When I was in Jamaica, there was this big highway that went from Kingston all the way up to the north. I don't remember the cities up in the north, but there's this highway, and it was this beautiful, smooth highway. But I noticed there were no cars on the highway, and that was because the Chinese had built this beautiful highway to avoid having to go through the mountains and everything. Going through the mountains and stuff, I think took like 2 or 3 hours, and it was a really scary drive. It was really crazy. So Chinese had built this beautiful highway, but there were no cars on it because the toll was so high. But they had gotten these crazy 99-year leases on all the land going all the way up to the north. And it just really was like, I don't think this was a good deal for Jamaica, but it's a great deal for China. So they use debt financing to gain leverage over other countries, right? So that's no different from you having people in your family where if you have all the money and cousin Pookie comes and says, I want to borrow money, but you want cousin Pookie to start taking care of his kids and stop smoking dope so much. Well, you could, start making rules. You can say, look, if you want my money, you're going to have to change certain things. You're going to have to go to rehab. You're going to have to stop, you have to stop doing X, Y, Z. You're going to have to show up and rake the leaves every day, right? Money talks. Money talks. Period. That's the world we live in. Money talks. So people that are trained on money early, children that are raised in an environment that is economically intelligent and leads to various forms of economic self-sufficiency and the ability to invest for the future and thrive in the future, those individuals tend to have a lot more power than other people. You don't believe me? Just ask the white man. Because a lot of y'all, many of us growing up, pretty much had to do what Massa told us to do every day. If he said get to work by 9 o'clock and be on time, we'd get there at 8:55. If he said work until 5, we'd work until 5:01. If he says don't call your friends while you at work or you're going to get fired, we don't call our friends. Many of us are more loyal to our boss than we are to our own damn spouse, right? And we know what that is. A lot of us have seen this. And where does that come from? Well, it comes from money. If you want to look at the source of black spiritual and political incarceration, it's money. It always comes back to money. And to break out of this horrible rut, it doesn't require you to become a millionaire. You don't have to have $1 million in the bank to be financially free. All you got to do is be able to pay your own bills. That's it. If you can pay your own bills, then it's much harder for people to tell you what to do or where to be or how to do it or anything like that. So to me, if you're raising kids and you're raising black kids and you want them to be free, I mean, you could tell them to go to Al Sharpton marches and pray to white Jesus and everything else, but I'd rather just teach them how to pay their own bills. That's it. If the person who can pay their bills has freedom. Remember when you were little and you say something to your parents, well, so and so said blah blah blah, and they'd be like, well, they don't pay no bills in this house. So you known this your whole life. My mother used to say, my mother was like, they don't pay no bills up in this house. So my thought, honestly, is if we can get to the point where we just say, I want to be in a space where nobody who oppresses me, no one who hates me is going to be paying bills in my house, that will go a long way toward freedom. In fact, that would pretty much give you free. I can just tell you, when you have enough money to pay your own bills, you don't have to listen to shit. Like you really don't. I don't have to. I didn't have to ask anybody's permission to come and talk to you today because I paid the cost to be the boss. I would make money and I invested money to do all the things that I do now. And I did all that because I don't want nobody telling me what to do. I don't want to be getting kicked around. I don't want to be disrespected. When I was 18 years old, and my girlfriend was pregnant and I was on that college campus trying to figure out what my next move was going to be, had no money in the bank, didn't know how I was going to make it. I knew a couple of things. One, I did not want to go back to work at Taco Bell because I got disrespected a lot. And number two, I didn't want to be punked. I didn't want anybody kicking me around. I didn't, I wanted to be a grown man. I didn't want to be in a space where I was treated like a little boy or just put through misery that I had no say in. So I kind of saw education as a way to invest early in my life at a significant level so that long term I would have some freedom. So freedom is typically not free. Freedom is something that has a price to be paid. And one of the things that I think you have to confront is when you see it is those who claim they want freedom but aren't willing to sacrifice for it. There's no individual, no country, nobody, anybody, no one on earth in the history of this world that's ever had freedom and could not fight to obtain it and could not fight to defend it. If you cannot fight to obtain your freedom and defend your freedom, then you will have no freedom. You will have no freedom. Somebody will come along, beat you up, and take all your stuff. That's what happens in a capitalist society, but that's really what happens in the jungle of humanity. We are animals at the end of the day. I'm not saying that we're 100% animals. Yeah, we're separate. We have the prefrontal cortex. We're a little bit different from the animals, but at the end of the day, go watch some bears or some lions or some cats or some chickens fight over territory and see how the weak chicken does. The little punk ass chicken that's crying and whining every time a chicken beats him up. You think they're gonna feel sorry for him and give him something? No, they're gonna beat him up and take his stuff. They're gonna say, okay, you've identified yourself. You are the weakest link. Mother Nature says you shouldn't even survive. Survival of the fittest. Darwinism says you shouldn't even exist. You certainly should be allowed to reproduce because you got these weak, punk, inferior genes. So we're just gonna beat you up, take all your stuff, make your life miserable, and kill you. Or you look in a prison. You ever see in a prison? Like it's kind of sad, what they do to the weak, to the weakest in the prisons, right? So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I vehemently reject the way black people have been trained to perceive ourselves and perceive each other. I think that we are trained to just feel sorry for ourselves and to be sad and to just politely ask white people to please change your behavior and all this other stuff. And then you see shenanigans. You see a lack of disciplined behavior. Like Dr. Claude Anderson writes about this in Powernomics. He talks about what he calls inappropriate behavior. You out here buffooning, cooning, and twerking and acting a fool, don't want to open a book, but and all these other things, but then you somehow expect the world to respect you. It does not work that way. It does not work that way. To get respect, you got to show up and command respect. If you command no respect, then you will not get it. So anyway, let me keep going because I don't want to offend nobody, but this is the reality. And so I think that the way we're even taught to think about race is completely wrong. It's completely wrong. I think that our children should be taught to compete. That's it. Yeah, they may not like you because you're black, but who cares? Why do you even need somebody else to like you like that? What's wrong with you? Your mother should like you. You should like yourself. The need to be liked is a weak to some extent. That's a weakness, actually. That's something people can exploit. Oh, you need us to like you. Okay, well, do what we say, or we're going to say that we don't like you. We're going to call you ugly. We're going to call you stupid. We're going to take away your Oscar, your Grammy, your Nobel Prize, whatever little stupid awards we've invented to give you your self-esteem. We're going to take those things away. We're going to take away your little fancy job. You won't have the corner office no more. You won't be the chosen Negro anymore because you're not behaving appropriately. So what we do is we learn over time that if you behave, then they're gonna hook you up. So we have a lot of well-behaved Negroes that are in corporate America and other places because we know that if we get out of line, there's going to be an economic consequence. And I don't know, maybe I mean I know my whole life I've kind of been the rebellious kid a little bit. I When I was in elementary school, I used to stay in detention, and I don't even know what it was. I would try. I'd be like, I'm trying to fit in. I'm trying to. I would just every damn day, and it was like, damn, I'm suspended again. I gotta stay after school again. I would stay in detention. Like I would just sign myself up for detention at the start of the day because I knew at some point something was gonna pop off. And I guess it must have just been like I don't know, like if something didn't make no sense, I'd be like, well, I'm not doing that, or that doesn't, or if I wanted to just do something, I would just do it. I have no idea. My mother used to say, "Yo, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one." And when I met Cornell West for the first time, he's such a wonderful human being. And I let me tell you about the time I met Cornell. It was really really cool. We did something in Brooklyn in 2013 where I had put out this book. It's out there somewhere. You can go find it. It's probably free. It was called Wealth, Education, Family, and Community: A New Paradigm for Black America. And I was kind of doing like a little tour on that book, and Cornell joined me in Brooklyn. And but we met in Manhattan. So I walked in this restaurant in the middle of Manhattan, and it was a fancy restaurant I never heard of, full of white people. And in this restaurant, he let me tell you what he did. This is the kind of guy he is. He gets up in the middle of the restaurant and he walks over and he gets on one knee and he grabs my hand and like bows to me on one knee. And all these white people are like, what's happening right now? Who are these Negroes bowing to? Like, what's going on? And I was like, wow, like he's such a great, humble person. I'm like, stand up, man. Like, this is kind of if I feel like I'm Eddie Murphy and coming to America. But anyway, when I told him what my and then when we sat down and talked, he told me that he literally knew my parents. He said Robin Watkins, blah blah blah, Larry Watkins, blah blah blah. He had read my Wikipedia page, and he knew my father was a police officer. He knew my mother was a social worker. He knew that my parents are a little more on the conservative side. That's their choice. That's who they are. Because cops, my dad's a soldier and a cop. He's black, 100% black, but he's not into the shenanigans. He's not into feeling sorry for yourself. That's kind of how he was built. And it was just really interesting. Like, so just that, if you want to know my bias about Cornell West, that's where it comes from. It's like I said, wow, this guy, and I spent years with him, and I watched people very closely. Like I spent hours and hours with Al Sharpton, and I told you, I felt like, okay, there's a game being played here, almost like a mafia type of game. It's about power. And but he also is a genius. He's extremely smart. The man is you cannot tell me that he's stupid. Cornell came off as a genuine soul. I observed him closely as he interacted with every person on the street because people recognize him more than me, and white people don't really know who I am, and I don't, and I like it that way. Whereas with him, everybody, lots of people were stopping him, and I just liked the way he treated everybody. It was something that just told me, like, wow, I wish we had more people like this running the country because we'd have a better world. I really believe that. But anyway, I remember I told him, I said, yeah, my mother used to say, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one. And he said, I think it might be both. He said, I think it's gonna be both, brother. And I said, yeah, you might be right about that. But that's okay. I'm all right. I'm willing to die for what I believe in. So let me finish up with this China thing. Okay, so in terms of China's economic dominance and the fact that they have this massive trade surplus, this is something I think the black community should pay attention to because what happens when you have a trade surplus is that the people that are buying all your stuff, where you're not buying any of their stuff, they're at a natural economic disadvantage. You're at a disadvantage. So for the black community, when you see how little we are actually producing for the world, how little others support black-owned businesses, how black-owned businesses get boycotted by two groups. They get boycotted by black people and they get boycotted by white people. But we'll go support their businesses in a second. Like we attach purchasing things from them to our self-esteem. Like I feel like I'm a better man because I got this label on my body, this Coach, Gucci, Louis, Prada, whatever. I'm picking up a bottle of the Henny when I go to the club, right? Whatever it is, right? We tend to like really enjoy these labels because they're attached to our self-esteem. Go watch the video How to Sell to the Negro. So what's happened is that basically they do to us what China does to the world. That's why China is going to dominate. In fact, let me read this here. China has strategic influence or all around the world because of sorry, I lost my screen because of the trade surplus, right? So effectively, when they go in and your money talks and the BS walks, China is pretty much able to declare war on you without actually firing a single bullet. Like they don't have to fight you to destroy you. And they don't have to tell you that they're going to destroy you. The Chinese are very polite. I remember when I was in China, I noticed that one thing that someone told me culturally, and I don't want to stereotype, but they were literally saying like Chinese people typically don't say no to anything, right? They won't say no to you. So if you say, "Hey, I need to use $1 million. Can you give me $1 million in 3 hours?" A lot of people they won't say no. Like here, we'll be like, "Hell no! What are you talking about?" They'll be like, uh, I need to think about that. So that's what they kind of do. So they're very polite, extremely polite. And so what they'll kind of do with other countries, I've noticed, is they'll go and you'll do something they don't like, and they'll be very polite. They'll be like, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." And then next thing you know, your goods are not getting through the port in China, or or they've been done some sort of embargo on you economically that's decimated you financially. So they're very subtle about that. They declare economic warfare, not so much direct warfare. They don't want to go to direct war with the United States. But the FBI director mentioned something really interesting about how the Chinese investment strategy works. Because they don't just invest in things that generate money, they invest in power. And one thing that he said the Chinese have done is he said they have planted a bunch of bugs in a malware viruses, computer viruses in a lot of essential American infrastructure. They basically said that they're just sitting there. They're waiting. They're just waiting. Like, okay, go ahead and do something. Go ahead and say something. And what they said they can do is they can then at that point activate these Trojan horses to poison our water systems, to mess up our electrical grid, shut down all the cell phones in the United States, whatever, right? And this is what he said he was deeply concerned about. So just keep that in mind. Like if we go to war with China, they know how to fight just in sneaky little ways. Like I think they fight through social media. With all that conversation about Russia and China, getting all these ads on social media to basically kind of pit people against each other. And they're very aware of, for example, the racial divide in America. So there will be, these Chinese bots that pretend to be, strong black women on the internet who have all these opinions, or angry black men or whatever that will just pour fuel on the fire to create civil war. Thank you, Sharon. That's the right word, right? So they know this. They use America's divisions against us. So here is, if you want a couple of lessons that I think we can apply as a black community to learn from China. First off, there's economic independence and wealth building. So as you know, the same way China accumulates the reserves as a source of power, I think that we should build wealth and achieve economic independence as the number one objective for our whole entire community. That has to be near the top of our priority list. So that means owning businesses. We cannot keep producing employees. Stop producing employees. Stop producing people that are consumers and employees and renters and all these other things. You cannot do that. You cannot thrive and grow when you're on the white man's economic nipple. You cannot live like that. I'm not saying you can't work with other people. I'm not saying that you're a sucker for getting a job. I'm not saying that you should get mad because a white man walked in the room. None of that. I'm talking about stop taking pride in being horrifically overly dependent on another community. That is a vulnerability. That's a national security issue. Malcolm X, a great black nationalist that he was, would understand this. He shared this. He mentioned this. He fought for this. So what happens is that it's really weird. I remember when Damon Dash went on to the Breakfast Club and did that epic interview where he was really talking about having your own business and all, and he was doing it in a Dame Dash kind of way, right? It wasn't perfect. Dame, I told you he's not perfect. I spent a lot of time with the guy and I like him, but he's different. But I remember I remember when I got a call from Charlemagne, and he's like, yeah, man, he said, I need you to come and calm down people because I got brothers calling me, they gonna quit, telling me they gonna quit their jobs tomorrow, they gonna quit their job tomorrow, and I said, yeah, I said, well, I can fix it, I can patch it up a little bit, but he's kind of right. These men, some of these men, he was talking a lot to the men, but I'm sure the women got it too, and I think women can relate as well. I said, some of these guys got to grow their balls back, man. They got to get their testicles reattached to their bodies. Like you can't just, he said, well, white people can go and get jobs and also. I said, yeah, but you got to understand, man, you're not white. You're not white. I'm not saying that we can't get jobs and that we don't deserve jobs. I'm not saying that at all. Right? You go to, you get your master's degree from Brown University or something. You should get that job at the investment bank that you apply for. But what if you don't? What if you don't? What if it doesn't work out? What if they treat you like the rest of us? What if you go through what I went through, where I had the highest grade point average of every black student on the entire University of Kentucky campus? I got two bachelor's degrees in 4 years, could have had three if I'd taken one more class, just didn't care. And I applied to 200 Wall Street firms, 250 to be exact. I got rejected by every single one of them. Every one of them, because I didn't have the network. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to get these. I just thought you fill out the application, send in your resume, you have good grades, good things are going to happen. It didn't happen like that. I got 250 rejection letters to my house. What now what? Now what we going to do? What's the plan B, damn it? Am I supposed to sit around, man? These white people, man. I could have been somebody if they wasn't tripping and stuff. They don't be liking black people. They just don't like you cause you black. They like I'm not. What problem is that going to solve? How is that ever going to fix anything? I have to have a plan B. Maybe God is trying. Remember the color purple? God is trying to tell you something, right? So God is trying to tell me something. God was like, number one, these folks don't like you. Number two, their conversations about diversity is bull crap. I'm not gonna say bullshit because I don't want to cuss, but you know what I want to say. And then number three, it means you got to find another way. This system ain't built for you. You're not white, Boyce. Stop thinking that you're white. You're not. Your name's not Royce. You're Boyce, and you have to figure out a way you're gonna make this thing work. Where get in where you fit in. Figure it out. So to me, owning businesses and investing is essential for any black person, especially any black person with a strong black identity. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential. Ownership is a must. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential, who also wants to maximize their economic possibilities. Ownership is the key. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential with a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have a little bit of power in this world, ownership is essential. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential, who has a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have power, who wants to have a solid say in the structure of their families and their community, ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. You cannot go through life without owning something in this country, or you will be fried and cooked, stomped out, and busted and disgusted. If you don't believe me, just look around. I don't have to talk you into this because you see it everywhere. Nothing but despair and sadness, and then the conversation will turn into a primitive slavery, like old plantation conversation. We need to get jobs for the Negroes. Black folks needs more jobs. I'm not saying jobs are bad. I'm not saying jobs are bad, but y'all know what job stands for. What does it stand for? Just over broke. Just over broke. That job ain't gonna make you wealthy. That job is not gonna give you no real power. That job's gonna give you just enough money so that you don't die of starvation or something, and you have a place to live, and then you can keep showing up to work every day. They give you just enough, like almost like a basketball player where they're like, we're not gonna pay you, but we're gonna buy you some gym shoes and a uniform, just enough for you to show up and play for us every day. We're not really trying to help you thrive. We're not trying to get you into the owner's box. You're not going to be Jerry Jones. You're going to be like an unpaid member of the Dallas Cowboys. That's pretty much all you're going to be. So what I'm saying is at the end of the day, jobs have to be a stepping stone. That's my point. Jobs should be from the time children are babies. We should teach them, yeah, get a job until you can own something. Or if you have a job, make sure you own something. Or if you like your job, keep your job, but make sure you always have options. Options, options, options. Options are freedom. That's what they are. So make sure you have options, make sure you own something, and then if you don't like the job, you should be able to walk away, get a better job, or go and start something on your own. So this is why you build your networks. This is why relationships matter, because if you're an asshole, nobody's going to want to start a business with you. But if you're a good man, then a great woman will want to marry you and be by your side. If you're a good woman, then guess what? You're going to have lots of friends that are going to want to work with you. They're going to share networks with you, and you're going to succeed together. You're going to thrive together. Want an example? Yesterday, Jay Cameron came in, and Jay is a good guy. And by God, my goal when I met him was I said, I'm going to be a good guy too, so we can be two good guys helping each other out. Neither one of us showed up as the alpha asshole who disrespects people because somehow he thinks he's the most important person in the room. I never do that. It's like, oh, you're a great man. You're a great man too. You're a good guy. You're a good guy too. Hey man, how can I help you? I don't know. Let me tell me what I can do for you. That's how we talk to each other. And you know why we do it? Not just because it's the right thing to do, but because we're helping each other succeed and survive. The world does not want a black man to be successful. This country does not want a black man to have power. This country does not want black women or black men to be together. They do not want black people unified. They do not want black people secure and safe and happy and wealthy and having stable families and all that. That's why they promote all this garbage to you in the media. That's why Sexy Red will get more radio play than India Ari, right? India Ari, no, nobody wants to hear that. They want to hear about some lady rapping about her baby daddy and how many STDs she caught last week. That's what they really want. They don't want to hear I'm not your average girl in the video, right? No. What are you talking about? Self-respect. You haven't earned the right to have that. So what I'm saying to you is, at the end of the day, I love what China's doing. Let's circle back to China before I get railroaded in too many other directions. I love what they're doing because they're protecting their economics. China is a powerful country because they are practicing Dr. Claude Anderson principles of powernomics, basic ideas. We sell stuff to y'all, you buy stuff from us. We are the drug pusher, you are the drug addict. The pusher, the dealer always has more power than the addict. We support our businesses, and you support our businesses, but we don't. We no support your businesses. We in China. We no buy American products. We buy Chinese products. If you go to China, if go to China, I dare you to do this. Go to China, and I want you to look up Facebook on your phone and see if you can find Facebook on your phone or Instagram, or Google, or Uber. I want you to try to catch an Uber in China. You'll be sitting on the corner for the rest of your life because there is no Uber in China. They said, "Oh no, we no need Uber. We make our own Uber." So and that's where they pour their resources. So these are simple ideas. This is going to lead to China and Chinese youth being the most dominant on Earth. One other fact about China that's really interesting is they produce more engineers in China every year than India, Japan, and the United States combined, and their engineers are more qualified. They can go on the job, and because they don't spend all their time in college, like going to frat parties and step shows and whatever, they actually learn stuff. So they can actually go on the job on day one, start getting patents, and start actually being productive on day one. American engineers need 2 years of training after college before they can even become an asset to the company. This is just a fact. Look this up. So ultimately, when you talk about power and influence and things like that, when you own assets, you tend to have more power over your life. And then eventually, when you have an agenda or an objective, you're better able to pursue that objective because you're not hamstrung by economic limitations and economic challenges. So this is the mandate for the 21st century and beyond. This is what intelligent Black people are doing. This is the plan for our community. This is where we're going to be, and it's going to take time to build all that. But you put a good 20 or 30 years into this, you become incredibly dominant and you have a lot of leverage in the world. The Jewish community did that with Hollywood, by the way. If you ever go watch that book, I've told you all about how the Jews invented an empire of their own, how the Jews invented Hollywood. Fascinating book. It's a great blueprint. I have nothing against that community. I admire their power. I don't like what's going on in the Middle East. So let's be clear about that. I think they're abusing their power. But still, it's their power to abuse. And I don't want you to abuse your power, but I want you to just have some. Black power is something that is earned through economics. And the book Tanya is called An Empire of Their Own: How the Jews Invented Hollywood. Very fascinating book. All right, so anyway, let me finish up really quick. Number one, tonight, Jay Cameron is doing the informational for the trip to Ghana. If you want to know about the trips that we're going to take, text the word travel to the phone number 87948. And you can also go to b1voyages.com. So text travel to 87948 or go to b1, be the number one voyages.com. And there's other trips on there that you can feel free to go on with us. Also, number two, if you're in Prime, that video I texted out to you guys. If you have an interest in stock options, text the word options to the number 87948. And I sent you a video on how to sell some puts. And I think selling puts, it seems like it's already worked out. Like the stock market's going up today. So if you sold puts, then you actually were able to generate some money from that. Number three, later on today at noon, we're doing our Stock Market Investors Club. So if you want to give that a try, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial. Somebody put that in the chat, please. drboycestockmarket.com. And also, you can share your membership with your entire family. And Dorothea says, I did not get the video. Can you resend? Yes, I will resend it. If you ever miss something and don't see it, don't forget we have a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and Amani is right there, and Chanel, and they'll take good care of you. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, Charlene says, I missed what you said. I'm at work. Okay, well, I'll give you, there's a link actually. Today, this class is recorded on drboycetv.com. So I'll put this link in the chat for anybody that wants to watch the recording or maybe share it with anybody in your family if you think this message was beneficial for you. So here we go. There's the link. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Take care. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope everybody's having a good day. I'm about to send you all the link to your text. If you're not on the text list, then make sure you get on there. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And I'm going to send you all a text right now, letting you all know that Money in the Morning is starting now. All right. Okay. So. Uh, I hope everybody's doing well. I'm proud to say that I wasn't just in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was actually in the 4:45 a.m. club, which meant that I was pretty dead tired and I had to take a nap, but I just woke up from my nap and I'm ready to start my day. And there's something great about starting the day just early in the morning when you're getting a big jump on everything and it's like 9 o'clock and you've already like done 10 million things. Hey Errol, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, so Errol, hit me up at some point, Errol, because Errol is actually he works with us in our Prime program. He's one of our consultants that we have, and we're actually bringing consultants that can support you in whatever you're doing. If you're looking for one-on-one support, things like that. Errol was actually one of the first people that we talked to about this, and Aisha Verzi and some others that are in here. I'll let you guys know about that, but Errol's super smart, and Errol, I'd love for you. We're gonna do our millionaire training camp our live millionaire training camp in Miami. That's going to be February 21st. And so, Errol, I'd love to have you down there to if you're available. And Aisha and anybody that wants to come down, as well as everyone in here, you're all invited. You guys are the first ones to know about it, and that's something that we're going to do. And also, we are going to probably in the next 6 weeks, we created something called Coin, which stands for Certified Options Income Network. So many of you have a strong interest in stock options, and I do too. A lot of you noticed, for example, today a lot of those stocks went berserk this morning because of the inflation numbers. That's why your stocks went up today. And so, if you want to learn about stock options from A to Z, it's going to be an intensive 3 month program, once a week, a full training with a certification at the end. And so, Coin, you guys will be the first ones that are invited, and you can take a look. And if it's something that you're interested in, then we can certainly help you. I think stock options should be understood by every black kid in America. I really do. I just really think that it's so powerful, and that economic superpower can protect them from a lot of the stressors that you might run into when you're talking about the struggle. The struggle is very real. A lot of people are having a hard time financially, and it's okay. It's not to be embarrassed about that. But there are ways to fix that, and so I think stock markets and stock options, given that the stock market is the number one wealth creator in America, without a doubt, undisputed heavyweight champion when it comes to finances, then it's important to really understand at least the basics so you can be involved in that thing. And I got you. I wrote my whole dissertation on the stock market. I didn't know I was being blessed at the time. I didn't know. I just picked the field because finance professors made the most money, and I didn't want to be broke anymore. But after I learned everything and understood it really well, I said, "Wow, I think I love the fact that I picked a career that's sort of right in the middle of the thing that matters most for our people." And so, anyway, all right. So I want to talk about. I was watching this documentary, um, and it's really great. It's on PBS, and it involved a great man out of my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, called. Guess who it is? Y'all tell me who it is. Y'all know who I'm gonna say. Y'all know who it is, right? One of my greatest heroes of all time, Mr. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali. Every time I can watch a documentary about Muhammad Ali 50 times in a row and never get tired because I feel like I'm watching my dad. I feel like I'm watching a relative. And I am related to him by marriage. My aunt married his cousin, so that's our claim to fame. But in the same streets that he was running up and down in Louisville, I know those streets. My grandma went to high school with him. My grandma would tell these old Muhammad Ali stories about his daddy and his mama and his family and everything. And to sort of see this guy come out of my little city and just become so phenomenal and so powerful in the world really inspired me. And so also, I felt excited about sort of roaming the same spaces he was in. Like he spent a lot of time in Chicago with the Nation of Islam, and you know what happened with that and everything. And I lived 2 blocks from Farrakhan, and I would go to Farrakhan's house about once a year. It's not like you could just walk up to his house and just be hanging out, But I did meet the minister several times, and I just love him. I have a lot of respect for him. And going to New York, meeting some of the same people in New York, and it just really inspired me. And I saw something in his documentary where they went out of their way to talk about his relationship with the one and only and the extraordinary Malcolm X. And we know that there was an unfortunate divide between the Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. And I got a lot of friends in the nation, and I just have to be honest and say I love them both, and that ain't gonna change, you know. But I'll tell you what, it was really fascinating because it sort of went into why Ali why he embraced the teachings of the Nation of Islam and why he embraced Malcolm as his friend. And I related to that. I said, okay, I get that. You know, you're a black boy from the South. I was a black boy from the South, and you want to be a black man from the South, and they don't really want you to be a man. Really, in America, I don't think they want the black man to be a full-grown man. They want the black man to be a little girl, a little boy, an ignorant fool, or a punk. That's what they want. If you show up as a little boy, a little girl, an ignorant buffoon, or a punk, then America will embrace you. That's why America loves black comedians. They love black athletes. They love black men who are rappers and stuff like that, entertainers. Right? They like all that, but they don't really want you. They don't want you showing up like Malcolm X, and they definitely didn't want Malcolm X hanging out with Muhammad Ali. I mean, there was a lot of political and economic gymnastics that took place when Malcolm and Ali became friends, and Ali embraced the Nation of Islam. And they, right before his first heavyweight fight against Sonny Liston, they told him, "You got to disavow the Nation of Islam, or the fight's going to be called off." He said, "I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing that." So they went and they asked Malcolm to leave the city. They said, "Can you please at least leave the city, until after the fight's over, or until the fight." That's what it was. So Malcolm said, "Okay, I'll leave the city to, out of respect for him, and I don't want to mess up his opportunity because that's how my friends in the nation are. They're just smart and logical and intelligent and strategic. So strategically, Malcolm left the city and he came back for the fight, and the rest was history, of black history, extraordinary black history, right? So then he comes out and he's like, "I'm Muhammad Ali, and this is what I believe," and he stood by that, and that's what made him great. That's what made him a legend. That's what made him amazing. And I'm gonna just tell you, I just love all of that. Like I embrace all of that. When I see pictures of Malcolm and Muhammad Ali together, I say, "Oh my God!" Like those are my two favorite men on the planet. Now, the living versions of the men that I love at that level, Dr. Claude Anderson, I love Kenny Gamble out of Philadelphia. I love Dr. George C. Frazier. I love those men that are just strong men, race men that understand what men are supposed to do, provide, protect, support, lead, whatever it is, be smart, be your best, stand up, all these things. And so, anyway, with that said, I wanted to sort of use today's class, if you allow me to break down some of the economic theories of Malcolm X, but to break them down in a way that connects to the fact that there are academic research papers written that support many of the economic philosophies of Malcolm X. Now, if you remember, Malcolm's life and what he stood for a lot of the things that we believe in the Black Business School: economic self-reliance. Self-reliance. You have to have something of your own if you're ever going to be strong or successful in America. That's just a fact. If you don't own something, then you're really standing on a slippery slope. You're always on thin ice. That which you claim to possess can be taken away from you at any moment. If I'm renting a house, the landlord can take that house. If I only have jobs and don't own any assets, the landlord of that job can take the job. So even with a job, you are renting your financial security. You're paying for it in sweat, blood, and tears, but there's nothing there really typically that protects you from the fact that they may just decide to downsize and make cuts, and next thing you know, you're gone. He also talked about ownership. Ownership is the new black. Wealth is the new black. Tell me if you agree. Wealth is the new black. Ownership's the new black. Economics is the new black. Can we agree on that? We should put that damn thing on a damn t-shirt. I might get I think I'm gonna get a t-shirt. I'm sure somebody else made a shirt similar to it. We about to do that. I'm gonna text my assistant right now. Or actually, I'm sorry, she's my chief operations officer now. Her name's Teresa. She used to be my assistant, but she's so smart. I said, "Hey, you should be the chief operations officer because you're smart." She's been with us for 7 years. I'm gonna text her after we're done. We're gonna put that on a damn shirt. That wealth is the new black. Um, I personally think that as black people, the embracement of some of Malcolm's ideas, and Malcolm kept it plain, he kept it simple. That's why everybody loved him. That's why everybody connected to him. He could talk to anybody, and everybody's like, yeah, that's right. We should have our own stuff. We should have self-reliance. We should own assets. He also believed in the circulation of dollars. You should be sharing your money with your brother or your sister before you start sharing it with strangers who hate your guts. That's called common sense. That's called self-esteem. That's called self-awareness. That's called financial consciousness. So ultimately, with Malcolm, those are kind of three core ideas that Malcolm believed in. Now, what I wanted to do to supplement the great work of the legendary Malcolm X is I want to sort of box it in the context of economic theory for you. Academic research papers have been written on this. This is common sense for Malcolm, and he read books and things, but this idea of self-reliance, ownership, and also circulating your dollars, there are research papers written on this topic. So what I want to do is cover a few of these studies that have been done to really help you understand why this is essential. And it isn't just essential for the whole community. Let me start right there too, to make it more personal, more direct. Sometimes it's hard to connect to a big vision for the whole black community. It's hard to connect to this idea that every black person is going to get on the same page. We're all going to do the same thing. We're all going to agree. We're all going to be aligned. That's just hard. I don't know. Anybody else go through that where you just like, man, ain't no way we can all be in alignment. I'm out of alignment with a whole bunch of black. I'll be like, man, you're stupid. Like what? That stop twerking. Stop twerk. Stop. Don't shoot the black guy. Stop that. Right? Like, don't talk about your mama like that. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not an igga. Stop calling. Don't call yourself. No, stop that. I know white folks giving you money. I know that they paying you good, but that's not good. That's not help. Put down the blunt. But stop. No more Hennessy for you, right? You get frustrated, right? You get so mad when you just see all kinds of shenanigans and chaos. And so I'm not gonna lie. I am not a fan of I've never been a person that can sit in the audience when somebody's like, we just got to get 40 million people to all do the same thing. I'm like, how the hell you gonna do that? You can't do that. That's not gonna work. Only oh, the closest that's ever come, maybe the Democratic Party could do. That might be the only institution that's been able to get nearly all black people to do the same thing. I don't know how they did it. They put something in the Kool-Aid. But here's the thing. Here's what's beautiful about it. To get real economic power, you don't need everybody on the same page. You don't need everybody on the front line. You don't need everybody leading. You don't need everybody absolutely out here killing it. You just need to make sure that your best show up as their best. You don't need everybody. You just need a few good men and a few good women. That's what you need. I heard Farrakhan say that where he said, "Give me 10,000 solid black men and we're ready to go." And I said, "Yeah, that's it. That's good." Because one solid man is worth 100 flimsy men. One solid black woman is worth 100 flimsy black women. So literally, if you just sort of make sure that those who get it, and that you got it, and that you run with it, and that you stand on it, and that you put it down, and you push it, and you scramble for it, and you defend it, and you fight for it, then guess what? You have progress because those individuals who become leaders who learn those basics in terms of economics, they learn how to create jobs and build wealth and create financial security, then that becomes very contagious. That becomes very contagious. People start to copy that. They start to emulate that. If you ever know, if you want to know what I'm talking about, a lot of times you try to tell somebody about your plan to be successful and they don't listen. But then as soon as you go out and execute the plan and you become successful, those same people are usually coming up and saying, "Well, how did you do it? How do I do like you? How do I become like you?" Right? And it might be after they ask to borrow $20. So you say, "Look, I'll loan you $20, but after I give you some money, I'm gonna give you some game. Shut up and listen to me now because now I have power because I just gave you $20, which shows I care about you, but I also am going to give you something more valuable than the $20. I'm going to show you how to fish. I'm going to show you how to win." People will respond to that, especially young people. So don't always worry about getting everybody on the same page. Get yourself on the same damn page. Half of y'all, I bet half of us in this room, me, myself included, half of us are not even on the same page with ourselves. We're not. We're certainly not on the same page with our purpose. We're certainly not on the same page with God. We're not on the same page with what God intended for us to be. We're living another life. We're living in the closet. We're being something that we were not intended to be. We're distracted. So before you try to get the whole community on the same page, get on the same page with yourself. And I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself. I got because I have different voices. There's many. I have multiple personalities. I'm probably diagnosable. Um, there's the lazy voice. There's the unfocused voice. There's the Boyce you might see playing video games on YouTube. You ever see me play video? I play Call of Duty sometimes with my friends because it's fun. Um, there's the Boyce that has doubts. There's the Boyce that has fears. There's the Boyce that don't want to do no work right now. There's the Boyce that isn't being the best version of himself. There's the fat Boyce. You saw him years ago. The fat Boyce, he didn't exercise. He didn't want to eat the right food, right? So there's those versions of Boyce, but then there's the other Boyce, right? There's the focused voice. There's the intellectual voice. There's the fearless voice. There is the determined voice. There is the disciplined voice. There's the voice that gets up at 5 a.m. There's the voice that goes hard every day. There's the voice that believes in something and sticks with. So that version of him is the one I need to show up every day. So I got to get on the same page with him. Do you understand? So before you get the world on the same page with you, ain't nothing holy and righteous about any of us. None of us are holier than thou or better than other people. Get on the same page with yourself. Get on the same page with your purpose. Get on the same page with God. I see it that deep. I really see consciousness as getting closer to God. I can explain that to you actually mathematically if you ever want me to break it down. But literally get on the same page with all of that. And then what you'll notice is that when you do that, when you just living in your purpose and you're making it happen, you're marching forward relentlessly, you'll turn around, there'll be 50 people following you. They'll just be right behind you. There's something magical about you. You've unlocked a superpower that maybe you didn't know that you have. So here's what I'm gonna go through really quickly with Malcolm X, very quickly. And before I do that, I want to mention really fast. You go. Let's see. Last night, Jay Cameron did his thing with the Ghana trip. You guys know we're going to Ghana this summer. Um, I'll try to get that recording out to you. I'll try to make sure I hit Chanel up about the recording and send that to you if you want to watch it. Number two, what was the other thing too? Oh, Constance Carter, one of the faculty members in the Black Business School. Actually, she's going to do a daily class as well. And so this is something we did Monday in the Morning, the Millionaire Training Camp this year. It went really well. And I said, you know what? Maybe Constance, maybe you should do this too. That way we can be with our people every day and talk to them every day. A lot of you have come in here and seen Constance. You've seen how great she is, how smart she is. So basically, she's going to actually be doing her thing right after I get done. So what I'll do is I will text you all the link so you can go join Constance and hang out with her if you're into this whole Black economics thing and you just want to keep, just hang out with us for a big chunk of the day. I know Madam President does some stuff earlier in the morning as well. So these are people that are sort of in our clique. These are people in our group, people that we love. You've seen them at the All Black National Convention, and they have something very positive to say and beneficial. So I'll send you all the links. So if you see Constance's name in a text message, you'll know what that is. So anyway, with that said, let's talk about Malcolm's economic theories and break some of those down. Number one, there is actually an economic field or theory called community wealth building, and I'm going to read some of it here. It emphasizes local ownership of resources, cooperative business models, and the retention of wealth within communities. So basically, the community wealth theory backs up what Malcolm was saying. It basically says that wealth creation should prioritize community benefit over external profit extraction. All that means is that you take care of your own before you start taking care of everybody else. That's really all it's saying. It's saying it's like a type of nationalism. Malcolm was a nationalist, which means that success and prosperity starts at home. It means if you have a job available, you hire your friend or family member if you can. You go outside of the space if you have to. If you have $1 to spend, you try to spend it with people that are in your circle. If you can't, then you might go outside of the circle, right? So you do a little bit of both. Also, there are institutions like cooperatives. You probably heard these terms. Give me a guess if you've heard about any of these terms. Has anybody ever heard of a co-op? Co-ops are in this space. Credit unions are built on building community wealth. Locally owned businesses, etc. So a lot of times they're used to create economic ecosystems where the money just kind of gets reinvested. And a lot of other communities do this. The Amish do this. The Mormons do this. The Mormons are amazing. The Mormons, they went out to Salt Lake City with what's the guy's name? One day I got to tell y'all the story of Brigham Young University. Didn't they actually they beat didn't they I think they beat Coach Prime's team in their bowl game. They beat them kind of bad too. I think it was Brigham Young. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. There's a bunch of corny white dudes, but they were good. Anyway, so Brigham Young went out to Salt Lake City with a bunch of families, and they said, "Let's build our own." And literally, I think they found out that the Mormons had secretly held like $100 billion in wealth in a vault or something crazy like that. It was in the Wall Street Journal where they were like, they basically were like, the Mormons secretly have $100 billion that they told nobody about. So it's pretty powerful. And what they've done, I think, is that they've actually just taken their faith and tied it into their lifestyle, the way they live and their economics, and I'm not mad at them for it. It provides financial security. Salt Lake City will not go broke anytime in the near future. Number two, there's something called the endogenous growth theory. So this theory supports the idea that investments in local human capital, innovation, and entrepreneurship drive economic growth. Entrepreneurship, innovation, human capital, human capital. Let's translate that. That means that we have all these precious babies. We have $1 trillion worth of babies in our community, $1 trillion worth of kids, and we cannot keep selling our children up the river to the first white man that will hire them for any crappy job that they're willing to do or that will give them just enough money to pay bills. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to invest in them, and you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset where you can understand human capital. Human capital is the value of a human being. It's the value of a human being's ideas, of the value of a human being's labor, the value of a human being's free time, the value of a human being's existence. So you must understand before you start really extracting your worth, you have to be able to see it. Before you start extracting your worth, you have to see it because once you see it, you won't be so quick to give it away. This is consciousness. This is what financial consciousness is. Because before I acquire wealth, I got to know where the wealth is located. Before I own it, I got to be able to visualize it. I have to see something before I grab it. You can't grab something that doesn't exist. A lot of wealth gets passed up. I stand on this point. Most wealth gets passed up because people don't even see it when it walks right by them. Tell me I'm lying. I've run into so many people who passed up $1 million opportunities because they were looking for a paycheck. All their eyes were trained to see was a pay. How much is I gonna get paid? That's all they could see. Now paychecks matter. We know this, right? They're very good, especially if you're trying to pay bills and get by. Nothing wrong with that. But here's the thing. Sometimes it's like dating, right? Sometimes it's really like dating. It's a lot like dating. Some people date with no consciousness. They date the prettiest girl with the biggest booty, and then next thing you know, they're miserable and they don't know why. Or they go after the man who has the most money because he's 6 feet tall, and then they're miserable and they don't know why. Well, the reason they don't know why, the reason that they end up like getting a bunch of stuff they didn't sign up for is because they didn't spend the time to gain consciousness. They don't have a full throttle vision of what they're actually investing in. They'll look at a guy and they'll look for one thing. How much money you got, right? And if he's got no money, they'll say, "Oh, girl, I ain't interested in him." But they're not looking at all these other things this man may have to offer, right? That are seen and unseen. They're not even taking the time to explore any of that, not doing the due diligence on the investment. Next thing you know, you pick the other guy because he's tall and has money, and but he beats you up and and kills your cat, and and now you're mad, right? So really, I think it's the same way when it comes to wealth and investing. When I was in college and I had no financial consciousness, most of us, when we picked our jobs, we simply picked the job that paid the most money. That's what we would do. It wasn't always the case that we would look at five or six other criteria to say, okay, how's this going to fit in my life when I'm 40? What are the growth opportunities in this organization? How does this fit with my work life balance? Right? You don't learn these things until you get older and you start saying, yeah, I had a job making a whole lot of money, but it was terrible. Like when I got my dream job, I've told you all the story about my dream job. I got my dream job when I was 19 or 20, 21 maybe. I turned 21 I turned 20 that summer. I was 19. And I hated that damn job. That job was so terrible. Oh my God. Right. And that was my introduction to wealth consciousness. Like, okay, boys, we can't be going after the most money because sometimes something seems to have the most money but it may not be what's best for you. So the same thing is true when you talk about economic consciousness or you're talking about economic, the endogenous growth theory, that when you're talking about our kids and you're talking about our community and the people that are in it, there's so much value there, and you have to learn how to see that value. So you got that child who's really good with math, who's good with who or who likes computers or whatever, and you're visualizing, okay, what are they going to do? Well, you can get a great job working for Google or IBM. And that might be true. Of course, Google and IBM would hire that child because, yeah, they love to hire little black geniuses and pay them far beneath what they're actually worth. But maybe what you then say is, maybe if we train this child on some other economic skills, maybe if we show this child how to be an investor, maybe if we build a capital base for that child, maybe if we also teach them how to create a job and create prosperity for others, right? Right. It's one thing if you make yourself successful, that's nice, but it's really cool when you can make 40 other people successful too. That's really powerful. That's when you go from being like a little match to becoming a nuclear bomb of success is when you learn how to scale that success. That is a way of thinking. That is a type of economic consciousness. That is something you can be trained on. That is something you should be learning from the time you're young. So endogenous growth theory, Malcolm was right about the idea of sort of exploring our human capital, investing in innovation, creative ways to use that capital, and also entrepreneurship, black-owned business, black-owned business, black-owned business. We cannot have wealth, we cannot have power if everybody out here is looking for a damn job. That you will never have power that way. All right, what else? Okay, and by the way, that theory came from a guy named Paul Romer, and he talks about things like education, innovation, and skill building as a pathway to long-term economic growth. He don't mention nothing about rapping, playing basketball, or telling jokes for a living. None of that's in the theory. It's all about education, innovation, and skill building. All right, number three, economic empowerment theory. This is another thing that's been written about in thousands of research papers that connects to what Malcolm was discussing. And basically, this theory focuses on increasing the capacity of marginalized groups to control and benefit from their economic resources. So it suggests that marginalized groups achieve empowerment by gaining access to financial resources, education, and ownership structures. So this is why when they really start talking about reparations, and they really show up and they say, well, what do you black people want? If they happen to ask you, if they call you on the phone and say, what do you want? One of the things I think that you might want to consider bringing up is access to capital, access to resources. So basically, if someone gave you a big enough bank loan, that could be better than them giving you a check. I'm not saying that a check is not nice, but if you gave me a choice for the Black Business School and you say, what would you rather have, a $1 million grant or a $30 million loan? I would say, give me the loan. I give me the loan because I get to control $30 million in resources that allows me to further the mission that much more, that much faster. And now, yeah, I got to pay the loan back, sure, but capital is a moneymaker if you know what to do with it. You can take capital and I can instantly deploy it and say, okay, we're making an extra $5 million a year now because we've been able to deploy this capital properly. So access to resources is a really important part of economic growth, according to economic empowerment theory. Also, education and ownership structure. See, notice the theme of education, education, education. Also, education does not mean going to school all the time. Going to school can lead to education, but there's a lot of educated fools. So going to school is not the same as education. Education is not the same as knowledge. And knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Those are different tiers to the process. So if somebody says, well, I want to have wisdom, and you say, well, you got to go to school, there's more to it than that. Being inside a building with a bunch of walls and with ivy coming down the tower and all that, that does not give you education. That does not make you wise. It doesn't give you knowledge. What knowledge do you have that specifically applies to the problems that you're seeking to solve as a black person? That to me, that's what education should do. It should be targeted like a gun. I'm not just spraying bullets everywhere, hoping for the best. I'm gonna look at the target, get it the bullseye, pew, hit that bullseye, right? Are you hitting the bullseye with the education for your kids? What are they investing their time and energy into? Time is not something to be wasted. Time is something that is precious and valuable. You will run out of it. Are you spending time doing the right things, learning the right things, getting the skills that will specifically help you solve the problems that you're going to have to solve? So if I'm looking at my child, I'm asking, what are the biggest problems they're going to have to solve when they're a 35-year-old black woman, with two kids and a spouse? What are their biggest problems going to be? And once I figure that out, then I say, okay, that's what we're going to train on. Just like when my Ohio State Buckeyes win the national championship in football, they're studying the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and they are preparing. They're looking to see, okay, what exactly is their biggest strength? What are they going to try to do to beat us? What specific skill set does our team have to have in order for us to win the championship? And that's why you watch the film. So when it comes to life, you got to watch the film. And the film is everywhere. God lays it out for you everywhere. There are examples of misery everywhere. There's examples of failure everywhere. There's examples of stress and struggle everywhere. Economic struggle, it ain't hard to find. So to me, I say to you, if you're talking about trying to understand this game and how to get your kids ready, go watch the film, watch the tape. Pay attention. Somebody dies from a drug overdose. Maybe drugs aren't bad. Somebody dies from diabetes and heart failure. Maybe all that fried chicken ain't so good for us. Somebody else is over here crying and sleeping with a fat, dusty old man to get rent money. Maybe my daughter should have an investment account so she doesn't have to do that. Right? Watch the film. You gotta watch the film. If you watch the film, it'll tell you everything you need to know, because life ain't nothing but a big ass classroom. It's a classroom, it's a book. Everything that's in an academic book that you can read on a college campus came from the world. It came from the world. The world is a big university full of lessons everywhere. So the question I ask people, and this goes back to consciousness, is that it's like, okay, God is trying to tell you something. Did you get the message? Right? When DMX and Whitney Houston die, these billion-dollar assets die from drugs. Did you get the message, or are you just spending all your time being sad, waiting for the next tragedy to happen? Right? When you see somebody they got their dream job because they went to Yale and got a master's degree, but they're coming home every day, drinking themselves to sleep and angry as hell because of the racism on the job. Did you get the message? Did you sit back and say, let me think about that? Right? Or did you just say, "Oh, white people be mean. They need to stop that. White people need to stop. They need to stop being mean. To that ain't right. That ain't right. Yeah, it ain't right." But you should learn from people. And in fact, I'll tell you, as much as I love Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali, if I was to really critique them, and again, I think this might be a superpower that you get, because just when you get a PhD in the field I was in, you get criticized constantly. You can do the best work on earth. You can literally do work that could lead to a Nobel Prize, and somebody in there is going to be in there hating on your work. Not in a negative way, not in a toxic way, but in a way where they're going to poke holes, right? Iron sharpens iron. So you just get in a space where everything can be critiqued, everything, right? So even if you were to hear me talk about the life of Malcolm X or the life of Muhammad Ali, and I was to talk about it in a deeply critical way where I really have assessed and analyzed and thought about the mistakes they made, you would really think I don't like either one of these men. You would. You would be like, boys be hating on Muhammad Ali. Boys don't like Malcolm. But he hate on Muhammad because he talked about all the women that he was with and how all those women took all his money. No, that's just a lesson I learned. Like Muhammad Ali is very charismatic because he's like, I'm so pretty, and the women thought he was pretty too. So he was sleeping with all of them. And then you saw what happened, right? He lost all that money. And none of those women were sticking by him when that poor man started to degenerate. But he found him a good wife named Lonnie who pulled his wealth back together. That lady saved his legacy, right? And I just love that. I think she was from Louisville too, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think she might have been from Louisville. I just love that. I'm a Louisville guy, right? So that's a big deal for me. Or if you think about just getting punched in the head till you're 45 years old, maybe that wasn't the best move for him, right? Because I think Ali had another 50 years of amazing work that he would have done, had boxing not taken so much from him. So there's a lesson to learn from that. So I would encourage you to not think of a critique as hating, right? Some people that are simple-minded kind of they think of everything as either I love everything about what you say or I hate everything you say. And I think that is just the absolute worst way to assess anything. everything is nuanced. So and through the nuance is where you get the lesson. That's where you learn. That's you're watching the film, you're figuring it out. And when on game day, like my Ohio State Buckeyes, you can actually show up and win. So that's it. That's my thought for today. I ain't got nothing else. So so by the way, Constance Carter is gonna be live in a little bit, maybe 20 minutes after I'm done, and I'll text you all the link. But also, if you want to be notified when she does her daily class, she wants to do this every day. She's a hustler like I am, and so you can text the word Constance to 87948. Text Constance to 87948. You guys know we have money in the morning. We also have these bite-sized lessons you can learn different topics, real estate or stock options, called Money in a Minute. And Money in a Minute allows you within the flow of your day to just digest your lesson in less than 3 minutes and to learn this topic. So I have something on stock options called Money in a Minute stock options. Some of you have already done it, but those of you who haven't, I'll send you all a link where you can sign up at a discounted rate. You'll get that later on today. And also, just as an FYI, this week I'm flying to Europe, and which means my time schedule is going to be a little bit off. So I may end up having to miss class a day or so. I hope I don't. But my goal is to basically try to sync it up. But they're 7 hours ahead or something, and I'm going over there to see one of my girls, and I can't wait. And so I'll be broadcasting to you guys from across the sea next time we talk tomorrow. Someone asked, "Can you explain how God and mathematics are related?" Well, I can get to that a little bit later. That's more of a full thorough conversation, but basically it has to do with dimensions, right? When you do mathematics, like particularly starting with one topic called linear algebra or multivariate calculus, you go into higher dimensions, and basically dimensions are structured in a certain way. And basically, long story short, when you get to the sixth dimension, they say that's where God lives. God lives in the sixth dimension, mathematically speaking. But one day we'll talk about that. So that's my connection there. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And don't forget, if you're not on the text list for this class, just text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Oh, and one more thing, too. A lot of you have asked to be, if you could be affiliates on the Black Wealth Mastery Store, where we sell our financial flashcards for kids, our financial workbooks for kids. Dr. Alicia's books are on there, my books are on there. So we actually set up an affiliate program. I think the original commission was 10%. I'm going to up that to 20%, actually. And so if you are looking to build a business, I'd love to be in business with you. I'd love to, build together. So I will text you all only people in this class, the link where you can sign up and become an affiliate. And yeah, and if you so that means you start a YouTube channel, or you see people that love what's going on here, and you want to tell them about it, or you want to talk to your church about it or your school about it, whatever. Then if they buy something from us, then you will get a commission. And again, we started at 10%. I said, no, I want to go to 20% so that it makes more sense. So you will get the link, Toya. I'm going to text the link out. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. All right. So have a good day, everybody. And by the way, the store, if you want to take a look at it, it's at drboycebooks.com, drboycebooks.com. Okay, you did get it. You did sign up, Crystal. Okay, great. Let me know, and I'm going to ask you all about it, because this is an experiment. We've been talking about this for a while. Finally, the team was able to implement it, and finally, I got around to actually, sharing it and implementing it on my end. So now we're going to give it a try, and hopefully it'll go as well as we hope. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you soon. Take care. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Sorry, I'm coughing. I hope everybody's doing well. It's great to see you on a Sunday. Well, it's great to see you any day, actually. Sunday or not, Sunday or not. Today is, as usual, a beautiful day, and it's a great day to talk about our future and plan our black wealth and make ourselves successful. That's what we're trying to do here. That's what we're going to do. We are the chosen people. We're the chosen people. All right. So one thing that's interesting um, I saw something the other day where a woman was basically explaining why your kids should not want to be professional athletes. In fact, I would say specifically the NFL. She did this great video where she was kind of giving the backdrop of life, as the wife of an NFL athlete, and she was talking about the financial side of it all. And she did a masterful job of laying out this reality that people don't get. A lot of people just don't know these things because you see the big headlines or you see the stars. The stars do really well. They make a lot of money, but you don't see what happens to the the majority of professional athletes. The majority of professional athletes don't really get everything that you might think they get. It's not to say that they're all in this terrible place. I mean, most of them make more money than the average person, but there's a lot of strings attached that come attached with that. And if you are not financially conscious, if you're not able to look at money in a multidimensional sort of way, meaning that you can't factor in a multitude of variables in your economic journey, then it's easy for you to be pulled in as a sucker. You'll be an economic sucker because if you're playing checkers, not chess, and you're looking at everything from one dimension, like, well, how much am I going to get paid? And they say, well, you're getting paid lots of money. Don't worry about anything else. And you're like, okay, well, as long as I get my money, well, then that makes you very vulnerable because the money is a deceptor. Money can be, people say, as you know, they like to talk about whether or not money is evil or good. And I told you, money is not evil or good. Money's just powerful. So imagine putting a lot of power in the hands of an evil person. Like, I don't know, let's say like your oppressor, who spent hundreds of years exploiting your community and financially screwing you and manipulating you and harming you in a multitude of ways, some of which were revealed, some of which were not. Um, well, then in that case, money could become evil. Money could become a pathway for not just control, but destruction. Just look at the hip hop music industry. Look at what hip hop did. It was the most beautiful art form I've ever seen, but it was bastardized and turned into this weapon of mass destruction. Mass destruction. In fact, give me a yes if you've noticed that how our people change, how our people have changed over the last 30 years. Give me a yes if you've noticed this. I mean, in a really bad way. Dr. George C. Frazier actually said something really profound at the All Black National Convention. He said that our people changed when our music changed. He said our people changed when our music changed, but our music was about love and being there for each other and unity and building and growing and education and all that. We were one type of people, but then when our music became about, you know, twerking booty and killing each other and getting high as much as possible and throwing our money away and is being as ignorant as possible, well, then that's going to have an effect. And what's so really interesting to me, which speaks to where consciousness really has to be part of the conversation is I can tell you how many people who think it's all okay just because they're making money, or people who will make excuses for celebrities because they're making money. Anybody ever seen that? Anybody ever notice how if a celebrity is accused of something or something goes wrong or they do something crazy, there are people that will defend celebrities to the death. It's really fascinating. And I'm like, this person don't care nothing about you. They wouldn't spit on you if you was on the street on fire. Like, what makes you idolize this person so much that you literally will ignore any and everything that you see about this person because they made your favorite song? I find that really strange. I found that really strange. And I think that that does link back to when we were talking about when Constance Carter came in and we were talking about economic self-esteem and just self-esteem in general. If you feel like you're worthy and you are worth something, you're not going to let people just uh, either disrespect you or you're not going to put people on a crazy pedestal. And so we tend to worship those celebrities because they represent something that we don't believe that we ourselves could ever be. And if you notice, most black celebrities, I want you to do a little experiment. I do this experiment in my head every time I turn on the TV. Whenever they show black people that America admires, I do an experiment. I just say this. I say, I wonder what would happen if that person lost all support from white Americans. Like, what would happen if they didn't have a big white corporation with billions of dollars in the bank backing them? If we would still know who that person is or admire that person? Do that experiment. Like your favorite actor. Like, ask yourself, what if Hollywood disavowed that person? Maybe they were too black and said, we're not doing any movies with you. We're not going to finance any of your projects. See, this is all linked back to money. Or look at your favorite singer. What would happen if no record label was willing to put out their album and spend millions of dollars distributing and marketing that album? Would you know who they are? Think about your favorite athlete. You know, they got the Dallas Cowboys logo on their shirt. What would happen if Jerry Jones decided, I'm not going to invest millions of dollars in putting this guy on the field, and the NFL said, we don't want to draft you. We don't even want you here. We're not going to put you on the platform of the Buffalo Bills or the Dallas Cowboys or whatever. I want you to really think about that, because when you do that calculus and you take away the what you could call this call this the white man effect. If you take away the white man effect, a lot of your heroes are people that you never even meet. You'll never know who they are. And here's the other thing too. There are plenty of people in the community who didn't play the game, who decided, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that, that you'll never hear about because they did not get the financing to be able to do what they do. For example, if I was even to use myself as an example, I know a lot of you, I've been able to impact a lot of your lives because I specifically aimed for that. My goal was not just to talk and get in front of you. I don't care about being famous. My goal was to actually get a result. I'm a mathematician. When I taught math at Kentucky, one of the things that we learned a long time ago is that if you do a math problem, you got to have a solution. You can't just wave your arms and scream and holler and give a great speech and get everybody singing hallelujah and think that that's the answer. That, hallelujah is not the answer to your problems. Right? I'm not saying hallelujah is not important in your life. Sure, go to church, accept the good Lord. Do what you're supposed to do. But this idea that somehow we think that having a feel good moment and a rah-rah speech is the same as actually solving a problem. That's just not the case. That is not a solution. What that is the injection of dopamine into your brain to help you feel good, and it numbs you from your pain. See, what you got to understand is that there's a lot of drug dealers out here that don't sell drugs. There are a lot of drug dealers out here who don't sell drugs. For some of y'all, your biggest dope dealer is your pastor. Drug dealers who don't sell drugs, but instead of selling drugs, they sell you dope. Look it up. Dopamine. Dopamine is the feel-good chemical in your brain that you get when a comedian tells you a joke. Oh, they dealing dope. I'm laughing because it helps me get over my pain and my undiagnosed, untreated trauma. When I go to church and the pastor's like, when the good Lord tells you, you got to do it. When the good Lord says it, you got to mean it. When the good Lord steps up and he says to Jacob that you got to climb the mountain. You might not want to climb the mountain, but you got to climb it anyway. And then when you climb the mountain, you got to keep climbing because you're going to get tired. And when you get tired, you can't take a breath. You got to keep going, right? So when the pastor's doing all that and you're like, yes, Lord, hallelujah, hallelujah. And then you realize after 2 hours, he ain't really said nothing. He's repeated himself over and over and over again. But you loved it because he spoke at the same cadence and it got you all riled up and he tapped into your emotion, but not so much your intellect, right? You're feeling good. But the problem with inspiration and motivation is that that's very temporary. So you ran out of church doing cartwheels and jumping jacks and you sprinting and you did right and you just, I mean, you feeling it. No disrespect. Some of y'all going to church today. Go do that. Go do that. Go do that. But then I want you to just notice you can't stay hyped up like that forever. Your cortisol levels will be through the freaking roof, first of all. Like, you can't live like that all the time. It helps. It's a spark. It's a spark. But that does not sustain you. That is not what's going to keep you going on the mornings when there is no spark. And you got to get up and you got to stick to that diet. You got to go to the gym. You got to work on that business. You got to go back to class. You got to teach your kids. You got to do all the things that you were hyped up to do. But now you're tired. So again, dope dealers. You got a lot of dope dealers who don't sit. You got a lot of, sorry, drug dealers who are actually dope dealers because they're not dealing you drugs, they're dealing you dopamine. That's what a comedian does. They make you laugh. That's what a pastor does. They get you all pumped up and feeling good about your horrible life, and then you go home and you think that because you feel good that you've actually made your life better when really you actually haven't. But there is a value to feeling good. I mean, I'm not saying that pastors can't serve a valuable purpose, though. I think spirituality is a really important part of our ability to make it through the storm. I think that if you can tap into that when necessary, it will help you get through the dark times 100%. But you also got to have a plan. Do you understand? You got the motivation to get through the dark tunnel, but you probably need a map. You probably need some type of consciousness to sit back and say, okay, what am I doing here? What's the next move? How do we get to where we want to get to? So anyway, let me get back into one of the topics I wanted to cover today. I'm gonna play this video, and it's from this wife of an NFL player who, where she's basically kind of given the reality of what it's like to be married to an NFL player. I don't know if her man was a star, but I know that he was drafted, I think in the fourth round, and he played for the Jets or something. And she's kind of like, yo, look, it ain't what you think it is. And I appreciated her video, so I just thought that I would bring it into class today. And also, I wanted to mention to everybody, by the way, make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you all a schedule of all the activities we have going on in the Black Business School this week. That way, if you want to participate, you can take a look. I am going to meet with the stock options group a little bit later. I did something yesterday, a little YouTube video yesterday was I was explaining all the little things you need to know about real estate. Um, that people don't know. A lot of people talk about real estate online, and they get, it sounds exciting and it's really cool. And I'm not saying don't do it, but a lot of people don't know a lot of the details of it that can make you absolutely hate it. So there was a really smart black woman who did a great video where she was talking about her real estate journey, and she literally said everything that I always said in class about cash flow and headaches and everything else. So if you want to see that video, I'll text it out to you guys a little bit later. I think I might have, if I text it twice by accident, please forgive me. It's just me making sure you guys see it, because I think it's something that you want to think about as you sort of decide what your next move is going to be. Because I know a lot of your family investment clubs are doing real estate projects, and I really think it's important that you know what you're getting into. All right, so let me jump in and share my screen. All right, so uh, here is actually, let me fix this. Hold on, so I don't do it all wrong. All right. All right, so this is a lady. I have no idea who this lady is. We'll call her random white lady. And she is, I know that's so petty, boy. Stop doing that. Okay, I won't do it no more. All right, and what I'm gonna do is share my sound and let me know if you can hear the video. And I'm gonna play this video. It's on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So here is the video. We're playing it right now. And it has no sound. See, that's where I'm messing up. There we go.
My husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he was on 8 different NFL teams. That means 8 different contracts are being signed and broken. So of course, I don't even have to say this, when you're on a team, it is good money. No matter what, practice squad, active roster, it is all good money, of course. But since these contracts aren't guaranteed, like my husband, he signed a contract and then a couple months later, you get nothing, especially if you sign at the beginning of off season and then you're cut during off season. You're not seeing any of that money because you haven't played again in a game. You haven't gone to practice. You haven't really worked out with the team, even though you signed a contract with the team as a futures contract. And us personally, because we were on 8 different NFL teams, that means 8 different states. We're moving that many times. I moved personally with him to 6 different states. And at one point in time when he was released in 2018, 4 different times we moved to 4 different states, and we were actually at one time paying for 3 different rents. It was a little bit of ignorance on our part, but also we couldn't really prepare for that situation. So he had just signed, renewed his lease for his place in New Jersey, and then was released with New Jersey after being drafted the year before. This comment. So my husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he.
Okay, so let's stop there. How about y'all give me a yes if you caught that part about paying 3 different rents. All right, let's just start there. I thought that was really interesting. Paying rent at 3 different places. Um, okay. That's tough. And so so that right there would be enough for me to be like, whoa, wait a minute, how did that happen? So ultimately, here's the deal with the NFL in particular. A lot of us. One time I spoke at a school with black boys, and they had it was a school where all the teachers were white, and 80% of the kids were black or Latino. And I went into the class for the kids that were labeled as emotional or psychologically or ADHD, psychologically slow or mentally whatever. And of course, it was full of black boys. That's what they do. They this is how the school system screws your sons. It destroys your wealth because your son's supposed to be an asset to the family, but it's hard for him to be an asset if he has no skill. And in many of these cases, they don't educate them. We know these things. So I'm in this class with all these boys that are supposed to be intellectually deficient, and they seem fine to me. They reminded me of my little cousins. And I was talking to the boys, and I said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And about 70% of them said they want to be an athlete. 70% of them said they want to be like a NFL or NBA player. I think most of them were not even on a sports team. They weren't even playing sports. And a bunch of them are short, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, you're going to be in the NBA, but the most you're going to grow to is about 5'8". This kind of ridiculousness is obviously something that just sort of has to be confronted, right? We kind of have to really talk more about this, and because what all is also true is that even if you're in that, that 1% of 1% of 1% that does get to make it to the league, uh, it's your life isn't what you think it's going to be. Most of the people I know who became professional athletes did not make very much money for very long. I knew one guy, he was All-American at Syracuse. He played defensive end, he was extremely good, and he was in the NFL for about 2 years. He was on the backup roster or something, right? Like the thing about the NFL is that you have to be an unbelievable talent just to be on the bench, just to be a backup to the backup, just to be third string. I had another friend I saw at my mother's funeral who's an incredible athlete who ran the 40-yard dash in 4.3 seconds, which is very fast, by the way. And he said, I said, yeah. So did you keep playing football? He said, yeah, I tried out for the Seahawks. And I said, what was that like? I said, how did it go? He said, oh man, you have no idea. It was unbelievable. Because the talent was just through the roof. And so this guy that from Syracuse, he was 6'7", 270 pounds. So that right there is just, I mean, how many people do you know that are 6'7", 270 pounds? Anybody? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you know like three people that are 6'7", 270. Most of us don't, unless you played in the NFL, right? And anyway, he was in the NFL for about 2 years, and he tore his body up. Because the thing is, when you're leaving the league and you're being pushed out, unfortunately, you're losing more than just a job. You're losing more than just a paycheck. You're losing part of your identity. Like your whole life. If you're 6'7", 280 pounds, I would be willing to bet you that most of your life, your consciousness was manipulated. You were groomed as a child, groomed like they're grooming you for the ultimate Diddy party of economics, where they're going to screw you for life. And he was groomed to see himself as pretty much an athlete. Right. So when you're groomed that way, almost like they're molesting your consciousness, right? They're pulling you away from your community. In his mind, all he saw himself was as was an athlete. That's all he could see. That's all he didn't see. Okay, I could be a father. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great husband to somebody. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great entrepreneur. He didn't see, oh yeah, I could be a great intellect. He didn't see the things like people like Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who has a very successful NFL journey. He didn't see all the other things he could have done, and I always talk about Myron Rolle because I just admire the guy so much. Every now and then, like a famous person will reach out to me on social media, and I'll be like, wow, this is so cool. Like I have so much respect for you. Oh, you respect me too. That's nice. We just gonna sit here respecting each other. How about that? And he was one of those people. He had sent me a little nice little note. He sent me a copy of his book, and I said, man, you have no idea. I've been talking about you for years because Dr. Roll is now a Harvard-educated neurosurgeon, if I'm not mistaken. But he had a really hard time with the NFL because they assumed that because he was a black man that didn't just see himself as an athlete, that he was going to be a problem. They labeled him almost like he was a troublemaker. Boy, what's wrong with you? Like you should be happy that we're going to let you go out here and get your head busted and play football for a couple of years for us. We're all you got. We're your only option. We're your best solution. We clearly must be the best place you could be because there's nowhere else for a black man to go other than the football field or the basketball court or whatever. Like if we don't want you, nobody will. Like an abusive relationship, you know how the abuser will be like, "Girl, if I don't want you, nobody will, because you're ugly and you're fat and you stink," right? But so that's kind of what they do to us, right? So with Dr. Roll, he said, "No, I'm not worthless without you. I'm okay without you. You're not the prize." He said, "I'm the prize. I'm the prize because not only am I one of the most talented players to ever play at Florida State, the second greatest defensive back at Florida State, other than the absolute GOAT, which was Deion Sanders. But on top of that, I'm actually smarter than you too." And so Dr. Roll literally left the NFL. He didn't take I think he didn't go right into the league. He finished college, almost won the Heisman or something. He was like way up there, like candidate for defensive player of the year, that kind of stuff. And he's like, no, I want to just go be a Rhodes Scholar because I'm smart and I have options. And I think that was the most brilliant thing in the world. Whoever raised him right because I've told you all. that the most valuable thing that a black man or black woman can have in America is options. If you want to bless your children infinitely, teach them how to have options. Options, options, options. If you have options, then you will have freedom because options and freedom are like cousins. They're connected. You can't have one without the other. It's hard to say I'm free when you ain't got no options. Am I right or am I right? Am I right? And what is an option? An option, a stock option, the definition of a stock option is the right but not the obligation to buy a certain asset at a certain price on or before a certain date. But that first part is where it all kind of captures the idea. The right but not the obligation. That means you can do whatever you want. You have rights. I know my rights. We're always talking about civil rights. I know my rights. So you have the right, but not the obligation. Ain't nobody gonna make you do nothing. But I have the right to do lots of things. So if you want to understand one of the keys to consciousness and the ability to see the whole playing field, so to speak, and to succeed in this place called America, learn what it means to have options. I have the right to do this, the right to do that, the right to do that, but I'm not obligated to do nothing. I'm the prize. I'm the prize. Y'all competing for my attention. I'm not competing for yours. So yeah, I'll go to the combine, and I'm sure Dr. Roll had to do all that, right? I'll sprint and show you how fast I am. I'll bench press and show you how strong I am. I'll catch some balls and show you how what kind of dexterity I have, and then I'm gonna let you sit back and try to convince me to come play with you because I got other things I could be doing other than being here. Options. Everything is about options. So you think about this, right? You ask a black man in America, like you say, "Hey man, it's 9:30 in the morning. What you gonna do today?" And he says, "I'm going to work." You say, "Well, why are you going to work? Why don't you go and why don't we go to the movies or something?" And he's like, "Well, man, I can't." Well, because you have to go to work. Why don't you have any? Well, because in that moment you don't have any options. And I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying this is the way this is the way society is designed. Welcome to capitalism. That's what capitalism, see, capitalism is this thing where it's a little bit of a Ponzi scheme in a way. You could define it like that. Or like Hunger Games, Squid Games type scenario where the people at the top want to have plenty of options, but they don't want you to have no options. That's why wealthy people worked so hard in the 1970s to dismantle labor unions because they want to have options. They want to be able to pick this employee or that employee or that employee. What they don't want is for the employees to either have options in terms of places they can go or some sort of structure where they're unified and the employer has no option other than to negotiate with them. They want to lock them in where they're like, we don't want you to have options. So that's the power game. That's how the power game kind of gets played. One of the problems that a lot of wealthy people had during the pandemic is that suddenly people had a lot of options. Why? Well, the government was writing checks, so people had stimulus money and they were staying at home and they started to think about their lives and all the things that they wanted to do. They started to gain consciousness, which really is the enemy of oppression. The oppressor does not want the oppressed to have consciousness. So they started to have consciousness, which is sometimes can just come from sitting around and thinking. You ever see a guy that goes to jail and he loses his freedom and he's just sitting there thinking for like 5 years and thinking about his life? And sometimes they come out super wise. You ever talk to like a smart guy that went to jail for 3 or 4 years and notice that when he comes out, in many cases, if he used his time wisely, he's smarter than most people? Right? Anybody ever know Malcolm X is one great example. Thank you, Calvin. See, Calvin always does that. You need to stop that. He's always coming with the right words at the right time. I swear he's got a gift. But literally, so they come out and they have a consciousness that exceeds most people. They're like, oh, well, did you know that the Dalai Lama once said that the key to quantum mechanics is, well, like, and you're like, wait a minute, Wall Street Trapper, Big Trap, that's my buddy. I love Trap, right? So there's so many people that will use that time to gain their consciousness and then they elevate and then they're suddenly able to see the world a certain way. So a lot of times when you're conscious, you're in a cage. I think a person that's conscious and they live in a cage it can become dangerous because then they start to understand the cage. They start to see the cage and they start to see all the places they could be other than the cage. And then at that point, once they have freedom, and a free person that has consciousness is very, very hard to oppress. They're very, very hard to contain and control. Like if you think about, pimps, and the way pimps will control a prostitute, they don't want her to be conscious. They don't want her to have high self-esteem and education and knowledge of all the places she could be. They want her limited in her options, and then maybe they'll give her drugs because a person who's high, they're not very conscious at all, right? So unconscious people are manipulated. That's why Diddy kept the baby oil that was laced with the whatever it was, the that drug that makes everybody go to sleep so they'll be unconscious so that then bad things happen, right? So anyway, with that being said, let me finish up this point on the NFL stuff with a few stats that might be interesting to you. Second thing I want to mention really quick, later on this week, I'm going to send you guys a list of of some good stocks that you might want to buy your kids if you want your kids to be introduced to wealth. So look out for that. If you're not on the text list, get on the text list. You can get on there by texting the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Or also you can go to drboyceelevate.com. I know some of you live in other countries. So if you live in another country, you can and you can't do the text, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. Also, later on this week, Jay Cameron, who runs a great travel company, I can't, the name of it's not in my head right now, but he'll tell you he's going to come in on Monday and he's going to talk about our trip to Ghana. And we're also going to have an informational session if you want to go to Ghana in the summer. We're doing a few different trips in February. We're going to do the Millionaire Training Camp. Probably, I think Miami is actually the place that the team chose. We were going to do LA, but no disrespect to LA, but my gosh, my heart goes out. I mean, LA is just, so bad things are happening there. And so the team decided to kind of move it out east. And then also we're going to do a trip to Tulsa. We're going to do a tour of Black Wall Street. That's going to happen, I believe, in May. I think May is the date that they picked for that. And I think that that's everything. And of course, there's the All Black National Convention, which is the weekend of August 24th. That is a big year. It's our 10th year anniversary. We have funded this ourselves for 10 straight years. No corporate sponsorship, no government money, no Democrat, Republican money, none of that. We've done this. It has cost millions of dollars to do this. So clap for yourselves, clap for each other, clap for this, because this is independent, black owned, and you saw that, and it was tested during the pandemic. You got penalized for even having conversations that did not agree with whatever Dr. Fauci was saying, right? And we allowed all conversations. At that convention in 2021, we were in Orlando, Florida, and we brought in Riza Islam, who was on literally on the disinformation dozen list. If you remember Riza, who is a buddy of mine, who's been my friend for a long time, he was on this list of people that the government had pointed out like as being like almost like terrorists, like because they're telling people that they don't have to actually get the shot. Now Riza's being proven correct. In case you don't know, a lot of as the information's pouring out, Riza's sitting there like, see, I told y'all, I told you, I told you. And I stood by that guy the entire time. I said, man, he came on my YouTube channel. I said, bro, you're gonna get my YouTube channel banned. But I guess this is where your character gets tested. I said, I'm not gonna leave your side. So let's do this. So Riza came in, but here's the thing though. We didn't pick a side. We didn't pick a side. My belief is that you can respect all points of view. So we had doctors there that did think that the shot was something that you're supposed to get, and they gave their point of view. And I was like, look, I don't care what people decide to do. I just want people to have options, right? And we were the only black conference, that major black conference I can think of that did that. I don't think you're going to get that at the NAACP conference because we know who they're in bed with. We know who pays the bills there. No disrespect, but we know who pays those bills. Corporate America and the government, and particularly the Democrat or Republican Party. Usually it's the Democrat. Urban League. They can't have that conversation. We had it and we did it. We did panels on it and everybody walked away with information and that's what it was. So anyway, the convention's going to be August 24th. It's not only the 10th year anniversary, but we're partnering with the Black Business League run by Dr. Ken Harris. Again, one of the best leaders in America. Dr. Ken Harris, last year at his Black Business League conference, they had thousands of people there. They had entire delegations from African countries. I think he might have like 5 or 6 African leaders that are going to speak there. And what he's doing is he's connecting African Americans in Africa with black businesses that want to do business in Africa and just doing it on an epic scale. So this year we're doing a joint conference basically. So when you come to the All Black National Convention, you will have access to our convention and you'll also have access to the Black Business League's convention. This happens, so our 10th anniversary happens to be the same year as their 125th anniversary. They were started by Booker T. Washington. Sorry, I almost said W.B. Du Bois. Booker T. Washington. It's going to be in Atlanta at the Hilton, and it's going to be this massive conference with thousands of black people that all have the right ideas. So it's absolutely 100% epic. And one other thing I'll say about Dr. Harris, he has a PhD in economics from Michigan State University. One of the things I admire about Dr. Harris is that he doesn't really get involved in the shenanigans. He doesn't get involved in this Democrat Republican stuff. He does what Booker T did, which was he talks to both parties. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Democrat. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Republican, and he says, "Look, I'm not picking a side. Don't use me for a photo op. I'm not here to be a mascot for you, right?" And he said, "I'm here for the black people." And you don't get that from a lot of your black leadership. A lot of your so-called black leadership has been bought, paid for, sold out, picking a side, all the pre-committing, which is absolutely the worst negotiating strategy ever, where you commit your loyalty before you even begin the negotiation. That's a sucker's move. Only idiots do that. Any book on negotiation will tell you that you don't pre-commit. You don't show up and say, "Okay, I'm on your side, boss. What you need me to do, boss?" You don't do that. You say, "I could be on your side, but maybe I won't be. I don't know. It all depends. I don't know what you got for me, right? What you got for us? What do you have for us, right?" And that's what negotiation is supposed to be. This whole idea of like I'm pledging my loyalty in advance before you even offer me anything, you can't negotiate properly if you're desperate. Like that's just weird. That's just sad. It's pathetic. And I'm gonna tell you, as a black man, that offends me. That gets on my damn nerves. Like, don't be out here acting like that. You're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to be defending, protecting a community, but yet you're out here negotiating like a little punk. You don't do that. Stop trying to make friends and start trying to make progress. How about that? Stop making friends and start making progress, and then we'll be okay. So anyway, so to some extent, if you want to know my position on black leadership, I think you are the black leader of your household. Forget these people on TV. They're not going to help you. Anyway, let me go through some quick stats. And here's some quick stats to tell you why I don't think you want your kids to go to the NFL. Maybe if they're extremely talented and they're lucky enough to do it, then it might be a pathway or a springboard to something better. I think that that's absolutely appropriate, absolutely fine. I'm from Ohio State. We got some of the best football players on earth right now. We're about to win that championship. I don't know if you're a sports fan, but you saw my Buckeyes kick butt, and I was really proud of that. And there's been some great athletes at Ohio State. There's one guy named Robert Smith. And Robert Smith was this amazing running back. He was built like a freaking Adonis. He was a track star and he was a football star. And because a lot of people don't know, I think he won, I think they won the national championship in the 4x400 meter relay that year because a friend of mine was on that team. And, but Robert Smith played maybe about 7 years and he left the NFL early. And I think that he left because he was like, I don't want to keep on playing and get hit in the head like that because that's not good for you. And the CTE is 100% real. Just speaking on other NFL stories, there was a guy I met named what was his name? Antoine Randall L. And Antoine Randall L played at another alma mater of mine, Indiana University. I was at Indiana. That's where I met my wife. And Antoine, I knew about him because he was a great quarterback. He was All-American. He played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He won a Super Bowl, and I think he won the NFL Man of the Year award, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but he was a great athlete. And so he and I were about to go on a panel, and the panel was hosted by Etan Thomas, who played in the NBA, another really smart guy. A lot of athletes are very smart people, so I don't want to when I critique what's going on, I don't want you to think that I think all athletes are dumb or all rappers are dumb. I have a lot of friends that are rappers and athletes, and a lot of them are good people. Some of them are just dummies, but a lot of them are just good people, smart people making great moves. So anyway, I'm sitting there talking to Antoine, and we're standing outside of the in the hallway getting ready to go up on the panel. And my first thought is because I used to be an athlete, right? So I'm looking at him, looking him up and down, and I'm like thinking, dude, we're the same height. You play in the NFL. I could have played in the NFL. Like you're no bigger than me. Like what? I'm pretty. I got some muscles, and I'm like, I could have done this. Oh my god. So, but I didn't say all that. And Antoine, if you're watching, just no offense. Like but I'm bigger than you. I thought in my mind, I was like, I could probably beat him up. But anyway, so so we're talking, right? And we had a friendly, great conversation, and we were talking. I said, hey man, so that CTE stuff, which happened to be discovered in Pittsburgh. The black doctor that discovered CTE, the brain damage thing that athletes get, he was in Pittsburgh, and Antoine played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And and I said, "Is that real? Like, are athletes really getting that?" And he said, "Yeah, man." He said, "A lot of my friends." I said, "Really? Like what?" And he said, like you might see your boy that you used to play with, and he'll be like, "Hey, man, what's going on? How you doing?" And he said, and then the same guy 2 or 3 minutes later will see you again and be like, "Hey, man, how you been? I ain't seen you for a long time." It like he literally forgot that he just talked to you 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. Now, this isn't happening to everybody, right? But that was what I think he was talking about a specific example of what he's seen, or like people, a guy going to pick up his daughter from school and then forgetting how to get back into his house, or, or just having trouble. He said, yeah, sometimes I have trouble walking down the steps. I'll just lose my balance. And, what I did not know at the time, and maybe I've shared this story before, but it really impacted me, and I really was impressed with him. He's a really nice guy, very smart guy. And after we were done, I didn't want to fight. I wasn't comparing to him no more. I mean, come on, man, that's so petty, Boyce, to be trying to compare yourself to him, a great athlete like that. Um, but anyway, I remember that after we got done, I did not know that he himself had been an extreme victim of the CTE thing. And a year after our conversation, I saw this headline in USA Today where it says Antoine Randall L. says, I wish I had never played football. That was heavy. That was really heavy. And I thought back to our conversation, and I had no idea that he wasn't describing other people. He might have been describing himself. This poor guy was ground zero of what is one of the biggest cover-ups in sports history. It's one of these unspoken things. The NFL does not talk about it because there's too much money at stake. Professional football makes a ridiculous and insane amount of money. And it's going to grow because now private equity firms are being allowed to purchase percentages of NFL teams. That's going to inflate the valuations. Like right now, the Cowboys are worth 10 or 11 billion. I bet you in a decade, they're going to be worth 25 billion. Okay. Because when that money starts flowing in, those valuations start going up. It's standard inflation, basically asset inflation. That's the specific term for it. It's called asset inflation. Um, so they don't want to mess around with their money. But what's really happening beneath the surface that nobody's really talking about is a lot of these poor guys are they're basically disabled at the age of 34, 35 years old. And so you live that dream of playing professional sports, and maybe sometimes you find out that the dream isn't what you thought it was going to be. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to quit sports. I'm not, I know a lot of you are in here are football coaches and stuff and or football fans. I'm a football fan. I told you that. I'd go Buckeyes, right? But I kind of think at the very least, you should know what you're getting into. I think that's really the requirement. It's like investing. When we talk about investing and someone will say, "Should I buy this stock or not buy it?" I say, "Well, I can't tell you if you should buy it or not buy it because either way I'm going to be wrong. Because if I say don't buy it, you shouldn't buy it, well, there's millions of people that disagree with me because there's millions of people that already own that stock. Do you understand? If I say you should buy it, well, that's wrong because even more people disagree with me. They didn't buy the stock. It's really a matter of knowing what you're getting into. If you know what you're getting into and you've assessed the risk and you're okay with that, then I support you 100%. But if you're doing it either because A, you don't know, then I'm concerned for you, or B, you feel like you don't have any options. We talked about that word earlier. Like, you don't feel like you have any options, like I can't do nothing else but play football, then I beg to differ because you're a big, strong, smart black man. You're 6'5", 240 pounds. You've already won the genetic lottery, and there's a good chance you may even have a brain that is just as powerful as your body. In fact, you probably do because if anybody's ever seen the complexities of the offensive and defensive schemes of professional football, you'll know it's like studying for a master's degree. It's crazy. Like the way the quarterbacks have to remember all these different patterns and setups. And okay, if the cornerback is over here, then that means the linebacker is going to move here, and then the team goes in motion. Then you got to do this with the running back and go into the flat. Like there's a lot of thinking required in these sports, right? So to me, I'm sitting there thinking, I don't know if you realize how special you are. Like I don't know if you realize that those same skills that you have, they come from sports. Hard work, determination, consistency, right? Courage, right? Discipline, intellect, planning, strategy, skill. I don't know if you understand that's exactly what we do in business and everything else. That's exactly what you have to have those skills to be a surgeon. You use those skills to be, to be an accountant, to be an entrepreneur, to be an investor. Like all these things come into play. In fact, the reason I was the number one student at the University of Kentucky, I had the highest grade point average of all the black students, and I had a triple major. and I got two bachelor's degrees in 4 years. It was all very easy. It was really easy for me, and people didn't understand why it was so easy for me. They thought I was just some genius, and maybe my IQ is kind of high. I'm not going to deny that, but a lot of it really actually came from sports. Like I just learned from playing sports that if you want to be a champion, you got to bust your ass. That's it. And you can't, and no excuses. You work hard every day. Think about this. This is no different from what you do in football practice. You do two-a-day workouts and you get hit in the head. You got to get up and don't let them see your weakness and you get ready for the next play and you got to run every play with precision and or the coach will penalize you and it's hard and you're tired, but you fight through the pain. Imagine if you just apply that to every single thing that we do. Like, imagine if that was just the cultural code. Imagine if that was what black people were known for. We just don't give up. We fight, 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 fight to the end. We do that in sports already. I think that if we did that in the game of life and understand that life is nothing but a sport, it's just your football team is playing against team white supremacy, and they're pretty good. They've got the best athletes and the most money and the biggest stadium and lots of fans cheering for them. So you're gonna have to come in with a battle plan. You're gonna come in ready to play. But if you come in there ready to play, you can actually win. I really think that we already have everything we need. I just think we have to understand that these skills can be applied in everything that we do. Everything we do. So academically, my child goes into class, they understand that they're in a competition. They're going to compete with the best students, not just from America, but from India and Finland and China and Nigeria and everywhere else on the planet because they're supposed to be the best because that's what African Americans do. I don't understand why that can't be just a simple core value. And if it's not a core value for a community, I think it could be a core value for your family. I think that we have those core values when it comes to like entertainment. Like if you are a singer, you got to be the best. If you're a singer and you're black, you go to the Apollo, they're going to boo you if you're not really talented. They booed major celebrities at the Apollo, right? If you're a basketball player, then you play in Wicker Park where they got that guy, that annoying guy with the big microphone. It's like, yeah, he's about to dunk on him. Look out, y'all. What? Right? And all that, but you still got to show up and really play and be excellent and extraordinary. And you're playing against guys who are going to be draft picks. And yet you still rise above all that. To me, that's like a type of excellence that we display when it comes to sports. That's why everyone admires us for the way we perform. They also admire us for the way we play a damn sport. So I'm simply saying that we have to have a battle plan, not for the black men in America who are not 6'8", 240 pounds. What are you going to do with the other 99.9%? I don't want the other 99.9% wasting their time trying to get just 5 or 6 spots in a professional sports team. That don't even make no sense. That's not even logical. That's crazy. The only way to think that way is if you have no options and you've been plagued and diseased. Your mind has been literally injected with the virus of significant misinformation, where somehow you think that because you're all city, that your little 5'8" butt is going to be playing next to LeBron. That's not going to happen. So to me, I'm like, well, let's just take what we do in sports and let's just spread it out. Let's just approach everything like we do a national championship game. Let's approach everything with the same excellence that Whitney Houston had when she was singing in the church. Right? I think that if we did that in business, we did that in education, and we did that in family, in terms of like what type of family structure we want to have. If we did that in raising kids, if we did that with our mental and physical health, right? I want to have excellent health. I want to have excellent physical health, mental health. I want to have strong relationships. I want to know how to build wealth. I want to understand cash flow and financial security at the highest level. If we had that same level of excellence in everything, I don't think we could be stopped by anybody. Racism becomes a footnote in the story of black success. I don't think racism is something that can stop you. I've never met a white man who told me I could not read a book. I've never met a white man who told me I couldn't start a business. I've never met a white man who told me I could not take care of my kids. So this default bullshit about sort of looking at racism and thinking that racism is the reason that everything's going wrong in my life is absolutely something I reject completely. And it's something that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, I really don't think white folks are really thinking about you like that. I really don't. I think that you're thinking about them. I think that we know that they don't admire us very much, except for when we're playing sports or entertaining them, right? But I don't think that they're really thinking about us. I think that we think about them. I think we admire them. We're like, oh, what that white man thinking about me? Oh, he looked at me funny. He must not like black people. Man, who cares? Who cares? I have a neighbor like that. I have a neighbor who is he is like he's a cop and he's like a big card carrying big Trump supporter, big American flag, like what's it Blue Lives Matter kind of dude, right? Now, I think that because I'm black, and also because maybe he's Googled me. I have neighbors that Google me and stuff, and I'm sure they whisper about me and stuff. I think that he thinks that I'm offended by him, right? He thinks that I look at him and I get mad, or I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea, but I know that when I've tried to like go up and say, "Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you," blah, 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 it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like at one point, I swear to God, I said to the guy, um, I said, okay, I'm sorry that my package got delivered to your house by accident. I said, but here, how about I give you my phone number and you can call me and let me know and I'll come over and get it. And you know what he said? Normally, most people were like, okay, sure, let me get your number. He goes, I know where you live. I was like, okay, peace out. I'm gone. Yeah, I get it, right? Like just real, like, and he's kind of interesting, right? Like I'm kind of like, okay, are you like, do you have like little dead puppies in your basement or something? Am I gonna find out one day that you just got something going on that where you don't want nobody to even ask questions? He's a real interesting neighbor, and the interesting crazy part is I don't know if he thinks that because he's a cop and the Black Lives Matter whole movement was like kind of anti-police. He doesn't know I that my father was a cop for 25 years, and I don't get offended by cops unless they're bad cops. I think good cops are needed. I think that the fact that we all call the police when something goes wrong means that we should show appreciation to the officers that put their lives on the line to protect perfect strangers. I'm not doing that. Most of y'all ain't doing that. So I admire cops and soldiers. I'm sorry. If you're good at what you do and you're not hurting nobody, you get all my respect. I think you should make $200,000 a year because ain't nobody else out here gonna put their life on the line. That's my practice. That's how I approach things. But this guy, I think that there's something there, right? But I don't care. I don't care what he thinks about me. It's like I got my family, you got yours. Good luck. I don't care. So I think that generally I don't understand. I think as I get older, I have a harder time understanding why we are so obsessed with what others think about us. I think we should be more obsessed with what we think about ourselves. I think that actually is the solution because my belief is that if you think highly enough about yourself, you don't really need external validation. You don't need other people to tell you you're pretty if you already know that you're gorgeous, right? You don't need other people to tell you you're smart if you know that you're smart. Like Magic Johnson, when Magic Johnson got rejected from the Olympic team, remember first when he first became HIV positive, he was like, I don't really need the Olympic committee to tell me that I'm a great basketball player. I don't need that. I don't need that. Just like I don't need someone to tell me that I know finance. I have 30 years of experience in this field. That's enough. That tells me what I need to know. I appreciate you telling me good or bad, whatever you think. I appreciate your opinion, but that you 30 years late to the party, man. It starts internally. Think about that internal compass. Now, a couple more things. One, those of you that I invited a lot of you into the Fly Newbie Money Club, where Constance Carter did her whole 6 and 7 figure blueprint. There's a lot of other good stuff in there. So if you guys want to join the Fly Newbie Money Club, it's all the teachers are women. So every 2 weeks they bring in an expert in some area and they do a club meeting around some topic that expert can deliver. So Constance did her thing on Saturday. A lot of you were there. A few hundred of you were there. If you want to see the recording of that, as well as all the other trainings that they've done, just go to flynubianmoneyclub.com and I'll send you guys the link. I'll text it out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Somebody said it was fire. Okay, good. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, yeah. Constance is great. Constance teaches with us in the Black Business School, and I have a lot of respect for her. So anyway, we'll text that out to you. So make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And also the Queens go live every day at 1 o'clock. And I really I keep reiterating, like I hope that you we support our women. We got to support our Black women that are doing amazing things. I feel like as a man, I feel like we can do better. And I feel like, and as women, a lot of you women support us, and I want to say thank you for that. And if you're not supporting us, I hope that you'll reconsider that. But anyway, they go live every day at 1 o'clock. So if you text the word Queens to the number 87948, they can actually let you know when they go live. So text Queens to 87948 on your phone. All right, so a couple stats I want to read to you about NFL athletes, just because referencing this list, and I wanted to make sure I share this. Number one, most athletes have a very short career span. The NFL does not stand for National Football League. It actually stands for not for long, because the average career span of an NFL player is about 2.3 years. And after retirement, most of them cannot replace the income that they had before. So not only is the income short term, but it's also very risky in the sense that sometimes your career is even shorter than you think. Like you're thinking, oh, I've only got 10 years to play. No, you might only have 2 years to play. Or you get out there, injuries are pretty frequent. So you get injured one time, you kind of fall off. I knew a lady who, and this is a funny thing too. I noticed this when I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, that there were a lot of women that married athletes when they were younger, and they thought that they were getting this sort of dream fantasy life because they meet the guy in college, and and all these other girls are competing for this guy, and he picks you, so you feel like you won the lottery. When really in economics, there's a term for that in economics. They call that the winner's curse. That's when you think you won, but really you lost. Like you think you won this amazing life, this fairy tale princess life with all this money and status, but really you might have actually lost. Maybe because remember, unfortunately, with being an athlete and having lots of options when it comes to women and fame and power can spoil people. If a person is not grounded and they're not conscious, it can spoil people and cause them to make a lot of bad decisions. So, like when I used to work at University of Kentucky, I used to work in the basketball dorm when I was in college. And I would sit in this dorm and I sign people in and out. So the person who's sitting there silently, like running the front desk, knows everything. Like you're literally, remember the spook that sat by the door? That's kind of what I was. I don't call myself a spook though, but yeah, that's what I was. I was the Boyce that sat by the door, and I saw everything that was happening in this dorm, and I would see people signing in and signing out, and it was crazy. I would see a girl sign in to see some dude at 7 o'clock, and then she signs out at 8 o'clock, and then another girl signs in at 8:30 to see the same guy. She signs out at 9:30, and then another girl signs in at 10:30, and she signs out at 11:30. I'm like, wow. Now remember, I was a regular guy. I'm not even 6 feet tall. So ladies, y'all would have passed me up in college, I'm sure. And but I was trying to build, trying to be somebody, right? I was like studying and stuff. But back then, when you're 21, you look like a nerd. When you get older, you look like a millionaire. So that changes it. I grew about 7 inches when I got money. But anyway, I was sitting so I was sitting there, I was like, God, like these all these girls are so pretty. Some of them would just be white girls, and no disrespect if you're white. That just it's like dating an alien or I did that just I would say like dating a dog, but I wouldn't want to compare anybody to a dog because that's a mean way. That's a mean analogy. So no, but like white girls never did anything for me. The black girls though would just be gorgeous, right? And there'd be like all these pretty girls, and I'd be thinking, God, I can't. I'm working hard to get one girlfriend, right? Like, and this dude has three girls coming into the same night, and I'm like, I wonder what they're expecting from this relationship. Like, I wonder if they know about each other. I wonder if they understand like this guy is not the best decision maker, and he's sleeping with all these women without a condom. That's another thing, right? There's STDs. That's a real thing. Um, and I'm like, I wonder, like, what I like. I was trying to understand the dynamics. That's it, right? Like, because I was like, if they're all thinking that they're gonna be with him and marry him, he can only pick one. So maybe they'd be better off picking like some guy, maybe like me. I don't know. Like I'll be with you, and I'll be just with you. I'm not gonna have 10 girls like coming in like that. And so anyway, there would be one, and then he would pick that one girl. Maybe they get married or something. They go to to the NFL, NBA, whatever. And then sometimes in some cases, you're dealing with a lot of extra stuff, like a lot of shenanigans, right? Like this constant competition from like thousands of other women who are trying to get your man's attention. You're dealing with drugs, right? A lot of NFL athletes have to take drugs and painkillers, especially in order to keep playing. Maybe you're just dealing with like kind of crazy culture, crazy spending, maybe some arrogance, right? Like okay, why would I work hard on this relationship with you when I've got five other women that are telling me how much better they would be for me than you are, right? So a person who doesn't have consciousness or good values, like they're not firmly rooted in terms of knowing, like, okay, this too shall pass. Remember, consciousness is time and space, where they can see the bigger picture, right? They're thinking, okay, this is my wife, and I want my wife and I to have a good family, so I'm not going to get caught up in the temporary shenanigans because I want to focus on having a wife and a family. And sometimes you'll see that if you watch some of the NFL series like Quarterback, It seems like they would show like Patrick Mahomes, who has a $500 million contract, and he could be running to the stripper club, throwing money in the air, living his best life. But he seems like a guy that's like, no, I got my wife and my daughter and my football, and that's it. And I'm not interested in all the extra stuff. But maybe that's just front. I don't You don't know. And so anyway, yeah. So I knew a lady who married a guy who played for Penn State, who ended up getting drafted in his junior year, and he played for the Seahawks, and he thought he was going to have a long career because why wouldn't he? I mean, he was All-American, and they ended up cutting him like halfway through the season because he got injured, and he was waiting to come back from the injury, and he was waiting to get a phone call from the team. The call never came. So, but because he's this athlete, he didn't think of himself as a person that had options. He was a person that thought of himself as only an athlete, and so he just waited. He didn't do anything in the meantime. He didn't try to build anything, didn't start a business, didn't go to school, didn't do anything. So he'd be sitting at home waiting for the team to call. Now, here's what happens, right? So the mental health starts to decline. The mental health starts to dip. Why? Well, because you're waiting for the call because it's impossible that your dream is going to die. You're only 22 years old. Why? It can't die this young, and because you're too good, you're too talented. All you need is that one shot and you're going to come back, whatever. Well, the team never called. So then you're sad and depressed. So maybe you're taking those painkillers still because they feel good, or you're drinking liquor, right? The idle mind becomes a devil's workshop. If you ever want to know the most dangerous type of man in the world, it's a man who has no purpose. A man who has no purpose, unfortunately, can be a person that that's when you dabble into the drugs, the alcohol, the porn, the whatever, right? Because you're the dope. You're getting into the dope, the dopamine. Everything's about the dopamine injection, right? The pleasure-seeking behavior. So you're dealing with 5 or 6 women because you ain't got nothing else to do. So you got a bunch of women, the weed over here, the liquor over here. A lot of y'all know men like this. Give me a yes if you've seen that. And it's sad. It's sad. It's like that Jamie Foxx movie Soul. Remember that Jamie Foxx movie Soul, where they sold people in the real in the soul in the soul space. I guess that's what they would call it, or like the spiritual world, where they would just be sitting there just drifting along, because they don't have anything that's giving them passion, nothing that's giving them purpose. You have to have a purpose. Right? I think that's really important. And that your purpose has to come from you. It can't come from the world. It can't come from other people. If you have your purpose, then you're truly alive. You're truly living. If you're living your purpose, you feel good. If you're not living your purpose, it's easy to become stuck in a rut where you become this sort of soulless, empty vessel that's just sort of navigating through life. And a lot of our people, unfortunately, get trapped in that space where there's a lot of people that have almost like walking depression, like a spiritual version of walking pneumonia, where they're able to go through the motions and do what they have to do, but deep down they're really, really depressed. They're really, really unhappy. A lady wrote a book like that. I forgot it. I think it's still called Black Pain. Terry Williams. I met Terry a long time ago. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but she wrote a great book called Black Pain, and she talked about millions of black women in particular that have depression and anxiety. They tend to go together, but it's undiagnosed, untreated because, well, why would you treat it? Why would you even talk about it? You're a strong black woman, and so you should be able to just function and do everything for everybody all the time, everywhere. But yet deep down, maybe you're dying on the inside. Your mental and physical health is just kind of deteriorating because you're trying to be this rock for everyone. So I think it's important to kind of do that work. But anyway, like, yeah, so when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I saw a lot of couples like that. If you want to know how that story ended with the woman that married the Seahawks guy, she got to the point where she said, I was surprised. I thought that I would have an easier life as a professional, as a wife of an athlete. But she said, actually, it was harder because I had to get 2 jobs to pay all the bills because he refused to get a job because he only saw himself as an athlete. Right. So he would sit at home and she would be out working all day. And then after eventually he became abusive, right? The drugs and the alcohol and all that does mess with your head. An unhappy man who gets liquored up or whatever, then you have a risk of violence in many cases. And he started beating her up. And then eventually that's when she got the divorce. So everything that she thought would be a dream turned into a nightmare. And that is an example of the winner's curse. So when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, which by the way, you can have a copy of the book for free, an e-copy, just go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com. And anyway, there were several women who had that winner's curse. Several women I saw, because again, lack of financial consciousness means you're looking at what someone is right now, you're looking at where things are right now, and you can't see what's this going to look like 10 years from now. Where's this person going to be 15 years from now? Consciousness is like Wayne Gretzky, the hockey player, used to say, I don't look at where the puck is located. I look at where the puck is going. So in your life and in the lives of others, I think that one good way to be able to see good investment opportunities when you're talking about investing in people, the biggest investments you make are in people. They're not in stocks and bonds and real estate. It's people. When you marry someone, you're investing in them. Do you understand? Do you agree with this? Do you get what I'm saying? You're investing something that's more valuable than money. Money's like this. Your life is like this. So you're investing like years of your life. You'll never be a cute 22-year-old ever again. You might be a cute 32-year-old, but you won't be a cute 22-year-old. Those comes with different types of benefits, right? So when you choose that man or you choose that woman, you are making an investment. So a big part of investing in financial theory, I could show you 1,000 research papers that break this down, is knowing where the puck is going. You don't look at what a company is right now. Do you understand this? This is how the whole stock market is valued, by the way. The whole stock market, it's not valued based on what companies are actually worth. The stock market is not valued based on what companies actually have or how much money companies are actually making. You do understand this. Companies are valued based on where the puck is going, what they think they're going to be worth, how much money they're expected to make. Do you understand? So the stock market is what they call a forward-looking vessel, and I think it's quite logical. But sometimes you can be wrong, right? If you're not conscious and not intelligent about it, then you'll buy that stock that's shooting up in in value because everybody loves it right now, but you're not thinking about where the puck is going. So generally speaking, in your life, I encourage you to always remember that everything you see, most things you see that are in motion, whether you're talking about people or opportunities or investments, what they are and where they are is not nearly as important as where they're going to be. If I'm in a car and I'm going 60 miles an hour down the road, don't judge me from where I am. Think about where I'm going to be in 5 hours. If I tell you I'm in Connecticut and you think that I'm going to be in Connecticut for the rest of my life, but I'm going 60 miles an hour and I'm headed west, then you're wrong. I'm going to be in Connecticut for a little while, but eventually I'm going to be somewhere else, maybe New Jersey or something. So that really, to me, I think is a great principle to apply when you're talking about what moves you're going to make. I also think, just circling back, I think that black families should be fully aware of the limitations of professional sports. So you'd stop sending your sons off to go become slave masters or become slaves for slave masters like Jerry Jones and stuff like that. I think that that's fine. It's okay if your son can play for the Cowboys, great, but he should always know he has options, and you should also understand those risks. They are destroying the brains of these poor young guys. These guys are getting out of the NFL, and they're never going to tell you because they're very, very strong, hard, type guys. But a lot of them are living in a quiet hell, and I just don't want that to happen to anybody. In fact, I have another NFL story I could tell you, but I'm not going to tell it because I've been telling too many stories. But it involved Dave Durison. I knew a lady who dated Dave Durison, who played for the Chicago Bears. He was NFL Man of the Year, just like Antoine Randall L. And he played on that '86 Bears team that was really good. They won the Super Bowl, and it was probably arguably the greatest team in NFL history. A lot of people think that they are. And Dave, was a smart guy. He went to Notre Dame. He was All-American, a straight A student, that kind of thing. And a great businessman, got an MBA, just a really great all-around citizen for the most part. But he had brain damage. And Dave eventually, I remember my friend who was dating him at the time. I don't think he was dating only her though. I think it was he kind of was a Rolling Stone a little bit. And I remember her calling me because she would call me and complain about Dave all the time and stuff he was doing and other women and whatever. But then one day she didn't call me and tell me this. I did talk to her 2 days earlier though, and I saw on TV, I was in Chicago, and on the news they said Dave Durison killed himself, and he shot himself in the chest because he wanted to preserve his brain, and he asked them to investigate his brain to figure out what's going on with his mind. And when they did, from what I understand, I think they found the CTE. I'm not sure. I got to double check the story, but I believe he was actually featured in that Will Smith movie all about the CTE. So this is real. I encourage you to think about this. If you have athletic sons, black boys are the best athletes on the freaking planet. African American boys in particular, when it comes to football, basketball, track and field, we just are head and shoulders above everybody else. I honestly think it might have to do with slave breeding. I really do. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think that they did something to us genetically that made us just on another planet. Like there is no white version of a Shaquille O'Neal. There is no white version of a Michael Jordan. There is no white version of an Usain Bolt, right? So again, we could talk about that later, but I think ultimately we have this asset called our athleticism that everybody wants, right? The colonizers, they want to come in and get a piece of that. And I kind of think that we should understand either, first of all, we should be the ones who benefit first before anybody else does. That requires development of systems that allow you to keep that wealth as opposed to giving it away. Number two, we got to think about what the consequences are, right? You're literally running our boys through this factory, this cultural factory that spits out all this toxic waste, where you when he's high flying and he's making lots of money and he's on top of the world, then you want him, you want every piece of him, you want to represent him, you want to marry him, you want to keep him with you. But then when he's like this sort of like shadow of himself and he's no longer good for your purposes anymore, you dump him off back in the hood. And we got some guy that's an alcoholic and a drug addict who's sitting around talking about what kind of player he used to be and all this other stuff. And that's kind of the way things work. And that's actually something that offends me. I'm not happy about that. And so the other things too about being a professional athlete that should be considered is that they've spent a lot of money on agents and management fees. A lot of that money gets eaten up. Also, there's a lifestyle expectation. A lot of NBA players went broke trying to gamble with Michael Jordan. Like Antoine Walker talks about how he would gamble with Michael Jordan all night, and Michael had a gambling addiction, and so he would just gamble like 24 straight hours, and they would be betting like $100,000, $50,000 a hand, stuff like that. Most guys could not afford that, but there is a lifestyle pressure that comes with making more money. A lot of you felt that actually when you maybe finished college. Maybe you got your MBA from Harvard, and everybody thought that because you got the MBA from Harvard and you got this fancy job making $250,000 a year, that you're just made of money. So when you have that expectation placed on you, and because you've let everyone know how much money you have, or somehow they can maybe guess because they came to your house and saw your car, well, then now sometimes there's pressure to fulfill that expectation. Let me know if you've gone through that. Anybody go through that where you go to dinner with relatives and they don't even look at the bill, they don't even look at the tab when they eat with you because they know that you're going to cover it because you're the one who has money. I'm ground zero for that. Whenever I go eat anywhere, people pass me the bill. And truth be told, usually I can take the bill and it's not a big deal. But before I go in, I have a consciousness of what restaurant we're eating at and how comfortable I am with paying the bill for this many people. So if it's like 12 or 13 people, I'll say in advance, I'm not paying for everybody. And not in this restaurant, but we can get a pizza. Right? Well, how about this? Because I want to be generous, I'll buy four Domino's pizzas and everybody can eat. But no, we ain't all going to Ruth Chris with 14 people. Hell no. I'm not paying a $1,400 bill. To hell with that. I can afford to pay, but I'm not doing that. There's nothing that makes me want to do this right now, right? So maybe consciousness in terms of setting expectations in advance goes a long way. And because when you have more wealth, you're going to have more responsibility. You're going to have to protect that wealth and be a steward of that. But at the same time, I don't believe you should have to be a miser either. I think that part of the joy of financial success is the ability to bless other people and to be there for other people and to support other people and help other people. And so I don't think it's healthy to go to the other extreme either, where you're so obsessed with money that you become just really greedy and mean and evil, and you're watching every nickel. Why are you watching a nickel, man? You got $10 million in the bank, dude. It's a nickel, right? So I kind of think that there has to be a balance there, but how you structure that balance depends on you and what's going to actually help you feel good navigating the world, and that's what I encourage you to consider. But so I can't even answer that for you. That's something you have to answer for yourself. Okay. All right, so let's get out of here. Let's see a couple more things. Pretty soon I'm going to reach out to you guys to do stock options class. If you guys want to meet for that, text the word options to 87948 if you want to get notified when we do stuff related to stock options. And it's really good stuff. So we're going to do some stuff this week. So text options to 87948. And also, we have a social media platform. You guys are welcome to join. It's Be1 Nation, and you can actually find people that live in your area. There are groups on there, stuff like that. So feel free to go to be1nation.us, be the number one nation.us. And Amani, by the way, I saw Amani, who's on our customer success team in the Black Business School. She's in the chat. So I want to say thank you, Amani, for hanging out this morning. I didn't expect to see her today, but I'm glad she's here. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Be good. Peace. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to the Black Financial Channel. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and also, just in case you don't know, I do have a podcast called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, which is on Spotify. If you guys want to go check that out. Now, I want to talk to you guys about real estate. I want to break something down for you that is probably going to surprise you. A lot of people love real estate, and I love it too. I do own real estate. I think real estate is great as an investment vehicle for diversification purposes. But I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I really actually sold a lot of my real estate, and I'm gonna explain to you why I don't know if the so-called American dream of owning property is really what it's chalked up to be. I think it might be a little bit overhyped. Now, what I want to do as you come in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Is I want to play a video for you, and this video is there's a young lady. Her name was Stephanie Kabidi, and I'm going to share her video, and she did a really good job of explaining her experience as a real estate owner and why she's selling a lot of her properties. And so I'm gonna play this video for you guys so you can take a look and hear from the sister's mouth. She's very smart. She looks like she's really deep in the real estate game, and I respect it. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. And I really think this is worth watching. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna share this real quick. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I hear you about the homeowners insurance, Jeremy. That's a real thing, especially if you live out west and y'all know what it is. Okay, so let me play this video. Give me a yes if you can hear the audio. I always want to make sure the audio comes through okay. Let me see if I can find this dang video. Hold on. I got it. It's somewhere around here. Here we go. Here it is. Okay. So here's the video. I'm pulling it up now and I'm going to play it. Let me know. Give me a quick yes if you can hear the audio as I play it. I'm going to look for your yeses in the chat. Here we go.
It's in only 18 months, and now I regret it. Just to show you, here's a 2-unit property I own. Here's another one that's a 6-unit apartment building, and here's another one, and here's another one, and there's even more properties, but I'm done driving around wasting my gas, and I feel you guys understand. I thought owning rental properties would be a great source of income, but boy, was I wrong. Most real estate investors teach about buying rental properties, rehabbing them, renting them out to tenants, and then refinancing them with a bank just to only cash flow $300 per month. And that $300 per month may sound like a small amount, but when you have a lot of units, that amount adds up. For the 22 units that I own with my business partner, we roughly cash flow on an average of $600 per month, and that's per unit. And on a monthly basis, that comes to $13,200. And on an annual basis, each year, that comes to $158,400. And that's a big cash flow amount just for only owning 22 units. Now that we talked about the money side of things, you're probably thinking to yourself, Stephanie, why on earth would you regret buying all these properties and wanting to sell them if you're making well over 6 figures with them? Well, because I'm here to tell you the dark side of owning rental properties that the other real estate gurus won't tell you. I honestly thought that as we buy more rental properties, that I would make more money. And as we continue to buy more, I just became more broke. So owning 22 rental properties looks great on social media, but in real life, it sucks. And the 6 figures that you see that we make from all these properties isn't really 6 figures, because as you buy more and you scale, more of that money of that cash flow that you make just goes into buying more properties. And not only that, you have to remember you're dealing with properties and things happen. So a roof could go out, an HVAC system could go out, windows could need to be replaced. And those are some pricey items. And that starts to add up. Look, think about it. Let's say you own a single family house and you decide to rent it out and you cash flow $400 per month. That's great. That's above average because typical investors look to cash flow roughly $200 a month. So you're making $400 a month just from this one property. Now, let's say your roof goes out, and to buy a new roof, that costs $5,000. All your cash flow of that $400 per month is completely wiped out just because of that one thing, just because you have to pay for that roof. Look, I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money, whether that's buying rental properties or not. I'm just here to tell you what my journey is and the ups and downs that have come along with it, just so it can help you along the way. Because at the end of the day, we all know that there are pros to rental properties and there are also cons to rental properties. Throughout us buying all these rental properties within an 18-month time frame, I quickly realized that we were becoming equity rich, but cash poor. And having a lot of equity is great, but equity does not put gas in my tank for me to be able to drive to the office and drive to appointments. I don't like living a life having to constantly check if my bank account is in the negatives or not. I just got tired of it, honestly. And with you being equity rich and cash poor and not having enough in your bank account, you have to think of those things. Like, are you gonna have enough money for food? Are you gonna have enough money to have gas? Are you gonna have enough money for just the regular bills in your life? And that's where I just got over it. I was just tired of living a life like that and just came to this realization where I just regret building and scaling this fast.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause right there, and I'm going to start with a financial concept that we've talked about in Money in the Morning. In case you don't know, we do Money in the Morning economic elevation training We call it the Millionaire Training Camp every morning. Anybody who wants to be invited, just text that word morning to 87948 on your phone, number 87948. I'll put that on the screen. It's totally free. We have thousands and thousands of you that sign up and come in for free. You bring your children, and it helps a lot. And in case you don't know my background, in case you're new, I'm a finance PhD. I taught at Syracuse University for 13 years, also at Indiana University and the Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes. So here's what I want to lay out here. There is one word that this very intelligent young woman shared repeatedly that I think everybody should write down and remember this word, because it often gets forgotten in the space of investing. And that word is liquidity. Liquidity. She didn't even use the word liquidity, but I'm going to tell you what she was saying. What she's talking about is a phenomenon that's really true in academic research in terms of wealth. Remember, as scholars, that's all we do is we look at research and we figure out who has money and who doesn't and why. Well, one of the things that people don't talk about enough, as we talk about all the dreams and everybody gives you the feel-good speeches, about starting a business and buying real estate, is they don't talk about the fact that that most businesses fail not because they're not profitable. They don't fail due to a lack of profitability. They fail due to a lack of liquidity. Liquidity is the availability of cash. The availability of cash. And if you want to look at the dark side of real estate, one thing about real estate is that real estate is a space where sometimes running out of cash can be a real problem. Other areas like fashion. I used to do stuff with Damon Dash from Rock Nation, and he told these great stories about Jay-Z and everything. And one thing he mentioned about when they started Rockefeller, Rockaware, and all that, he said they had no problem with people wanting Rockaware. Everybody wanted to buy Rockaware because everybody wanted to be like them in the 90s and the early 2000s. The problem was that they didn't have the cash flow to run that business. Cash flow is like lifeblood to a business. It's like blood flowing through your veins. It's like liquidity, like water in your body. You have to keep a business highly liquid in certain spaces in order to make things work. Real estate in general, in my opinion, is not a very liquid industry. I don't dislike real estate. I want to make that 100% clear. So anybody who's a big real estate person, do not get offended. I am not saying that you're silly for owning property. Real estate is great in the sense that it holds its value very well. It has made money all through time. But a lot of people are jumping into real estate who don't know a damn thing about it. A lot of people are jumping in because it sounds good on the internet, or they'll go watch an influencer and go put up $30,000, $40,000 for that influencer to show them how to buy real estate and buy property. And I just think that there are better ways to kind of get things done. And so when she's talking about this idea that you have control of all this property, you own all this real estate, and your cash flows down, your bank balance is negative. That's a big deal. That ability to get the money out is really hard. I can tell you this is not just true for real estate, but it's also true for a lot of entrepreneurial ventures. It's very easy to get your money in, but it's really hard to get your money out. So before you jump into somebody's investment or somebody gets you to go and put your life savings into something, you got to think about liquidity and say, okay, if I need my money out tomorrow, can I get my money out tomorrow? If not, how long does it take for me to get my money out? Can I get my money out in a month? Can I get it out in 2 months? What are my guarantees? What's my collateral? What's my protection? And I see Joy mentioned, she said, I dropped $1,300 for furnace repair and dryer replacement. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to actually do is I thought that this lady's video was so well done that I thought I would go ahead and play it and kind of use this as an instructive opportunity for all of us. And by the way, if you haven't joined our Money in the Morning class, you can just text the word morning to 87948. If you live out of the country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com, and you can join for free. All right, so here is this video, which I just love this video. I love what this young lady did. And I just said, man, I like this so much. I want to play this. So here we go. I'm going to play it again. All right, y'all give me the yes in the chat. Let me know if you, hold on. See, I'm already hitting the wrong buttons. Hold on. Let me hit the right button. Hit the right button, boys. Come on. Okay. All right. Got you. All right. So let me see. Here we go. I think this is the video. So let me see if I can play it.
I want you guys to know that when you are dealing with rental properties, you need another source of income just to help you sustain. Because as I just said, you will be equity rich and cash poor if you do it this way and just build and scale so fast. So that other source of income that we took into consideration was wholesale deals. But unfortunately for us, our wholesale deals were very, very inconsistent. So we weren't making really any money from that. It was just the money from our cash flow. But you got to think about it. For us, there were some things that did need repaired. And when we had no money coming from wholesale deals, then we would use our cash flow money. But when we were low and didn't even have cash flow money to use that, then we would have to come out of our own pocket. And guys, remember I told you being cash poor and not having any money in the bank account, you're probably wondering, like, how are you going to pay for repairs if you have no money from your personal pocket? Well, the bad thing we've done that I don't recommend is we just put it on credit cards. And that's where you get into a hole. And that's why I'm making this video, because I don't want you guys to be in the same position that I'm in. I want you guys to learn the lesson.
Okay, I'm pausing again. I'm pausing again because here's how cash flow works. Okay, you can think of it almost like when you had those fires in LA and everything. You know what happens? What happens when the hydrant runs out of water? What happens when the reservoir runs out of water? Where do you go after that? So what happens with cash flow generally, because cash flow is liquidity. That's like water being put out. You use to put out financial fires, right? You use the financial water, the liquidity to put out your financial fire. And you know what happens when you don't have enough water? Everything burns down. That's literally a perfect analogy for how money works and how wealth works. Okay. So what she's saying here, which is really interesting, is that most of the time, for most investments that you put money into that are not liquid, that are they're almost think of them as dry, like forest wood. Dry wood can easily catch on fire. So in order to keep it from catching on fire, you have a fire hose nearby, which means she was saying that another source of income is essential for her as a real estate investor. Now, this may not be true for everyone, but in general, you have to have some source of liquidity, right? So even if you're investing, sometimes you keep that job or you keep that side business or you keep those other ventures going just so you have a place you can grab cash to put out your financial fire. Do you give me a yes if you get that analogy? So the liquidity sitting over here, you got the fire department sitting here. That's your cash flow. That's your liquidity. You're liquid, and you're standing here with the hose. And whenever there's a financial fire, you can hose it down. If you don't have the hose, then everything burns down. Do you get that? Let me know if you're following this analogy, okay? Because I think it's a perfect analogy. So what she's basically saying is that her financial water hose that she was using to bring liquidity to her real estate business, which is dry wood, catching on fire constantly. Anybody who owns real estate knows expenses are insane. Expenses are high. It sucks a lot of liquidity out of your business. You're paying for things. You're paying for repairs. You're paying for taxes. You're paying for insurance. And God forbid, don't even try to go live in California and do this. Your insurance is so high that you may not even be able to get insurance, which is a whole nother set of issues, right? So you're spraying down this business that keeps catching on fire, but then you run out of water. Well, what do you do then? Well, then she had to go to the credit cards. She had to go get deeper in debt in order to provide the liquidity that she needed in order for the business to survive. So building the business is one thing, but keeping the business alive is another. Pay attention. Building the business is one thing, but maintaining the business is a whole nother adventure. So before you celebrate when you start the damn thing, don't celebrate when you start the business. Celebrate when you kept that business going for 10, 20 years, because that means you sat there with the fire hose and you've been putting out fires for a very long time, solving problems, spraying water on the parts that need it. So it's no different from a baby. Like anybody can make a baby, but only special people can give birth to a baby and raise a baby to the age of 18. So don't celebrate because you had sex. Everybody can do that. That's easy. Celebrate when you don't raise that kid up to the age of 30 and they are a productive citizen. That's when I give you your cookies. That's when I give you your award. That's when you put in 250,000 hours of consistent effort to raise that child to adulthood. So business is the same way. A lot of people can start things, but not everybody can finish and maintain. So the liquidity is required for the maintenance. And what she's saying is that when she was maintaining the business with the liquidity that she had available through wholesaling, that ran out. So she had to go to the credit cards, which tended to make things even worse. Let me pull this up again. Let me share this video. I love this video. My God, it's a great teaching tool in terms of just us really talking about what the real deal is. I believe in realistic investing. I think too many dreams get sold online. And because people sound good and they know how to speak, and like they got the Holy Ghost and stuff, and people get caught up in that, and then people end up either getting scammed or losing a lot of money. And I don't want that to happen to you. So here we go. Let me play it again.
Learn the mistakes that I have made so that you don't have to make those same mistakes. So just remember, if you do want to build a rental portfolio, make sure you also have another source of income just coming in, because if you don't, you may end up real broke. Now, I want to talk about self-managing your rental properties, because for us, that is what we did to save money. And to be honest with you guys, I honestly don't mind it. As long as you have your proper systems and processes in place, then it's more so of a piece of cake. And what I recommend you guys do, if you are buying these rental properties, make sure you're fully fixing them up, just so you're not getting calls in the middle of the night of tenants saying, oh, my toilet's broken, where if you just get a brand new toilet, then you're less likely to have that issue. So just repair your properties up from the jump instead of having someone move in right away. and make sure you have your right proper systems and processes in place. Now, I want to get back into the money side of things because that's the main reason people truly buy rental properties is to have that, financial freedom. But I want to take a second to dive deeper on mortgages. And with you seeing that $300 per month in cash flow, that's not because your utility bills are so high. It's on.
I want you to pay close attention to what she says here about the real revenue. Like you got revenue and then you got income. Those are two different things. So here she's going to break this down very well. Here we go.
Honestly, because your mortgage is so high with your principal and interest payments. And I want to give you guys an example. For this 2-unit property that we own that you guys have seen, the upstairs unit is renting for $1,300 a month, and the downstairs unit is renting for $1,100 a month. Now, for the mortgage on that property, it is roughly $1,300 a month. So that upstairs unit already covers that mortgage, which is amazing. But we still do have utility bill payments on that. So we still cash flow a good amount on that, roughly around the $600 per unit. But still, we have expenses no matter what. But I want you guys to realize that $1,300 from the mortgage payment, that is the principal and interest, which just that part alone consists of $900. And then we have our taxes and insurance, which that's all included within the $1,300 a month. But think about it. That's a big chunk that is coming out of our cash flow. Like, wouldn't it be nice just to have an extra $900 per month in cash flow from just taking away that mortgage? That's what I'm thinking. Like, I would like to have that extra $900 a month in cash flow. And that's where my mind's at. Like, I'm done worrying about scaling with no money because I realize like it can be easily done where you can buy so many rental properties or just properties in general, whatever you want to do with them, whether that's, fixing them up or keeping them as rental properties. You can do that with no money out of pocket. I mean, that's how we scaled from 0 to 22 units within 18 months. But it's honestly the riskier route if you don't have another source of income because you slowly get into a hole and you have all these mortgage payments racked up. You have to make sure they're all getting paid, but you also want to make sure that you're getting paid and you're cash flowing as well. So after realizing all this, like I said, I'm done taking that risky route and I want to take a different approach where I want to focus on limiting those mortgages, having a consistent income, and having a good amount of money in reserves. Because to be honest with you, I'd rather own 30 properties that are 100% paid off than 100 properties that have mortgages on them and only cash flow $300 a door. Because you guys have to remember, it's not about what looks good on social media and it's not about how much you gross per month. It comes down to truly how much you net per month and how much money is coming into your pocket. And
okay. All right. So I love that video. I love what she did. And again, her name is Stephanie Kabidi, and she's very smart. And Steph, if you see this video, I applaud you for being honest and breaking it down like this. Now, let me kind of do some analysis really quick to kind of help you understand what we just watched and how this works. Let's just do. I'm gonna pull up a quick spreadsheet. Today must be a special day because I'm literally gonna share my screen again, and we're gonna go through an Excel spreadsheet where we can kind of just see the reality of owning real estate. Just what does that actually look like and feel like for a regular person? All right, and I agree with you, Linda. Cash flow is key. So let's talk about cash flow. So let's say that you get a place in Atlanta, and let's say you put $50,000 down, and you of your own money. And you buy a $500,000 property. Okay. So let's assume that they give you the property with just 10% down. So in general, first you got to pay your mortgage. If you have, say, a 5% mortgage, 30-year mortgage on the balance that you borrowed. Give me 1 second. This is my wife. Hold on, everybody. Hey. No, I'm in class.
You teaching a class? Mm-hmm. It wasn't in your schedule to do the pictures?
It was, but I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Like they said, I'll see you later. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. All right, so here, let's assume that you spend you get your mortgage. Your mortgage is $2,415. And then you have taxes, and let's assume your taxes are $416. I base this on average amounts in Atlanta, and let's assume that you can rent. Your monthly rent is $5,000. Okay, so your tenant's paying you $5,000 a month. Now, just so you know, I think this number is very optimistic. My wife and I owned a property in Atlanta that we paid $590,000 for, and the income that we got was $3,500 a month from the tenant. But we didn't charge as much as we could have charged. Maybe I'm thinking we could have got at least $4,500 a month. But the tenant was a single mom with 3 kids. I just didn't want to overcharge her. I wanted to just pay the mortgage and the expenses and leave it at that because we're going to get the capital gains, right? As the property value goes up, that's our windfall, and that's what it was. So here, let's keep going. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can still hear me okay. So let's assume your insurance is $150 per month. This is based on averages for Atlanta. Utilities, let's say your utilities are $416 per month. Okay. And then let's assume that your management fee is 500 per month. Now, one thing I did not include, Jeremy, is HOA. Yeah, we do pay HOA 100%. So just right there, though, here's the deal. Just right there, your income is only about $4,100. I'm sorry, $800 left. I think so. Let me add this up. Let me see here. I'm gonna do a sum. Okay, so let's add up all of our expenses. 3897. So I'm sorry. So if you take 3897 minus the 5,000, you get what? Let me see here. 5,000 minus this. So $1,100 a month. Now, here's what we didn't include. We didn't include HOA fees. HOA fees can be pretty high. I have to pay those in the property that we have. And also, we don't know how much that's going to be. You know, I'm not going to put a number there. But then you throw in like another variable, headaches. How much is a headache worth to you? How much is it if somebody's stressing you out? How much is that worth? Headaches. I think that's priceless, right? Because one of the things that we did not factor in here is the amount of work required to just deal with tenants. Has anybody give me a yes in the chat if you've ever dealt with a tenant who did or did not pay their rent on time? Give me a yes if you've ever dealt with trying to find a tenant. Give me a yes if you ever dealt with repairs and things breaking down. Here's the thing: if you were to look at sort of a list of all the things that people complain about when they own properties, first of all, you got tenant issues, especially if you live in a place that is very overly tenant friendly. They assume that landlords are all super rich people, so rich people are evil in those places. So they pretty much every ruling's in favor of the tenant. They can squat on your property, and it's hard to get them out. Late payment of rent, non-payment of rent. If they don't pay the rent, you have to still pay the mortgage. Your expenses still come in even if they don't pay the rent. So there's 5,000 or $3,800 a month in expenses, which happens on a normal month. That's assuming nothing breaks down, by the way. That's assuming that I don't have, a broken, busted toilet or a broken, or I don't know, like something doesn't happen with the electrical system or there isn't a leak somewhere. And believe me, that happens all the time. How many of y'all have ever owned real estate? Anybody ever owned real estate and rented it out? Like, just say something in the chat about just how much stress it was and financial stress it was to pay for everything, be responsible for everything, take time out of your day to fix things. Even when you have a property manager, they still got to get on the phone with you and talk through it and say, we're going to fix the such and such, and you got to send us a check for $2,000 to get a new blah blah blah, right? It's crazy, right? So the headaches are priceless. Some other things that people you have to deal with: you got to screen any new tenants that come in. Maintenance and repairs, we talked about that. If the property is getting older, you just might have to maintain it because it's getting older. If the property is vacant, then you still have to pay the mortgage, even if it's vacant. That's thousands and thousands of dollars lost. Now, mind you, you're defending all this with an $1,100 a month income, right? So your $1,100 a month is very fragile. That's the point. If you have one thing go wrong, that in many cases will wipe out every penny that you make, and then cost you more money, which is where she had to keep going back to the reserves. She had to keep calling the fire department to put out the fire because she didn't have enough liquidity in her business to even sustain the business. The business couldn't sustain the business, so she had to have another business to sustain the first business. That's the reality. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just telling you what it is. Also, don't forget, you in different cities and states, you have different building codes, eviction laws. Sometimes the taxes can be complex. If you talk about managing property, you either pay a management fee, roughly 8 to 12% a month of your rent, or you do it yourself, and that's extremely stressful. Oh, and then we didn't even talk about the liability. We didn't even talk about liability. What if you own the property and somebody forgets to check the carbon monoxide detector, and everyone in the house wakes up dead? Well, then they're suing you. They're taking everything they can get their hands on. And then you got to like do little stuff like get an LLC for every individual property to protect. It's a lot of work. It's stressful. Okay. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying just make sure that you're clear on this if you decide to go into that space. There are different ways to invest in real estate without having to actually buy it. They have real estate investment trusts. I sent you all a list before of different real estate investment trusts that I like that you can invest in that will still give you the benefit of owning property without actually having to own property. so to speak. You let somebody else kind of handle all the headaches of the management of the property, and you just become the investor. I'm a big believer in investing. Maybe I'm biased because my doctorate's in stock market stuff, but I'm just telling you, like, this is the number one wealth builder in America. There is no jobs don't build wealth the way investing builds wealth. And actually, what I'm going to try to do is find this list of real estate investment trusts, and I'll even put it in the chat so you guys can have it. And also another thing too, if you want to know what I think is a better use of that money, I really think selling stock options is a beautiful way to generate that cash flow at a higher level, in a clearer, easier way with fewer headaches. So in a more liquid way as well. And you guys know me, you know how much I love stock options. But anyway, there's that list of REITs. I just put it in the chat. I'll also put it in the description of the video. But anyway, let me show you another calculation here. And we do stock options. We sell stock options in the Prime program. So if you're interested in taking a look, go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. It's on the screen. All right. So here is, let's take a look at stock options. Let's see what we could do. Now, remember, the original capital base that we had was $50,000, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that 50,000 and I'm going to do something else with it. Let me erase the real estate. So actually, I'm going to leave it up there, and I'm going to share the screen again. Okay. All right. Don't mess this up, boys. Here we go. All right. So here is, all right. So let's imagine that we took the 50,000, we did something else with it. Let's assume we go to even Robinhood. Like, you can do this on an app, very easy to do. And we go get some margin, and we can then go, let's say we want to go into business with Mark Zuckerberg. We're going to do the opposite, right? Remember, there was a time where other people, where they got all the benefits and we did all the work. Well, I think with investing, you can let them do all the work and you get the benefits by being an investor. You just have to come up with the capital. So let's say we take this 50,000, or let's say we get it up to enough money where we can buy 200 shares of Meta stock. Okay. And the cost per share right now, you can do this. You can do this tomorrow, actually, if you want. Not tomorrow, whenever the market opens on Monday. The cost per share is $615. Can y'all see this on the screen? Let me know if you can see this. I want to make sure it's coming through okay. Can y'all see this? All right. So the cost per share is $615. So the cost of 200 shares would be $123,002. Okay. Now, you can get margin. They'll loan you half the money. They'll loan you, like whatever you have 50,000, they'll loan you another 50. If you got 60, they'll loan you another 60. So actually, this will require a capital base of about $61,000. But you can do this, right? You can do this tomorrow. So what I could then do is I can go into Meta right now, and I can sell a call up. Today is January 11th, so I'm going to sell a February 14th call option with a strike price. And you got, if you don't know what strike prices are, it's basically you're placing kind of a bet on your stock. You're letting people, you're telling them, like, look, if the stock goes above this price, you can have it. So I'm gonna pick a strike price of 640. Okay. So that means that if the stock goes above 640, they get to buy my stock for 640. But I'm not mad, because if the stock goes all the way up, if it goes up $25 a share, then I make an additional profit of 25 times 600, which I guess is what, $12,000 or something like that, $14,000 that I get, because they're buying my stock at a premium. They're not buying it at the current price. They buy it at the premium price. So I'm okay with that. I'm not mad about that. So that option right now on the market would be worth $24.45 per share. I've got 200 shares, so I can sell 200 of those suckers. And that would give me an income right now in my bank account of $4,889. That's how much money I get. And what I want you to notice is, first off, $4,889 as an ROI on the investment is a hell of a lot higher than $1,100. That's a hell of a lot higher. That's you're 4xing your money. You're making 4 times more than you would make if you went out and bought a whole bunch of real estate with that same amount of money. First of all, let me just ask you all this simple question right now. Give me a yes if I've convinced you that this is at least something worth considering. Give me a yes if you can see why I like this so much better than real estate. Let's start there. Give me a quick yes, because I want to make sure you're following me, because I don't want to go over anybody's head. So I just sold this option. And what I basically did was someone gave me money. They put almost $5,000 in my bank account instantaneously. And all I got to do now is just sit there. I don't have to do anything. Okay. That's the first piece, right? And it's a lot more than this 1,100 I would have made by taking that same 60 grand and going out and buying a bunch of real estate and paying mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee. And that's the, but then here's the other part that's interesting that you got to really process is quality of life. I didn't have to get out of bed to get this money. I didn't have to make any phone calls. I ain't got to deal with no tenants. I ain't got to worry about a squatter in my property. I ain't got to worry about a broken toilet. I ain't got to worry about nothing. I don't. So not only do I not have any expenses, but I don't have any headaches. I have no mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee, HOA fees, no headaches. No headaches. And I can do this with my family. My family, we get together, we got 60 grand, and everybody's like, let's go buy some real estate. That sounds good and it feels good, and you can show it off and tell everybody. But I'd be like, let's just take the 60,000, get some margin, go buy some meta stock and collect those dividends on the options. That's the options, just so you know, this isn't the same as a dividend. This is better, in my opinion. But here's the other thing, too, right? So I sit back and I watch. So what if the stock goes up to 640? Well, then guess what? Christmas really came early because if the stock goes up to 640, then I'm making an extra $25 per share on my stock. And the stock, let me see, $25 a share. Let me do some calculations here. 200 shares times 25. I'm making an extra $5,000 for my trouble. I said for 12,000. I got the math wrong. I'm so sorry, guys. Forgive me. Maybe I'm sleepy today. So this to me is far superior. Then let's go through the reasons why. Number one, not only is the income much higher, and this isn't even, I don't even own Meta. This isn't even the stock that I work with because there are other stocks that are far better than this one. I just did this one because it's the simplest way to exhibit the point. Not only is the income much, much higher, and there are no expenses. Also, there are no headaches. There is no work required. I don't have to do anything. And also the other piece that's really important to consider is liquidity. I can sell this asset in 5 seconds. You cannot sell real estate in 5 seconds. It's very hard to sell real estate in a day, a week, or a month. You got to call, you got to talk to brokers and deal with banks and make sure the financing comes through. And then remember this 1,100 isn't just a lower number. You got to think about the other, what they call the second derivative. The second derivative relates to risk. People forget about risk. This 1,100 is very, very fragile, very, very fickle. You may not get 1,100 that month. In fact, I dare say that for most landlords, you don't get the whole net income because in many months something goes wrong. The tenant doesn't pay on time. Something breaks down. Whatever it is, right? So this is not just lower income. It's less sturdy income, right? So it's not just, and with investing, it's really important. People forget about this. It's not just making money. It's how do you make your money? It's not just the size of the cash flow. It is the stability of the cash flow. Stability. It's like two basketball players. One player is Allen Houston from the New York Knicks. Super consistent, will give you 20 points a game, shows up to get every game, doesn't party too much. He's a good citizen, no problems. The other one is Latrell Sprewell. And if you remember the Knicks, Latrell Sprewell scored about as many points as Allen, but Latrell was wild. He liked to party. He may or may not show up. He was not as consistent. Sometimes his jump shot would be off. So those are two different assets to the organization. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? So when you think about investing, I encourage you to not just think about how much money you can possibly make. I want you to look at risk. Risk is extremely important. That was what I did in my whole doctoral program. I worked under a guy named Renee Stoltz at Ohio State, go Buckeyes, who was one of the leading risk management experts on the planet. And I really would be willing to bet you that most people don't process risk at a level that they probably should in order to understand how to invest in the right way. Okay. So that's the point I wanted to make. I like this young lady's video. I thought that she did a great job of laying out something that I think is important. I encourage you to consider other alternatives. This is not investing advice. This is just me sharing what I know and what I've seen. If you want to join us in the Prime program, we have a good program in the Black Business School that does all this stuff. I'll show you guys what I'm doing, exactly what I'm buying and how I'm doing it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you're interested. You can also text the word options to the phone number 87948. If you text options to 87948, I'll send you a link that way as well. So thank you all for listening. I hope this conversation was helpful. And thank you to Miss Stephanie Kabiti, who did that great video. She's super smart, and I love the fact that we're starting to see the truth about investing. When I started doing a lot of this stuff back in 2006, 2007, a lot of our people weren't as into investing as we are now and into generational wealth. So I remember just kind of going around to different shows trying to say, like hey, we got to invest. Like, we like money. We got to go make money. But what happened, unfortunately, is that when we started, a lot of people were just doing it wrong. They were taking too many risks, and they didn't understand the difference between investing and gambling. And also, we're not factoring in the important variables like quality of life, risk level, liquidity levels. All these things matter when it comes to picking an investment. So it's not just about making money at this point. It's about how you make your money and doing it in a way that is comfortable and satisfying to the other parts of your life that are more valuable and more important than money. Okay. So anyway, guys, thank you for hanging out with me. It was great to see you. And again, drboyceprime.com if you're interested in jumping in. And I will see you guys soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Love you. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. That's our morning millionaire training camp. This is for anybody who wants to build a future for themselves and their children. So if you don't want to have a future and if you don't ever want to understand how money works, then you should probably leave. I'm sure there's something good on Netflix for you to watch. So, or maybe some sleeping you could do, because some of us be sleeping until noon, right? But we don't do that in here. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was actually in the probably about the 6:45 a.m. club. But I did go to the gym and I did do my workout, and I'm telling you, it makes you feel good. Now, give me 1 second here. I'm going to get a setup, and I want everybody to know I sent you all a text. Uh, Let me know if you got the text, because I sent out a text this morning letting everyone know that we were about to meet for class as we do every day. And I'd heard from some of you who actually reached out to the support team and said you were not getting the notification, which concerned me. And so, I want to be careful about that. So give me 1 second here. Um, One of the things I want to talk about today that I think we can learn something from is has to do with a new show on Netflix called Squid Game. And what I'm going to do is my goal is to rock your world in terms of sharing with you something that'll make you say, I never thought about it like that. And this is the purpose of Money in the Morning. In case you haven't been here in our millionaire training camp, the goal is to embrace something that we do in the Black Business School that we call conversational learning, which is better than like sitting there and just with a pad and a pen and always taking notes. Sometimes just having discussions and talking about things is how you learn, right? Because economics is culture. And as you guys know, in my book, I wrote a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And in that book, The 10 Commandments, one of the things that I want to impress upon you is the importance of understanding the connection between where your wealth and your financial situation ends up and the things that you think about every day, the things that you do every day, the people that you talk to, the lifestyle that you live. In fact, if you go to my Instagram at Dr. Boyce Finance, I put up a video of Mike Epps, who's a comedian. I do not know Mike, but I know someone who knows Mike really well. I've told you guys many occasions. Willie D from the Ghetto Boys is one of my buddies, and Willie is good friend. Willie is buddies with Mike, so I don't, but I don't know it. I did that. That's just the connection there. But Mike Epps did a great video where he was explaining how bad culture can really weigh you down. He talked about how did anybody see that video by chance? It went kind of viral. Mike was making a really honest emotional appeal, and he was basically saying, that when I was struggling and I was on drugs and my life was bad and I was making bad choices and I was in bad situations and barely hanging on by a thread, I got a lot of love. He said my friends would say, "Oh man, I'm praying for you, brother. I love you, man. I got your back, man." But then when he started doing well, he was working out, he was eating healthy, he was living a good life, he was doing well financially. He said that a lot of those people did not support him like they used to. They liked him better when he was in the mud. They actually could empathize with him more when he was in the basement with them and engaging in bad habits like them. And I love the fact that Mike then connected that to our kids. And he basically said a lot of our kids fail because they're trying to fit in with a loser. They struggle because they're trying to fit in with degenerate culture that is heavily promoted, particularly to black males. We've talked about this extensively, how it's sort of interesting to me that there is an appreciation for black men who are broken, busted, torn to pieces, weak, uneducated, not working, lazy. They like there's a celebration of that. But then, when you show up and you say, "There's nothing wrong with me. I'm okay. I'm actually all right. I read books. I don't know. I'm not gonna pick up the liquor bottle. I'm not gonna go to the club and shoot somebody and get 30 years in prison. I actually do take care of my kids because that's what you're supposed to do. Not because I'm special. I don't take care of my kids because I'm a credit to my race. You ever see that when people are like, you take care of your kids? Oh my God, that's so wonderful. You take care of your kids. I'm like Chris Rock. Chris Rock said you're supposed to take care of your kids. That's what human beings do. So the fact that they convince you that it's normal to not do that is fundamentally hilarious. And I'm gonna tell you what really burns me up as a black man, and I'm gonna talk about Mike Epps and that little thing in a minute. Then I promise I'll bring it back to my key point. Is I saw where Zendaya, the Disney lady. Anybody know Zendaya? Give me a yes if you know who Zendaya is, if you've seen her. She's beautiful, smart, talented. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She's got a real black family. She actually had a show where she told them to put black people on the show. Like I much respect to Zendaya. Our kids love her, and so I know I get to learn about the Disney people because of when you got girls in the house, you gonna know Disney. And so anyway, Zendaya is engaged to Tom Holland, who was this white guy that played Spider-Man. And it's an interesting match. He's like about 2 feet tall and she's like, statuesque. It looks a little weird, but whatever. Love is love, right? But the interesting thing to me was I compared and contrasted that to two other Disney-ish types of young ladies. Well, not Disney-ish. One was Disney, one was not Disney. One was the Disney lady. You know what I'm talking about? The one that played the Little Mermaid. And the black girl, you know what I'm talking about. Put her name in the chat. I don't remember all I'm bad with names. But anyway, very talented. And she ended up having a baby with a rapper. And the relationship ended after about like 6 months or something. They had a baby and then decided, oh, now that we've had a baby, we should break our family apart. That's the perfect time to destroy your family is right after the baby's born. That way you can make absolutely sure that the baby is born in a big pile of piss, right? They're born in a big pile of just messiness and ugliness and trauma, and that's that because for some people they think that's what it means to be black. And then I saw the tennis player Naomi Osaka, right? Who was, really like the number one tennis player on the planet, and she was dating a rapper too. And I was like, what is it with these girls and these rappers? Like, don't they understand that most of rap culture, not all of it, but not all of it, not all of it. I'm not because I got some friends that are rappers who are good people, D1, Immortal Technique, guys like that. But some, you know what I'm talking about. Some of the stuff that you hear, if you are a rap fan, a lot of that stuff is not pro family. It's not like, hey, brother, settle down, pick one woman, yeah, you start a family, live a quality life. Like they don't rap about that. They're like, I got hoes in different area codes in area. I got hoes. I got hoes. Y'all remember that? Anybody remember that? That. Forgive me if that word is it's breakfast. I'm sorry. But anyway, so hip hop is not. It's not. I'm sorry, especially gangster rap. It's just not pro family, right? Lil Wayne literally had a song. I swear to God, in this song, he literally said that I will steal your girlfriend, make her into my hooker, and then I will use her up and make money from selling her body, and then I will chop her dead body up and put it in the trunk of a car and mail it back to you. I swear, go look it up. Look it up. It's like whoa, that's not even sex trafficking. Like that's Jeffrey Dahmer type stuff, right? But yeah, but everybody's like, oh, but the song is so good, the beat is slamming, yo, and because they didn't take a psychology class on the subconscious mind and how how words have power and the things that you recite over and over and over again become mantras. What's the quote people use? What is it? Words are spells, basically. And I do believe that. Like you repeat it over and over and over again, that does seep into your culture, and you do see some of that, right? So long story short, here's the deal. Here's where I'm going with this. The problem for me is that because we don't understand the connection between our economics and our families, we think we can destroy our families and build our wealth at the same time. You can't that doesn't it's not happening. You can't destroy your families and build your wealth at the same time. Why am I talking about Naomi Osaka and the Disney Halle Bailey and their rapper boyfriends? Well, because if you're integrating your children into a culture, see integration with white folks, we already know the damage that was done there, but what we don't assess the damage of is the integration with hip hop culture. So you're integrating your family, you're bringing a child into the world, and the daddy's a rapper, where all of his friends are in his ear telling him that relationships are a burden. Children are a pain in the butt. I heard Hallie's boyfriend say that having a relationship is like having a part-time job, man. Like that's not because why would in his mind it's like if you're all addicted to the dopamine of new experiences, then why would you settle down with one woman when you could have 12? Right? That's the thinking of a 22-year-old child, right? And so ultimately, long story short, what you have is you have a scenario where the infrastructure is broken before it even gets built. There's nothing there that says, okay, I'm going to take pride in being the kind of man who is married to my wife for 50 years. My mother, my mother passed on Christmas Eve. We talked about that, and I think about her all the time. Just be ready to hear about my mama all the time. I'm gonna carry my mama right here in my soul for the rest of my life. And when I spoke at her funeral, I looked down at my father and I saw a man who was once a 21-year-old man. I knew my father when he was 21, 22 years old. I remember that. And he was very handsome. He had those green eyes that apparently, for whatever reason, girls like those green eyes. Maybe I'm just a hater because I don't have none of that. I'm just an average guy. But yet, despite the fact that his little green eyed, and he was light skinned, you remember back in the day, people, if you light skinned it and you got the curly hair and the green eye, right, all that stuff. He's still, because of how he was shaped as a man, because of how his father shaped him, looked at my mother and said, I'm gonna marry that woman. He didn't say I'm gonna get all them hoes. He didn't say that. He said I'm gonna marry that woman right there. And he claimed her. He went and he pursued her, and he married her, and he stuck by her side until her last breath. When she took her last breath, he was laying right next to her. She passed at about 4:30 in the morning. He was asleep, and he woke up and she was gone. But every single time I talked to him about my mother, his whole conversation was, my job is to take care of her, period. And what I don't get, here's what I'm not processing because I'm old fashioned apparently, is I just really, when I saw Naomi Osaka with this rapper and I saw Chloe Bailey with the other rapper, both of whom have already broken the relationships have already ended. I was kind of like, I wonder why young ladies aren't interested in men like that anymore. Like I wonder what it is that would make you look at someone who's a complete who's not going to have a great future most likely because he's engaging in some unhealthy habits and not really interested in like family and all that is not really kind of like a role model in his head. What would make you want to align your children with him versus the guy who says, I want to be with you, I want to marry you, I want to cherish you, I'm going to take care of you until we're old and gray and dead. I want you to die if you die first, I want you to die right next to me. If I die first, I want you next to my bedside. I don't know if this is where integration was bad for black people, and I'm not talking about civil rights integration. I'm not talking about Brown versus Board of Education. I'm not talking about we shall overcome. Let's go to school with white folks and get jobs working for white. I'm talking about integration with hip hop culture, which is also white culture for the most part. The reason I call it white culture is because the person who has the gold makes the rules. If you want to know who defines what something's going to be, it's the person who writes the damn check. I say this as a finance PhD. The person who writes the check, the person who pays the bills, decides what the culture is going to be. They decide what the rules are going to be. They decide which songs are going to be on the radio. You don't own no radio stations. You don't own the systems of distribution. You haven't raised $1 billion in capital to start a record label. Not one rapper in the history of the world has ever gone to Chase Bank and gotten $1 billion to start a record label. Never has that occurred. So stop acting like hip hop culture is black culture. That is not black culture. That is white culture where white people are saying, this is what we need y'all to be. This is what we want y'all to be. We want you to be losers. We want you to be degenerates. We want you to have broken families. We want you to be on drugs. We want you to be drinking all the time. We want you throwing your money away. We want you ignorant. We want you lost. We want you with STDs. And if you step out of that role, then you're not interested anymore. So let's circle back. Why was I on the treadmill, feeling some kind of way when I saw Zendaya, engaged to Tom Holland, and I thought about the other Disney princess who got with the rapper, who's never going to have a family with this man. He's already declared that. That's already that the baby's born, but the family breaks apart as soon as the baby's born. There's no consideration like, well, what about the children? How whatever, none of that, right? It's like, oh, I can be I can just still I'm gonna come see my son once every month and he's gonna be fine. And okay, whatever, do your thing. But here's the thing. The reason that got to me is because I think that what's happened is that because we've allowed people to use their wealth and their money to bastardize the image of the black man in such a terrible way that people look up to rappers more than they look up to scholars. It makes Tom Holland look like a wonderful guy, right? And when Tom Holland, who doesn't have all these crazy cultural influences, says, "Oh my God, I am next to this wonderful, statuesque, extremely talented African queen. I'm going to worship her. Like I, no, I'm going to wash her feet every morning because I am honored to be with this woman." They call that simping when you like express your admiration for your woman. Oh, you a simp, you a simp. That's again, that's white culture, hip hop through hip hop. To just so when he does that, other people are gonna go, oh, the white guys are so much nicer to their women than the black guys are. Because I saw the rapper with his Disney princess, and he spit on her in public and cussed her out and called her a blanket. In fact, actually, when the Zendaya, not Zendaya, I'm sorry, the other Disney Halle, when she broke up with the guy, he went on Twitter and said something crazy like about her, about I'm not even think about sex, but think about something that involves your mouth. That's all I'm gonna say because some of y'all got kids watching, and that's all I'm gonna say. Y'all grown, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, but you can't say that about a Disney princess. Come on, man, don't do that, man. Like, seems in a Disney movie, bro. We don't want to. That don't even make sense, you know. So my point is to say that when you talk about culture, and it's not entirely true. It's not everybody, right? There are some rappers that have families and and completely have walked away from the culture. But what I'm saying to you is that there's just this awkward bastardization that takes place where Zendaya, who's hanging out with Tom Holland, looks like she made this superior choice to the other Disney princess who now has a baby daddy. Right? Or when the rapper Eve goes over to London. Has anyone ever seen the pictures of Eve with her white family? It's really fascinating. Like they look like something out of like they look like a British aristocrats. It was like her with a big long. It was one of those big long tables like the King Henry VIII would have, and it was nothing but like 25 white people at the table and then her, right? And it looked kind of weird, but she looked real happy. She had this big gigantic house and they're probably on like 1,000 acres of land and it almost gives this impression. Or even when the one lady, what's her name? I forgot her name. Meghan Markle married Prince Harry. I saw a lot of people really fantasizing about that wedding. Like they were really excited about this royal British wedding. And what I really think is fascinating, what made me kind of salty a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, is that I know millions of black men, or not millions, but I know a lot. I know a lot of black men who love women that much, who honor women at that same level, who some of whom may not be able to give you the royal British wedding, but they will treat you well. They will honor you. They'll be honored to be with you. And I think that it's fundamentally unfair that these guys get overshadowed by the rappers. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. And that actually made me, and I thought about that when I thought about even the Mike Epps video where he talked about how there's something about this promotion of degeneracy that can occur in the community that fundamentally undermines the community, not just in terms of wealth, but in all the things that allow you to even have a chance to build wealth. It's really hard to build wealth when you own crack. It's really hard to build wealth when your mama is running the streets. It's really hard to build wealth when your daddy is in prison. It's really hard to build wealth if your family is in complete chaos and in the middle of trauma. And just divorce alone, just baby daddy, baby mama-ism alone is a major factor in killing your ability to really thrive in this society. You're kind of in survival mode at that point, almost like a basketball team that has completely thrown out their playbook and is completely disheveled, and half the players are injured, and you don't even know what to do next, and you don't even know which basket is your basket, and you don't even know how to dribble. You're not going to win an NBA championship with that kind of a team. Do you understand? To win a championship is already hard, even if you're organized. It's hard, even if you have great athletes. Right? It's hard even when all the players show up. It's hard even when you have a game plan. It's hard even when you've been practicing. So if you've never done any of these things, you haven't practiced, you have no game plan, you have no skill, everybody's injured, half the team showed up. What in the hell makes you think you can ever win anything? What makes you think that you can compete with anyone who is structured, organized, and prepared? And so a family really is your team. And so really me, again, as the 53-year-old man who shakes his fist at the air, I probably sound like an out of touch old man because half the stuff that y'all young people think is lit and cool and hip, I think is stupid because I see what's going to happen 20 years down the line if you keep doing that dumb stuff. And maybe you'll receive it from an elder and you'll say, "Oh, an elder's talking and he's an educated elder. Maybe he has a point." Or you're going to say, "Ah, man, you just a dumb old man. You just out of touch, die. You just blah, blah, blah." Okay, cool. I don't care. It's your choice. But I because I'm really saying this for people that want to listen and for people that want to hear a different voice. Because because when I would see just this sort of fascination with like this sort of thing that's being promoted amongst black males, the very unhealthy stuff, liquor and drugs and STDs and ignorance and wasting all your money and and the babies mamas and sleeping with everything that moves. It's really sad to me. And it's sad because not only do people, a lot of young people make these mistakes and they don't know what's going on because nobody ever explained these things to them, but it's kind of like when you try to help, you get sort of attacked a lot. You get kind of like you get made fun of, right? You get called a nerd or whatever. And the really the secret, the reason I related to Mike Epps' video, let's go back to Mike Epps. And this problem, I promise you, this relates to wealth because Mike became rich and famous, and all of a sudden, his old friends from the hood, a lot of his friends had an issue with that. When I saw Mike talking about his experience, and the video's on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance, you can go watch it. I said, wow, I had the same experience. When I heard Mike say, when I was struggling, when I was in the mud with you, you really were happy for you. You were my friend. You loved me. But then when I climbed out of the mud and I said, hey, I made it, y'all. I'm doing better. I'm going to the next level. Suddenly, I became public enemy number one in your eyes. And I had to detach from you because you're no longer an ally. You're now an enemy. I related to that because one of the I don't get to talk about this much, but one of the things that one of my secrets to success as a young person was to detach from a lot of the black men in my life. Not all of them. It wasn't like I didn't want to be around you because you were a black male. That's not true. But I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. I didn't, and I had the best, greatest gift and the greatest curse that I had in my life was that I never fully related to white people, and so I would get rejected by a lot of white people, and I didn't fully relate to black people because I was detached enough to look at some stuff and say, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to the club. People get shot at the club. I saw a video. There was a video. There was not. It wasn't a video. It was a post by a man who was in prison who had an epiphany where he said that 5 minutes ruined his life. And I bet I know what he's going to say because and here's what he said. He said something that I've been thinking about this for 30 something years. Because I know a lot of people this has happened to. He said, I was in the club, somebody disrespected me. I pulled out my gun and shot them, and then I got 30 years in prison. And I was like, yeah, I know some guys like that. And I think that just that lack of a critical thinking skill, that lack of ability to disconnect and kind of say, what do I want from my life? Do I value my life? Am I even going to participate in something that might cost me my life? Um, I wish that was more popular, because I think that for young kids especially, when you have music and stuff that's really telling you, like if somebody makes you mad, you should shoot them, or even that you should punch them, or maybe people that make fun of you. If you don't go and get violent with somebody, let's say you're in a restaurant and some toothless redneck calls you the N-word. And I hear a lot of people like, oh, I'm going to jail today. I'm going to jail today. I'm like, I'm not going to jail today because I don't care what this toothless redneck thinks about me. What makes you put those people on such a pedestal that somehow you think that their approval of you even matters? I don't care what you say about me, but maybe it's because I've had some experience. A lot of people say a lot of things about me, right? And it doesn't, the good stuff, it kind of matters. The bad stuff kind of matters. But at the end of the day, what matters is what you think about yourself. So what in the world, who trained you to even think that you should give away that much of your power to someone who has no power, by the way? A lot of people that hate on you and say things about you or attack you in some way or call you the N-word to get you out of character, they don't have power, so they're seeking power by seeing if they can influence your behavior and get you unfocused, get you off of your game. That's what they're really doing. And I just it just it's not logical. It's not logical behavior. So ultimately, I think And the reason that I think when you have an economic conversation, you have to talk about behavior and choices is because behavior and choices is everything when it comes to wealth. Like you can't have rich people versus poor people without having different choices amongst different people. So the question is, what are your choices? What choices are you going to make today? What because you're gonna have a range of possibilities. Like E40 says, everybody got choices, right? What are your choices? What choices are you gonna make, and who's gonna influence your choices? And because culture influences the choices that we make, and what kind of culture are you building? And then the culture that you build is going to shape your access to wealth and resources. Now, what I want to do is I want to break into another quick angle on this in a minute. But before I do that, one thing I want to let you guys know is later on this afternoon at noon, the Stock Market Club is going to meet at noon to talk about the stock market. That's my thing. I wrote my dissertation on stocks, so I love the stock market. I love, 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 love the stock market. The number one wealth driver in America. It's the number one place to make money on the planet. So if you want to join us and you want to do a free trial, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Also, if you there's another thing I did put together a list of stock. Remember yesterday I was telling you guys that investing in water is going to be a big deal. That literally in the next like 20, 30, 40 years, they're expecting a water shortage. And so what I did was I put together a list of investments you can make in that space if you want to make money from that. I'm going to text that out probably tomorrow. My team's kind of putting that together and getting that ready. So I will text you all the link. If you want to receive that, then make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you that list. Thirdly, you guys may or may not know, but we're actually going to Ghana in July. We're doing a group trip to Ghana, and we have this thing, the B1 Voyages that we created where we can travel together and stuff like that. We're going to Ghana and also to Black Wall Street this year. So if you want to be notified when we go on the group trip and you want to connect with some of the other people that are here in this space, get on the text list for the travel. Just text the word travel to that same phone number, 87948, and we'll send you notifications. So text travel to 87948. I'll send you information. All right. So how many of you have watched the Squid Games? Give me a yes if you have seen. I love the Squid Games. I saw the first one; it was really, really good. And I'm looking forward to watching the second one. The Squid Games has been, I think, the most popular show in the history of Netflix, and it's really powerful because I think that the Korean South, I think it was made in South Korea, right? If that's the case, I know that there's something about South Korean filmmaking that really resonates. Where they're just so creative. The movies are kind of different, and you're like, "Whoa, I didn't think that was going to happen." Because we're used to the American stuff. I think South Koreans are brilliant at making movies. They made that other movie. I forgot what it was. It had a one word title. It was called Beef. I think it was called Beef, and it was the craziest movie ever. I think it was called Beef. And then there was another one. Um, where the people were living. Parasite. Yes, yes. Thank you, James. Parasite was amazing. Beef was amazing. Squid Games was amazing. Like they're good. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna write that down, Armando. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna go find that one. Thank you, Armando. I appreciate your contribution. Oh, Queen of Tears. Is that another one? Okay, I'm writing these down because the Koreans just have a great ability to zoom in on things like economic inequality in a really unique and creative way that I think is just really powerful, right? So anyway, with Squid Games, I want to kind of talk about that as an economic lesson because if you don't, in case you don't know, this movie's all about money. It's all about money. It's all about economics. It's all about economic inequality. And so here are some financial theories you can connect to the Squid Games when you're watching to kind of understand how economics works, and also to reiterate the importance of making sure that your children are trained on economics, making sure you're buying stock for them when they're babies, making sure that they understand the different ways to make money in the economy. Like that song. Remember that song? I'm on the highway, making money the flyway. You gotta get a better way. And I was like, what's making money the flyway? What is that? Now, maybe he was talking about something different. I actually met the rapper who made that song. I think it's Lil Troy. I met him. I think he passed away, but he was a very nice guy. I met him at a party. Willie D had a thing, and I went down there and I met him. It was really cool. But anyway, it was so in this song, one of my favorite songs, they talk about making money the flyway. Well, in my mind, making money the flyway means making money in a way that's actually going to accelerate your wealth, allow you to not have to trade time and energy and years of your life to make a dollar. And that really requires a type of economic consciousness where you can see the whole court, so to speak, and position yourself properly. Just like in a basketball game, LeBron James, the reason he was a great player was because he had extraordinary court vision. He had great basketball consciousness, and he could see where everybody was and get the ball to the right spots. Well, the same thing is true economically. You have to be able to see the whole court in terms of how the whole economic game is played and say, okay, I don't want to be over here. I'd rather be over here, right? So basically, in America, it's very, very simple. It's kind of a horse and jockey sort of system where you have the ways that people make the most money through things like real estate, stocks, and entrepreneurship. Those are the three biggest ways that people make money. And really, you could say real estate, stocks, and general investing in other areas. The hard ways to make money are definitely through labor, like working for other people. America does not support its workers. I just heard something on this show called Morning Brew Daily that I listened to, where they said that these ski resort workers are on strike and they work for this massive corporation that makes something like, I forget how many billions of dollars a year that they make, and they literally couldn't get them to give them a $2 raise. Where literally, I think they said it would cost them $900,000 to give them the raise, but the company's net income is like either in the hundreds of millions or the billions of dollars. So literally, they could give them the raise, and it wouldn't even affect their bottom line hardly at all. And I remember thinking, well, the government should be stepping in and forcing them to treat their workers properly and give them worker labor rights. But again, I've explained to you guys in previous conversations that our government has kind of been bought out by the capitalists. So they're not giving and supporting power to, you know, to workers. This is not the country you live in. So making money by working and all that and picking a career and working into the ground and all that just really isn't the best approach. Not just because you don't typically get enough money to thrive, you only get enough to survive, but it's also uh, costly because you're giving up so much more than just your skill. You're actually giving up years of your life. And so even if you do something like become a surgeon, if you become a surgeon and you go to school for, what do you do? Go 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, a 1 year internship, 6 years of surgery, surgical training, right? So you've gone to school, what's that, like 14 years of your life. And you go to school 14 years of your life, just not to make money. It's not like you do the 14 years and they're like, okay, here's a $5 million check for all the years you put in. Now at that point, you have what is referred to as human capital. That means that now have all this skill in your brain. God forbid that you slip and fall and bust your head and or get killed in a car accident on the day of graduation. That's got to be terrible. But even then, you don't have money. You have the ability to make money. So you can go in now. Now, yeah, you can go and you can do surgeries and make $1 million a year, $500,000 a year, whatever. But that's even then, you're still working so much that it deteriorates other areas of your life, right? There are a lot of people that are very successful professionally, high paid attorneys, high paid surgeons who have horrible lives, right? Whose mental health is gone, their physical health is gone, their families have fallen apart, or they sacrifice family altogether just for their career. And I personally think that building intellectual capital, building an economic base off of an organic entity, which is you, I think that's a misalignment. I think that is a severe problem. I think that's an addiction a lot of people have. It's what we're taught as kids, and a lot of people aren't really talking about it the way that they should. But I think that that's really, really, really a bad trade. It's a bad, horrible trade, right? Horrible trade, right? So instead, why not do a better trade? Why not trade dollar for dollar, capital for capital? So that means, if I've got a kid and I'm like, hey, I don't want you in none of this. I don't want you to even the best parts of this system as a worker. I don't want you to have that. So I'm going to just buy you some stock and get you a capital base. Start when you're little. I remember if you bought $1,800 worth of stock for your kid in 1997, they'd have a couple, $2-3 million now and never have to work for anyone ever. So I'm going to buy you little shares of stock. Then by the time you're 20, 25 years old, you're going to have a capital base. And also I'm going to give you some knowledge, not anything fancy. I'm just going to, maybe I'll bring you to Dr. Boyce's class every morning with me and we'll just sit here and listen to this weirdo talk. And then after, a few of these trainings, you'll understand economics at a higher level so that you then have the ability to take this capital base that we're building and then be able to kind of make things happen. Okay. So ultimately, this is the trade-off that I think works best. And I think Squid Games is interesting because Squid Games does a good job of really highlighting what happens, or the necessity of economic preparation as a protection against financial exploitation and economic vulnerability. Okay, so let me pull this up. I made some notes on this. And by the way, I see some of you are asking about the list of water stocks and investments you can make in terms of water. I'm gonna text that out. So text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will send it to you. I cannot email it to you. So because I don't have everybody's email right now, I will try to figure out a system. I don't know, or maybe you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you live out of the country or something, go to drboyceelevate.com. That'll get you on the email list, and then I can also email it out to everyone that's on that list. That way, all of you can get it. All right, so here are a few things that pop up in Squid Games that I want you to look for when you watch the movie. First off, if you notice in Squid Games, the participants are risking their lives in order to make a dollar, right? They are in the midst of a significant economic desperation, which was typically caused by structural inequality. So you have rich people who are the players of the chess game, and then you have poor people that become the pawns. Okay. So ultimately, the wealthy have a different type of consciousness because they're looking at the economic game from the top down. They're just looking at the different players in the game, and you're looking up at them, and they're just moving you around like little chess pieces. And the Squid Games does a good job of connecting to this. There's something called Tom Piketty's Capital in the 21st century. He has a theory on this. He says that unchecked capital accumulation can exacerbate wealth inequality, leading to social instability. So players that have the debt, basically they're trapped, and they reflect how systematic inequality can force the poor into exploitative systems. So systematic inequality is a real thing that does exist, but it's not an excuse. In fact, my argument is that if you have awareness of the inequality and you have time, which I've mentioned to you all that time is the most important element in any wealth equation. Time matters more than money, actually, and this is a mathematical truth. Then you can actually navigate around some of the pathways through which the inequality is created. For example, if I tell you, for example, if we're talking and I say, corporations get you to become a consumer by basically manipulating your dopamine levels by advertising in a certain way, to make you feel aspirational or whatever. Like for example, like that video, how to sell to the Negro. Then now you're aware. Now you know what's going on, right? Now you know. Now you have a choice. Before, maybe you didn't have a choice. Before, you just didn't know, or you just weren't aware of what was going on. But now you know the game. So then at that point, the question is, how are you going to play that game? How are you going to circumvent those issues? Number two is debt as a tool of exploitation. So one thing that happens in Squid Games is that a lot of players join the game because they have so much debt. And remember, debt is something that is powerful. If you use it properly, it can become incarceration, financial incarceration, if you use it improperly. So a lot of people, because of student loan debt, they get locked into the corporate plantation because they went to college, and the same institution that will loan you $200,000 for a student loan would not loan you $25,000 for a business loan. Why is that? Well, because a student loan works to their advantage, a business loan works to yours. A student loan means that all you're doing is you're taking that money and you're turning right around and handing it to them. So it's like you're giving them dollar bills, they're giving you Wendy's coupons, right? So if I buy $1 million worth of Wendy's coupons, that's not like having $1 million in cash because Wendy's coupons are restricted in their use. I can only use that if I go to the restaurant and pay for their product, which already has a markup attached to it. But if you give me $1 million in cash, that's a whole different reality. So if I had a choice, if somebody said, Dr. Boyce, which would you rather have? $1 million in Wendy's coupons or 100,000 in cash? Oh, give me the 100,000 because then I have the ability to apply those funds in any way that I see fit. I don't have to go buy a bunch of damn cheeseburgers at your restaurant and somehow feel like I spent $1 million. So ultimately, that's so debt is when it's sort of applied in a way that's not beneficial to you, it does become a trap. And so when people have in Squid Games, a lot of the players are in debt and they're trying to get out of the debt. And there's a theory. Karl Marx had a theory of exploitation. He explained that capitalists can extract value from workers through asymmetric power dynamics. That workers have less power than the employer, which is what's happening in the ski resort out in Vail. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars, and the ski workers are saying, "Hey, we just want to make $23 an hour because we can't live in Vail. Our customers can, y'all can, but we can't." And that fits with what Marx said. I'm not a Marxist, but Marx was right about this, and he says that it says here in modern economics, financial institutions also play a similar role, which where they leverage debt to perpetuate class subjugation. So debt is powerful, but you must be very careful with debt. There is good debt and there's bad debt, and so debt can be a good thing in your life or it can harm you. The illusion of meritocracy. This is what's interesting. So the game of the Squid Game appears to be fair, with everyone having an equal chance to win. However, factors like physical strength, alliances, and manipulation of the rules reveal that outcomes are far from equal. And that's kind of like, in a way, what it's like to be black, right? A lot of people are pushing right now, like McDonald's, for example, just got rid of all their diversity programs apparently, and which I personally think I mentioned this on my podcast on Spotify. It's called the Dr. Boyce Daily, Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. You can go listen to the segment if you want. But on Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, what I did say was I said, so McDonald's is interesting because there are a lot of other corporations where diversity was cool when it was convenient. Now it's inconvenient because they've got the Republicans that are kind of putting pressure on. There's a guy named Robbie Starbucks, and all he does is spend all his time going after companies that have DEI programs. And now, on one hand, DEI kind of got screwed up in the sense that they started equating gay people to black people, which is not the same. I'm sorry. I love my gay friends. Nothing against you, but still, that's not the same. Stop that, right? And then suddenly, you got gay people and white women and everybody else benefiting from the DEI programs. But I do know some black people who are fans of DEI who benefit from DEI. I got my first job at Syracuse University through a DEI program. They had to force them to hire us. They did not want to hire black people at that university. They had, I think, almost 100 faculty in the business school at Syracuse, and not one of them was African American. Not one. They did not. They were like, we don't want no black people up in here. We want y'all playing basketball, picking up the trash, and tackling people on the football field. We do not want you teaching our white kids. That was. But we'll take black students because we're getting their money. But we don't want black professors because they're the ones making money from the university. Yeah, that's what it was. So they had to force them to hire us. They hired three of us, and one of them was gone very quickly. Two out of the three were gone, and the third one they treated her so badly. She I never forget this lady. She was half white actually, so she was like kind of one of them in a way. And she and she really like did she played the game. She really so I can't play I don't play games that well. I'm not good at that. I can't pretend. I'm the Negro that'll get you fired. I've always been that guy. You can go back 25 when I was 25 years old, I was the same dude. But with her, like she did everything right. She made friends. She would go to their kids' birthday parties. I didn't know where all the people I work with, I did not know where they lived. I did not know if they had kids. I didn't know if they were married. I didn't care. I was there to work. That's it. I worked on my research and that was it. That's my flaw. That was who I am. She did all the social stuff. She connected with them, and I was like, oh wow, this whole like being white thing is really working out for you. Maybe boys, maybe you're too radical. Maybe just slow down. They still treated this poor lady like crap. When she actually got promoted and they gave her tenure, not one single person. Usually, when you get tenure, and I can just tell you about the rules of academia, when you get tenure, everyone's like happy for you because it's like a kind of a big deal. It's kind of like getting married or something, right? It's like, but tenure, it's like a lifetime job, kind of like welfare for smart people, right? So you can work forever and they can never fire you. My wife has tenure. She's actually a full professor. Very few PhDs become full professors. Very few black female PhDs become full professors. So give that black woman her props. But anyway, so she got promoted, and even though typically everyone congratulates you, not one single person in her department sent her a congratulations letter because they were resentful and mad because they felt that she only got it because she was black. And so and so what really kind of like made me sad for her was I said, man, you did all this selling out. You did all this bending over. You were literally doing everything they told you to do. Me, I understand why you'd want to get rid of me. I'm just not pleasant in that way. I don't fit in those spaces. But you, I didn't understand it. And I remember her kind of talking to me, and I said, okay, so I get it now. There's just kind of a disdain that they have for those of us who want to fit into certain spaces. That's it. Like when they talk about black jobs, they're really talking about black jobs. They're not talking about the white jobs. Like there's certain roles like they're like, okay, if you want to be a rapper who comes and like wants to hold your testicles and call yourself the N-word at the office party, then we're gonna cheer for that. That's amazing. If you want to be the big basketball player who shows up and with your basketball uniform and talk about what it's like to play for the Lakers, we're gonna honor that. We love you, man. You're awesome. But when you show up and you're black and you're like, I don't play basketball because I'm not tall enough. I don't know how to rap. but I can program a computer, or I do have a PhD and I can do cutting edge financial research. It's like, nah, you're not interesting. You're kind of boring. And and I think that this is something that we have to kind of acknowledge and understand. I'm not saying that some of us can't find our way to wiggle through the system. Some of you have, and I congratulate for that. I support you 100%. But I do think that there is kind of a belief about sort of us being in our place, right? These are the places that you can fit. Even when I was on the campus at Syracuse, I remember that there were black people that were kind of kept in in a certain place. Like there was like they would put everybody like in Africana studies. They call that the ghettoization. So everybody all the black professors they'd be like, "Oh, you'd be great for the Africana studies department." And that just speaks to the idea that in some spaces the first thing they see when you're black is that you're black. They don't see you as a human being first. They see you as a black person first. Right? And so what this means, in my opinion, is I think this necessitates the absolute essential nature of what we're dealing with. It tells us what we must do. It tells us what we have no choice. We have to develop spaces and institutions of our own. We have to. We have to develop spaces, not so much where we're just disconnected from the world or that we just walk around being mad at white people all day. No, I think that we get rid of all that because if you're focused on what you're doing, you're not so worried about what he's doing, right? If you got something of your own, you're not jealous of what somebody else has got. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I think being conscious of what we're conscious of. So like the consciousness of our consciousness is critical in the sense that um every day I wake up, I got to be conscious about what I'm thinking about because there are some things that you can sit around and be mad about all day that are just not going to benefit you. It doesn't benefit me as a black man to sit around and just be angry all day about what white people are doing. I don't think that's gonna fix the issue at all, and they don't really care that much. So really, I'm kind of just hurting myself. I built this little world that only I live in, where I'm just boxing, I'm shadow boxing all day against something that really, to some extent, exists in my imagination. Not that racism is not real, not that discrimination and segregate, not that all those things don't exist. They're real, but that doesn't have to be the only world that I live in. I think that there can be another world where all of our children are raised with basic ideas like get up every day, do the best you can, read books, work together, build wealth, don't give your money away, be smart economically, make a plan, love your wife, love your kids, build your community, take care of your health, stop eating McDonald's, and all these other things, right? So here's the point, right? Let me go back to McDonald's because I didn't finish that part. So the point that I made about McDonald's and their lack of diversity initiatives is I said, well, we could just say like we're mad, like let's just all go boycott McDonald's, which is totally cool. But I said, but really, if you think about it like this, though, let's go deeper. Should you really be eating McDonald's anyway? Like, does McDonald's rise to the top of the ladder of like healthy food choices in the first damn place? Do you know what that food does to your colon and your kidneys and your heart? I mean, do you know that you're also listening to a black man whose mama just died a week ago who ate a lot of McDonald's through the years? Not that McDonald's took my mother's life, but damn, it probably didn't help. So, so, so to me, I don't need McDonald's to cut their diversity programs for me to have a reason to stay away from that damn crack house of a restaurant anyway. I don't need a reason to not give them my money. You shouldn't need a reason to support your own businesses. You shouldn't need a reason to eat healthy food. You should just be doing this because this is what you're supposed to do. This makes because it just makes more sense anyway. Do you follow me? Like there's people like Juiced Up Reese. Y'all don't know Juiced Up Reese. Look her up. She makes these juices and they're good and they're healthy. And she'll be like, oh, this one has turmeric and vinegar and blah blah blah, and it'll help your heart and your lungs and your like all this, right? And I'm like, I should be. This is what I was supposed to be doing in the beginning. So I'm not really supporting your business because I'm doing something for you. I'm supporting your business because I'm doing something for myself and doing something I should have been doing from the very beginning. So I think that like with our economics, I think that hitting kind of the reset button and instead of building black wealth in response to white oppression, I think we should build black wealth because that's the damn thing God put us on this earth to do in the first place. That's where you were supposed to be already. You were already supposed to be doing what's best for your family. These are the things. So you don't need to be mad at somebody else for you to start loving yourself. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I hope you get that. I hope I help somebody today with that because that's something I think that if we process this properly, I think that we can really do some things, man. I believe our potential is just infinite. I think that our kids are just amazing. I think that if we do our job in this generation by guiding them in the right way and developing spaces for them to really truly be who they're supposed to be, they're gonna just run off here. They're gonna run out here and just kill it. They're just gonna be amazing. So it's just, now some of us, we're getting older, right? So some of us, we got a lot of regrets or whatever, but I don't think we should raise our children to have those regrets, right? And that's my thought for today. I don't have anything else to talk about. I do, but if I do, I'll be talking all day. So how about this? Before we go, one thing, if you want to get that list of investments in the water industry, I'll send that out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, those of you that are doing stock options with us or interested in generating income by selling stock options, which is a great way to make money, we're going to meet. The Prime program is going to meet tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I also texted you all a Q&A that I did. I'm going to do another one today where I answer your questions on video and I send out the video and you can watch it and kind of learn the process. And if you are interested in options and you'd like to participate, you can text the word options to that same phone number, 87948. And you can also go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And then, oh, and last but not least, I forgot Tierra KJ Williams is in the chat and she's screaming at me because I forgot to mention that also Constance Carter is doing a great like a little boot camp this weekend in the Fly Nubian Money Club, where basically this is where black women teach. This is all black women teachers. You can be in the audience if you're a man, but this is where we listen to our women because our women are smart and they're the greatest on earth in terms of what they can accomplish. And I just really think that that's important. So if you want to participate in that, just text the word Queens to the phone number 87948 and we'll send you a link if you want to join the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. So just text the word Queens to 87948. And this is for the men too, right? These are just amazing women. Constance Carter, Tierra's awesome in terms of business storytelling. Dr. Lene Javette is part of it as well. She's an expert on black entrepreneurship. Dr. Alicia Watkins, my wife, is a participant as well. So if you would like to take a look at what they're doing over there, just text that word Queens to 87948. And I'm really also just really talking also to the men too. Like let's put these suckers to the side. These guys that just really don't want to have a good interaction with black women. I think that that's very unhealthy. So let's really show our women how much we support them, how much we love them, how much we honor them. And really maybe I'm feeling extra sensitive about that because y'all know how much I honor my mama. And because without these women, we would be nothing. We would not exist. We wouldn't be a fraction of who we are. And so I think that that's just very natural to do anyway. So anyway, take care, guys, and have a good day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace.
Oh, them gremlins. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I'm your host, Lala, international real estate agent. And today we're diving into a topic that's bound to spark some serious debates. Should a girlfriend be allowed to whoop her man's child? When it comes to discipline, every family has its own rules and its boundaries. But this question takes it to a new level. Some say a girlfriend stepping in to whoop a child shows care and authority in the relationship, while others argue it crosses a line, especially when the child's biological parent is still involved. Now, we've got an incredible panel here today to weigh in. We have Marlo Layson, our TV and film producer. We have Joe Corley, licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and educator, and Athena Gardner, CPA and wealth coach. We are still in the beginning of January, and I am loving my panel. Hello, panel. Listen, this is going to be a really good conversation because I have things to say, and I'm pretty sure that y'all got things to say too. Now, listen, audience family, we would love to hear your comments. This is not a talk at you show. This is a talk with you show. So go ahead, put those comments in. We're going to check those out as well. And let's kick it off with the actual video before we start the conversation. Here we go.
You're not his mother and you're not his father. Javon, why are you letting this happen? I get a call from Quan on his iPad talking about your little girlfriend hit him. For what? What
So
you hit my son for?
In the situation. Let me be the woman in the situation. First of all, hey, how you doing?
Hey.
You're gonna greet me like you got some sense.
I don't gotta greet
first
you.
of all.
Hey, Quan,
And that's why
You
your
think I
son
gotta
acts
greet
the way
you?
that he acts, and why he gets smacked up and down when he's in my
please.
house. Because
Please.
clearly you have no home training from your own mama, and somebody should have beat her behind for the way she raised you. Because you need your behind beat for the way
what?
that you raising him.
Come be my behind and get out the car.
Hey, nah, man. Hey, just chill.
Get out the car.
Hey,
get out the car.
Doing too much, shout it. We
Don't
about to
hit
go.
my son.
I'm a real one.
Nah,
I'm
we
a
about to
real
go.
one.
Alyssa,
Hey,
Talissa, whatever your name is,
sit down.
Stay
don't
behind in the
hit
car.
my
You're raising
son.
a thief.
Sit down,
And you're
Quan.
raising
What
a
he
disrespectful
stole?
little
Tell me.
rascal, honey.
Since you know everything,
And I
what
need
he
you to tell
stole?
him. Honey, he taking money out of my bag.
Honey, he
Okay?
gets that from
He's
Javon.
taking
That's what
toys
Javon do.
From my
That's what Javon
Baby,
do.
my man ain't gotta
That's
steal
what
nothing.
Javon do.
My man ain't
Stop
gotta
that.
steal
Hey,
nothing.
see, you
Stop
don't
that.
listen. That's why she had
Stop
to hit him
that.
last night. You don't listen.
Okay, so there is a lot to unpack there. Look at Joe. Joe's already done. All right, so I'm going to start with you, Joe. I'm going to pose this question to all of you, including our viewership. Should anyone other than a parent be allowed to discipline a child? Why or why not? We're starting with you, Joe.
You say discipline, you mean like physically discipline?
Yes, physically.
No. The answer is no.
Why or why not?
Oh, one, I don't necessarily think that, your own parent whooping you is effective. I know a lot of people are not going to agree with that, but, there's just too much evidence that shows it's not the way to go. So having someone who is not your parent and you possibly, more than likely don't believe loves you, putting their hands on you, and as a parent, allowing someone to do that, that is going to cause more damage than anything. So, it's gonna just have long term damage and break down relationships. So that's my why.
I think that's a good why. How about you, Marlo? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm with Joe. Don't hit the kids. Don't hit other people's kids. Children have brains. They can think. They can process. Now, listen, I'm not above a little quick pop for correction. You out of pocket, pop, get back, right? But in terms of like beating a child and like a whipping, like standard whippings, like I got my ass whipped when I was a kid. Nah, we ain't doing that. Don't do that. Leave them kids alone and talk to them like they're humans so that they can learn a thing called conflict resolution.
Right. And kids are not as people think that kids don't pick up on that stuff. Their kids are smart. They come out the womb now walking. They don't even crawl no more. They put their heads up. They're ready to go. This is different times. But how about you, Athena? What do you think? Should anyone other than a parent be allowed to discipline a child?
No, and as someone who has a step parent, my father made sure that he was the only one that disciplined me. So I don't think that anyone that is a step parent, much less a girlfriend, and we'll go into that deeper, but I don't think nobody should be whipping other people's kids like that. No.
And my comment is this. First of all, the whole situation in this situation is absolutely crazy. You got the dad already spanking the child in the back or doing something with the child back. You got the out of control girlfriend. But I'm going to tell you right now, had I been that mother, she would have been snatched up very quickly. You don't put your hands on my child. We don't have an understanding. You ain't even a step parent. You are some wild woman at this time. This is probably a temporary girlfriend. Keep your hands to yourself. That is not your job, and you should not be even thinking about putting your hands on my child, which, by the way, my son is 38 years old as of today. Happy birthday, baby boy. And he knows I got his back. Now, I want to look at some of these comments because They are pretty off the hook. So let's see what social media has to say. Chronicle Speak says, my anxiety has just gone through the roof. I was waiting on her to get snatched out the window. Lana says, the way she would have gotten snatched out that window so quick. Phew, I'm glad this is not my story. And Jay Nickstar said, how do you look 12 and 52? That one got me on. Sincerely, Kuida says, I really hope this is a skit. It's terrible either way, but for that baby's sake, I hope this is fake. That's right. I saw. It's nice that she saw that from the child's view. Sparkle says, when she said he be getting smacked up, I knew it would be that had to be fake because she wasn't snatched out that window. And Tweeting Spark said, the audacity that this is happening online. Whoa. Okay, now this one, hold my earrings. That would have been me. Y'all would have had to send bail money. My mama would have snatched her through the keyhole, not the door, but through the keyhole. And then someone said, this has got to be a prank. And Blessed Diva 1 says she's got to be waving her hand and talking a little too long because she would have been snatched. So far, we're seeing people kind of agreeing with this. So Wolf Dog says, first off, hitting someone is never the answer. Second of all, it's against the law, so you're wrong on both accounts. You need to learn better parenting skills. People need to take classes on being parents before you go lay down making these badass kids all over the place. I said what I said. Call me boss lady. The girlfriend is out of line for hitting the little boy. Queen Lana said she was doing too much talking and not enough snatching. And then Steph said, end scene. Now, I'm actually going to go back to one of those comments that I feel like I would like to hear Joe's response to. He said that, that one of the comments said that no one should be doing this, that we should all be going through parenting class before we even take on being parents. And I would like to know your thoughts on this. And is this something that's being realistic?
Realistic is a strong word, but it is something that we should be doing. We should have more understanding about how to raise our children because a lot of us were taught the wrong way. Like some of us, like I see in these comments, a lot of us think that, you are the person you are because somebody put their hands on you. And I'm almost positive that's not the reason why, you stayed out of jail or you stayed out of trouble. There were other factors contributing to that, that involve different kinds of consequences. But even myself, I got whoopings growing up. I got mainly from my step parent. And my mother allowed that to happen. And as much as I love my mother, when I think about that today, I still have resentment for the fact that she let another man discipline me that way. So there should be classes. There should be classes to help us understand the long-term effects of that type of discipline, what we are dealing with ourselves. We should all kind of be able to process the way we grew up and the thought process we have behind putting our hands on our children. So yeah, I do believe that, now realistic, that's a far cry, but it's definitely something that should be happening.
I think we just need life adult skill classes altogether because they have taken so much out of school, even just basics that home economics, all that stuff. I mean, that's all involved in life experiences that we have. And I honestly just feel like we're not prepared for a lot of things that happen in life. And at least they could touch on a little bit of this and that. But I do like what Hit 23 said. If they all discuss this together, and with the child in a very important situation, put them in timeout until one of the parents. It takes a village to raise a child. Now, you said one thing, Joe, that I want to get a quick answer from all of you. You've already answered, but you got spankings growing up. What about you, Athena? Were you spanked?
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately, yeah. What about you, Marla?
Me and my dad had a conversation about that, and we came to the conclusion that was just a waste of time. I still just did whatever I did, but yeah, I don't think it was like it made a significant impact as far as like changing my behavior, actually.
Yeah, so I think it also depends on the child a lot of the time, right? So Marlo, were you spanked as a child?
Yeah, I got whippings, and I'll be honest, I got a whipping for the same thing over and over again. And into adulthood, I still do that same thing. So that's how I knew once I got to adulthood, I was like, oh, this is ineffective. Because the one thing I ever got whipped for is the thing that I still chronically do. So yeah, and I didn't pass that on to my children. Like I said, quick bop, stop, sit down. But in terms of like how I had to lay across the bed and anticipate that belt coming, yeah, nah, that stopped with me. We don't do that.
Me, I was a sensitive child. I did one thing. I think I was 4, and my mom popped my legs. It wasn't even a spanking. It was a wake up call. Like, I'm talking to you, young lady, and that's all I needed. You did not have to give me anything else, and she knew that. She knew that my feelings were too sensitive for that, and so I was always considered the good girl. So, and I didn't do this. I didn't do that with my son. But we still are going to continue this conversation because we got some strong opinions up in here. How about a commercial break? We'll be right back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens. That's Queens. That's Queens to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Yes, Queens, Queens to 87948. Now that way you'll get your notifications every day when we go live. I get the notifications and I'm on the show. So hey, if I'm getting them, you should be getting them because we are talking about some very important things. It's simple. Stop what you're doing and go ahead and do that now so that you don't miss an episode. Now, listen, I want to continue with this because there is a couple of comments. Like there's one person who said, oh, you guys are sick because, you're not supposed to put your hands on anybody. Well, guess what? You obviously ain't been listening to the show. You came in and you just assumed. If you would have listened, you've seen that a lot of us here don't really agree with that. Right. So how about you pay attention before you start with those comments? And I would like to know, Marlo, does the role of a girlfriend differ from that of a stepmother when it comes to disciplining children?
I think that the biological parents should decide that, right? I feel like, this is obviously not a mature relationship, so they're going to always be arguing about whatever. But I think that girlfriend, if they live together, right, there should be some level of respect from the child to the adult and the other way also, right? But it's up to the people in the relationship to set those boundaries. I guess that's what I'm saying. Like some people ain't, they're going to live together forever. They won't get married, right? Does that mean because there's not a legal bond that person shouldn't be able to tell that child something? I don't know. What I do know is that among the parents, there should be an understanding of what is and isn't acceptable.
And I totally agree with you. Conversations need to be had before anything at all. Like, I'm just going to say, since I'm a woman, if it was the man, I would say, listen, we need to have conversations about what is going to happen when you start dating and have it clear. I mean, you shouldn't just assume, it's going to come if you're not together. At some point, people are going to be dating other people. But listen, I love this comment by Gail. She said, it used to be, it takes a village. But the village is not what it used to be. I'd like to know your thoughts on that, Athena.
Listen, you already know how I feel about dusty people and dusty parents, and the dust proliferate everywhere. So, I do think there's something to be said about having a village. But when I even look at the average American dynamic, right, in the West, there's less multi-generational households. There's less, it's more of a nuclear family. And there's a lot of pressure on those two parents to uphold and support those children. So I think that is one thing that is something that we're not being able to benefit from because of how society is structured here. Much less if you are a single parent, whether it's a man or a woman alone doing it. I can only imagine how difficult the rearing of children would be in that situation. And I think that when we look at society nowadays and how everyone has all these dysfunctional maladaptive behaviors as we're meeting adults, I think that a good part of that stems from the lack of support that we have from parentage and a village.
I agree. Now, I grew up in a village. Like, if I did something wrong down the street, I'm gonna tell you right now, every auntie would have had the right to spank these legs until I got home. However, like I said, I wasn't that child. If I did do something, then I knew by the time I got home that my mother would have heard it from 4 different aunties. So that to me was frightening enough, to know that, that my people that I love the most would see me doing something that I shouldn't be doing. So Joe, I would like to know, because because you asked this when I first started the conversation, what is the difference between discipline and abuse?
Right. So discipline, I mean, actions have consequences, right? So, a lot of the times people are abusing kids or children, and it's really about them. It's about them trying to beat their own shame for their child's lack of, whatever it is they're lacking, or whatever their child is not doing. They're trying to beat the shame of them not instilling that in their children out of their children. And so that's not really a consequence. And like Marlo said, like she got hit over and over again. It wasn't for doing the same thing. It wasn't about Marlo. At some point, it was just you're ashamed that you want to try to beat this person, beat the shame out of your child, and that's not effective. So, like I said, actions have consequences. So the difference is you have consequences for your actions. You're not going to get the privileges necessarily that you think you're entitled to if you misbehave or cross boundaries or violate your parents' boundaries. So that's the difference. It's flat out like you're physically putting your hands on somebody to invoke a change in them, and all you're doing is damaging your relationship with your child most times in some form or another. So there's a big huge difference. And this whole thing, like watching this video, like the main thing that's problematic about it is that the mother is saying you're not allowed to hit my child. The mother of that child is saying you're not allowed to hit my child. So we have a bigger problem than like stepmom, girlfriend, or whatever it is. If I'm a child, if I'm a parent and I've told you I don't want you laying hands on my child, and you decide to do it anyway, then we got to get the laws involved. I'm not going to pull you out the car and fight you like the lady was saying. We got a legal issue on our hands. This whole thing is really out of control.
Well, I think also, what are your thoughts on the father's reaction?
Yeah, the father, like I said, the father not having a conversation with his child's mother that we're going to allow someone else to put their hands on our child is super problematic. We have communication issues. They are already doing the lack of communication between them as parents trying to co-parent a child is already doing more damage than the step mom or the girlfriend putting hands on the child in the first place. They already don't communicate about raising their child. They're on different pages. So it's this whole scene is super problematic. And I believe, if I'm not, I heard the kid in the back was a kid in the car. So we're having this whole conversation, and the mom's talking about stepping outside so you can fight. It's all bad. It's all bad for that child. None of that is okay. If you are in the chat and you are condoning any parts of this behavior, something is severely wrong with you. I'm looking dead at the chat right now as I say this. Something is severely wrong with you.
I think I might need to lay down on your couch, Joe, because I'm telling you right now, I would probably have that reaction of wanting to put my hands on somebody over my child. But I think that has a lot to do with being a mama bear. It just is. Even today, I wish somebody would. He's 38 years old. I wish somebody would. But Marlo, you mentioned like you were spanked before, but you continued to do that behavior. And Black Lexicon said he personally never saw spanking as a method to correct the child's behavior. It should be the absolute last straw. Are there any? Are there? And there are a lot of straws to exhaust. So you said you still continued with that behavior. So was that frustrating to your parents? Did they ever talk to you about that?
I mean, eventually it stopped, right? I think probably I was 10 or 11 the last time that I was got a whooping, as it was called, because I was a good student. I didn't cut up. I didn't do bad things. My mom had a thing about our house. We lived in a museum, and I wanted to be a free spirit in a museum, and it wasn't allowed. So that is where she and I did not meet eye to eye. And then eventually she got over it, right? Because she didn't want to ruin the relationship with me. She realized that this was just a part of my personality, and she was going to have to allow it to be and allow it to grow and evolve. So don't hit your kids, because it's no reason. Like it is literally, they have understanding. You can talk through them at a age appropriate conversation with your child about correcting behavior. But I guarantee you, if you think that fussing with your ex's girlfriend in the car while the kid is still flipping back and forth, still getting popped, nobody's still correcting the child's behavior, right? This is all about adults and ego and hurt feelings. And this, like Joe said, it's about something else. This don't have nothing to do with the kid. The kid is not getting popped because of his behavior, and the mom is not approaching the girlfriend because of the child's behavior. This has to do with grown people stuff that a child doesn't even understand.
And as you could see, she obviously, the girlfriend obviously was definitely trying to get a rise out of the mother anyway. This is not about the child at all. This is about control. This is about, I was just damn near waiting for her to say, that's why I got your man. Like that's how the whole thing sounded to me. And so there is such deeper things to unpack. As I said, I was one of those children that was so sensitive that all you had to do was look at me crazy, and I'd be like, "Man, I'm gonna get myself right back in this lane." But with that being said, we're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna continue this conversation.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Get your money right. flynubianmoney.com. Listen, it's 2025, babies. And it's time to get your financial house in order. Now, listen, Christmas is over. I know sometimes we go a little cuckoo over Christmas and the holidays, but it's time to start really reeling it in and get yourself together. Maybe you went a little overboard. Maybe you need to see where you can start saving for next Christmas. Well, listen, we have a lot of resources for you, and all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com to download those resources. Don't miss out and don't become broke, because we all need to make sure that we are watching our financial houses. A lot of big changes coming. We don't know what that means, but as my mama used to say, you should always have your brow money. Okay, always have your brow money, right? Make sure that you have some put away and what you can do to help that grow. So Athena, now I'm going to bring this into play because we already kind of know that the whole situation sounded crazy, but should the length of the relationship determine whether a girlfriend can discipline her partner's child?
Not only just the length, just the status of the relationship. Because if you're a girlfriend, that communicates to me that you in a temporary position. He don't know if you coming or going or not. He has not decided on you being any kind of permanent fixture in his life. Okay, like I said, being a girlfriend is a scam. All right, anyone that is in a girlfriend position, he has not decided that you it. So why am I supposed to give you some great respect when I don't even know if you're still gonna be here next week or not? He hasn't even made that decision on you, sweetheart. So now you popping my child. I don't even know if you even gonna be around next week. So that is the other aspect of it that I think is egregious to me, that you feel like you can do that. Because I always feel like the parents need to be the one to do discipline. And I know that is a big hang up. As in the dating situation, everyone's like, okay, well, how am I gonna date people with kids and I have no say so in whether or not I can discipline them or not, right? But if you are not even in the position of a wife or as a husband, you are just a girl, you are dating this person, I feel like the parents involved should be the one to manage that whole situation, the disciplining, the communication, all of that. Like, that's, you should not be involved whatsoever, because you do not know if you are a permanent fixture in this child's life. Now you don't know if you're coming or going.
That's true. That's very true. Marlo, you have something like you would like to discuss about one of our comments that says "Too real for T." I'm sorry, I got that name wrong. Too real for TVV. If you don't check your child, the system will.
This is a Black myth that we have to walk away from. I want us to grab hands together, and I want us to all walk away from this. The system will get your child if that's what they want to do. I have a lot of cousins that got their ass whipped a lot of ways. They got bopped, they got hit, they got belts, they got pops. You name it, my aunt was busting their ass for all levels of infractions. And they all still ended up in the system. When we were young, she would say to them that she was beating their ass so that the people wouldn't lock their ass up. They all ended up locked up except one. This is not the way, Black people. You're not saving your child. All you're doing is giving them an issue with authority. You are breaking down their understanding of pain. You are building a heavy pain tolerance in them so that when they do have these violent encounters with police, they only know one way to react. And you are going to be the target of they're going to react. So you're actually causing the issue, because when they react, they're not reacting at that cop. They're reacting at you. So this is something I want us to get the shovels, Black people. Let's bury this shit. This is a terrible thing we've been telling ourselves for a very long time. And I think we should discontinue it. You don't have to if you feel like that's what made your life. If that's what spared you from the prison system, keep it. But I know too many people for whom that was just not the case. And people still went to jail. So I think that Joe is the professional. I just make cute art stuff. That's all I do. Joe could tell y'all whether or not he believes that I'm tracking in the right direction with my complete disagreement of that comment.
And I want to hear your response, Joe, because I noticed that, that kind of made you cringe too. So what is your comments to that?
Yeah, Marlo's absolutely right. You know what I mean? Like thinking or believing that, like, you just take the prison system right now, all the men and women in the prison system that is locked. Do you think that those are the ones that didn't get their ass whooped? Is that what y'all believe? Y'all believe that all of these women and men is in prison because they didn't get their ass whooped? The system got them. Their parents didn't raise them right. Okay? These are not the factors. Okay? These are not the factors that determine whether or not your kid is going to prison or not. I guarantee you, if your kids are in good standing right now and you beat their ass, I'm guaranteeing that you did something else besides beating their ass that has them in good standing. There was more parenting involved with that. And that's just what it is. I don't even have to know you to know that, oh, my kids beat my ass, my parent beat my ass, so I'm gonna go to college. Like that's not how that works.
As successful as Michael Jackson was, he said
no. That's a really good point. Definitely. Because we all know how they were beat.
That's why Tito was playing them bass lines like that.
Oh yeah, Joe was bopping. Joe was bopping them, but Joe played the guitar, and so Tito picked it up. He had something in him. Music was in them already.
Right. Well, I kind of cringe, but I think we need to watch this video again. For those who are just joining us, let's check out what this whole conversation is about.
You're not his mother, and you're not his father. Javon, why are you letting this happen? I get a call from Quan on his iPad talking about your little girlfriend hit him. For what? What you hit my son for?
woman in the situation. Let me be the woman in the situation. First of all, hey, how you doing?
Hey.
You're gonna greet me like you got some sense.
I don't gotta greet
first of
you.
all.
Hey, come on,
And that's why
You
your
think I
son
gotta
acts
greet
the way
you?
that he acts, and why he gets smacked up and down when he's in my
please.
house. Because
Please.
clearly you have no home training from your own mama, and somebody should have beat her behind for the way she raised you. Because you need your behind beat for the way that you raising him.
Come be my behind and get out the car.
Hey, nah, man. Hey, just chill.
Get out the car.
Hey,
Get out the
she
car.
doing too much. Shawty, we
Don't
about to
hit
go.
my son.
I'm a real one.
Nah,
I'm
we
a
about to
real
go.
one.
Alyssa,
Hey,
Talissa,
behind
whatever
in
your
the
name
car.
is,
sit down.
Stay
don't
behind in the
hit
car.
my
You're raising
son.
a thief.
Sit down,
And you're
boy.
raising
What
a
he
disrespectful
stole?
little
Tell me.
rascal, honey.
Since you know everything,
And I
what
need
he
you to tell
stole?
him. Honey, he's taking money out of my bag.
Honey, he
Okay?
gets that from
He's
Javon.
taking
That's what
toys
Javon do.
from my
That's
children.
what Javon
Baby,
do.
my man ain't gotta
That's
steal
what
nothing.
Javon do.
My man ain't
Stop
gotta
that.
steal
Hey,
nothing.
see, you
Stop
don't
that.
listen. That's why she had
Stop
to hit him
that.
that night. You don't listen.
That's really hard to watch. It really is. I mean, it would be comical if it wasn't something so serious. And we're talking about a child here. So, Athena, how do you think a boyfriend should handle his girlfriend who disciplines his child without consulting him? Now, I don't think that's what really happened in this situation, but this is a good question. Like, should he step in and have that conversation, and then also with the mother?
Yeah, so is it whatever it is, he should have had a conversation with his girlfriend. Listen, guys, I know y'all like to move on with the quickness. All right. I know, y'all like to thought and bop and get a replacement real quick because y'all can't stand to be alone. However, you need to talk to whomever you're dealing with and make sure that relationship is clear and communicate that, okay, the discipline is going to be between me and his mom. If he's acting up or acting crazy, put him in timeout. Do not physically touch him. This, that, the third. There needs to be some clear lines of communication on what the expectation is, right? And me personally, like I said, if you are a girlfriend or a boyfriend, I feel like you should not be involved in any kind of disciplinary action with that child. Okay, if you ain't got no ring on that thing, okay, if they have you on a 12 years a slave timeline, that is your position. You do not step in and overstep any kind of boundaries because that person has not decided that you are going to be a permanent fixture in their life, much less their kids. So that is my personal take on that. Now, I do think that we have, because another element of this is like, okay, is she acting up or acting crazy because he moved on with someone new and she's like kind of in his phase because how you gonna let this new chick come and do all of these things. But I think regardless of that though, if it was me and I was and my ex had moved on and their girlfriend touch my child, I would have a serious problem with that. I would definitely have a serious problem with that. But I wouldn't even be having any conversation with her about it either. I would have it specifically with Jabon or whoever, the dude. I wouldn't involve her in that conversation.
It seemed like to me he liked just as much as drama. I mean, he's spanking the child even in the video. And for me, even though there's elevated voices, the mom seems like she actually was pretty calm at first, and then didn't escalate until the girlfriend started with all of the hollering, talking about she's smacking the child up and down at her house. But let's look at some stats because I think it's important to kind of check out some things behind the scenes. So according to a 2023 study by Pew Research, 63% of parents believe non-parents like step-parents or significant others should not use physical discipline on children. And discipline in families. A CDC report found that 25% of U.S. adults were spanked as children, but support for corporal punishment has declined significantly in recent decades. And the impact of physical discipline on children. I don't know if very many of you all remember this, was when a mom wasn't letting her son riot and she took him straight off the streets, and the police chief at that time praised her for it. An American Psychological Association found that children disciplined physically are more likely to exhibit anxiety, aggression, and behavioral problems as they grow older. A study published in the Journal of Family Psychology in 2021 states that physical discipline can damage the bond between children and non-biological caregivers. Now, I'm going to pull back now because I want to discuss this in a different aspect as well, because we always talk about money, right? This is what we talk about. We talk about money, and part of money is also getting therapy, and that might be involved in what you have to pay out. Now, Joe, I'm going to refer this to you because obviously they all need therapy. So how does this look for them when it comes to the mental health aspect of this? Should they all be in therapy? Should this be something that should be included in any kind of parents that have divorced or not together? How does this affect us money-wise when it comes to mental health?
Right. So the rage in this video is like there's a lot of unheard feelings, untapped feelings. You can see that, different parties don't feel like they've been understood, just based off what I'm looking at in this video. So this does call for a family session. Eventually, that child is going to need some therapy, regardless, just based on what I'm seeing right here and my experience with kids, working with kids as it is. But yeah, this is a family session where everybody needs to understand each person's perspective. Why are you getting elevated? Why do you feel that it was okay for you to put your hands on my child? I'm not okay with that. Okay, what is going on between you and my child, or you and my child's father, that makes you think this is okay? What's going on between me and my boyfriend and you, the child's mother? Like, what we need to talk. Okay. So yeah, the family session needs to occur, and then we get everybody's understanding of everybody's perspective and why things are so triggering. Then maybe we can do what's best for this child, because right now all this conversation, from my observation as a therapist looking at this has nothing to do with that child. Nothing to do with that child.
I agree. And actually, so does a lot of people in our comments. Andrea said that I thought the video was staged until I saw that child in the background. Talk about trauma. Poor child, not the norm. And girlfriend was out of bounds. Boyfriend had no control. And with that, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
You obviously want to come on the show because you come on and you talk at us all the time. These comments today are all across the board, and you have something to say, and we would love for you to come and join us. So if you would like to be a guest on our show, please make sure that you send an email to info@realvirtual.net. Now let me spell that. info@realvirtual.net. Now, here's another thing. You might have a business appointment or something and you can't join our show, and you want to join us every day. We are on Spotify. You can stream us. So if you're taking that jog or you just missed it because of a meeting, all you need to do is go to Spotify, look for Fly Nubian Money, download it, give us 5 stars. That helps us get seen by other people as well, and you can stay up to date. So let's get back into this conversation, because there's a good question I'd like to ask you, Marlo. So in this case, the father's name is Javon. If Javon lives with the girlfriend, and if the girlfriend financially supports the child, should her role in the decision making and discipline expand?
No, Javon is the daddy, right? They should have conversations about that. Let me tell you, I live in a situation. I live with my daughter and my boyfriend will be husband. I don't have no date, but it's a thing. But when there is an issue with my daughter, he talks to me, right? He has a friendly relationship with her dad, and we've had conversations where, oh, if such and such happened, I'm gonna just have to call her dad, right? Because that's the appropriate thing to do. Even when he is my husband, if she's still a minor child, it still needs to come to me. That is my daughter. I don't try to correct his daughters. They're adults, right? Don't overstep boundaries. Nobody, you didn't get in this relationship to get a new kid. You got in the relationship to be in a relationship and to support that person in what they are doing. The problem is people want to take on more of a role. She was saying something about her bag. I don't know, something about it's the bag. And the girl was like, it's Javon bag. I don't know who the bag is for, right? But she was basically saying that the kid and his behavior are cutting into her money. I don't know how. I wish they would have gotten back into that a little bit more so I could have a little bit more context on that. But I think, at the end of the day, conversations, people. You talk to the person that you are in relationship with about where the breakdown in communication is with the minor child. And then the parent go back and talk to them. And in my case, if he tells me something about my daughter, I'm most definitely, after she and I have a conversation, no matter what the outcome of that is, she needs to go talk to him. She needs to go apologize to him. She needs to go clarify what was going on so that they could get back on the right track. And that's being an adult. Like, I don't, all this other stuff, this hooping and hollering and yelling, and get out my face with that. That is silly. And that's why the little boy flipping from the front seat to the back. That's why Javon popping him. Javon even looked out the window and said, this how he act all the time. This why she like popped him the other day. She still hasn't opened the door for her child to get out of the back seat and said, come over here by me since you keep getting popped in the back seat. So she don't even care about that. Her beef is with the two adults in the front seat. And, I wish we had not given this as much time because she gets on my nerves more than Javon's girlfriend's afro right now.
And that's true. And then now that also gives ammo for the child. Don't forget, children also know how to play it. So that when he comes home, after seeing that behavior, what do you think he's going to do if he's upset at the girlfriend or upset at the dad? He's going to say, Mama, guess what daddy did? Exactly. That and this whole system, this whole thing is just a mess. But I want to get back to some of the graphics because I think that there's some really good stats. So let's pull some more information. Here's a cultural perspective on discipline. In a 2020 study, 77% of Black parents said physical discipline was a normal and acceptable form of raising children, compared to 59% of white parents and 43% of Asian parents. However, African American families are increasingly adopting alternative discipline methods such as timeouts and positive reinforcements. Over 50% of Black children in the U.S. live in a single-parent household, making co-parenting and discipline by significant others a common issue, and that's from National Kids Count 2022. Research by the Step Family Foundation shows that lack of clear boundaries and discipline rules cause tension in 60% of blended families. Those numbers are pretty high. So here's some legal considerations around discipline. In many states, corporal punishment by anyone other than a legal parent can lead to allegations of abuse, even if done with the parent's consent, and that's by the American Bar Association in 2023. In 2023, over 40% of child welfare cases in blended families involved conflicts over discipline between biological parents and partners. Those are some really staggering stats. Joe, do you deal with families on these types of issues? And what are the most common things that you see in families that are at least willing to come in and get therapy about it?
You mean like blended families or just
blended families?
Yeah, all the time. all the time. I have tons and tons and tons of clients like this. Especially when I do group therapy with teens. This is a very, very prevalent issue. Stepdad did this, stepdad did that, stepmom did this, stepmom. I mean, this is the type of thing that happens all the time. And what is the main factor involved is typically the child is just heartbroken over their parental situation not working out to begin with, and then you start having beliefs about who loves you and who doesn't love you and what love actually is, and it shows up in your behavior. So what are they doing? They go out and they having a bunch of sex, or they're doing a bunch of drugs, running away, or even worse, it starts become self-harm and suicidal ideation. These are the things that this type of stuff leads to, these type of disagreements. I'm not just saying it just to be saying it. Like, I've sat front line on several occasions and dealt with these type of issues, and I know where they lead, and it usually has nothing to do. I mean, these are children. They don't have, even as teenagers, they don't have discernment. They don't have control over their own situations. So that's the hard part about working with children, is because when you're working with adults, you can you're choosing these things. You know, if you don't change it, you're choosing it, right? That's what you can tell an adult. You can't tell that to a child. They're not choosing their home life. They're not choosing who they go to home to. They're not choosing the circumstances that are surrounding them. It's forced upon them, and that's why when I look at this, I get frustrated. My heart gets broken because none of this, like I said, all time and time again, none of this is about that kid in the back seat. None of it. None of it is toward his betterment. It's not for. They're not thinking about, well, we're gonna make him better in the future. They're just thinking about what they're mad at, who they're mad at, and how they're going to take it out. Well, I can hurt this woman by putting my hands on her child, and
Right.
it's just frustrating.
A part of the argument there, there was the girlfriend accusing the kid, who he could have been no more than four. The child is the thief, and then the mother said, he's just like Javon. What are your thoughts around that, Athena? How do you think that sets precedent for the child hearing that, and then an agreement about seeing, oh, I'm going to be just like my daddy? A lot of times children look up. So these words are more powerful than what we know. What are your thoughts on that comment?
Well, my thought are this. So I don't think that parents should be talking negatively about the other parent and the child, right? So for the fact that she said that, you're gonna end up just like Javon, or the child, implying that he's a thief and that he's fallen in line with his footsteps or whatever. I think that's very negative, and it shows a toxic dynamic between the father and the mother. That whole situation is just a whole toxic dynamic, and I really feel like we need to revamp our American educational system, and we need to teach life skills in addition to, reading and math and all these other things. Like, there needs to be like conflict resolution class, home ec, just things that will people need to know as life skills, right? Because not everyone is going to be a doctor or a lawyer or whatever, but they still need to be a part of a productive member of society. There's a collapse in our relationships and how we relate to one another, and even in these situations where you have children, which is so interesting to me, because especially within the Black community, I know George Fraser said it's projected that only 16% of us are going to get married eventually, right? We will take and hesitate so long on making that decision, and yet have children with people we're not even married to. And children is more of a lifetime commitment than marriage. So I think that we need to look at this as an example of what not to do, and really evaluate, okay, what are we really putting into our children, and what is beneficial for us to do moving forward.
I think once again, we're right back to conversations, adult conversations. We need to be the adults here and not the ones who are out of control, especially in front of our children. That does not set the precedent. But Black Lexicon said, and this is a different thought, for a parent, crying is a more effective character correction for a child than spanking. The last thing a boy wants to do is make their mother cry. I'm going to ask you what you think about that, Marlo. What about that comment?
I don't know. I feel like that's a personality thing. I think that some people don't react to tears. I think that you do have to parent a child's personality, right? I have 3 kids, 3 totally different personalities. What worked for one didn't necessarily work for the other one. And so I think whenever we just look at the blanket, you want to just have a blanket solution, right? Whip all the children or soft parent all the children. You have to parent the child that's in front of you in the moment that y'all are meeting, right? Because there's going to be another moment where it's going to be too hot or it's going to be too messy or it's going to be too something else, and you're going to have to adjust. Parenting is about always adjusting. And if you don't believe that parenting is about always making adjustments, I understand why there are some of the conflicts that play out online that we see on a regular basis. I think somebody mentioned something about the child stealing. That's the kind of stuff we address head on. If my daughter was caught stealing, I need her daddy to be driving down here to sit down, and we need to have a conversation. Him and her need to have a conversation. Him and her there's a lot of conversations that need to be had, right? And I think people don't want to step up to the plate. Parenting is hard. Like everybody here is a professional, but if you have a kid, I would challenge you to say that parenting that child and trying to raise a productive human is not the hardest part of your day. Trying to manage their lives and make sure that their friendships are straight and navigating them through, difficulty. It's so much going on with parenting. And I think it's just silly, this whole idea and this concept, you got to beat the child. No, you got to understand the child. You got to know what's going on with the one individual child. Maybe he don't even act the same at home as he does out, but you still got to have conversations. Stop hitting these damn kids, because then they go home, they go to school, they hit my kid. Now I want to hit both of y'all. We all crazy.
We all crazy, right? But listen, you're not far off. Once again, what's the thing with this? Communication. It's all about communication. And why is that not such a simple solution? I have no idea what's wrong with people. But with that, we may answer that right after this break.
Hey, what's up? It's your girl, Constance Carter. Where am I? I am on a yacht in the Baltimore Harbor, and I am doing my 7-figure strategic planning solo, baby. I plan on having a 7-figure year. I partnered with the Fly Nubian Money, and we are putting together a training that's going to help you to put together your 6- and 7-figure ecosystem. Yes, there are things that you need to do, strategies you need to put in place so that you can implement and have a 6 to 7-figure year if you don't already have one. If you got a 6-figure year, let's go ahead and get you a 7-figure one. If you got a 5-figure year, let's get you a 6-figure. Let's get you there. Join me in the Fly Nubian Money Club, and let's grow your money in 2025.
You don't want to miss out. Constance is a wealth of information, and her energy is infectious. So you want to make sure that you sign up. Make sure you sign up at the flynubianmoneyclub.com, and you too can learn how to make them 6 and ship them figures, right? And she just has the perfect roadmap to do that. So that's this Saturday, guys. That's this Saturday. So you don't want to miss it. Go ahead, sign up right now so that you can get your head in the right space. And that's flynubianmoneyclub.com. Not net, net.com. Oh, it's okay, flynubianmoneyclub.com. You want to make sure you do that now. Okay, listen, I found this comment to be, I don't know how I feel about this comment. Joe, earlier in the chat, and I don't have the person who said it, but someone mentioned that our children are being raised as soft. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
It's a softer era, That's just what it is. I mean, I don't know how we define soft and not soft. I mean, they're dealing with things that we do not understand. You know, having somebody have access to you 24/7 for the entirety of your life, that's a different type of mindset than the one we grew up in. So, you know, it's different. You know what I mean? I wouldn't call it soft or harder or nothing, but I mean, I listen to it on a daily basis, and the more and more I get to understand it, the more I realize that it's really taxing and it's very different. And I'm glad I didn't have to grow up in this era. I'm glad I didn't, because I don't want to deal with the stresses of what they deal with. And I saw another comment saying that um mental health is overused right now. And I'm gonna push back on that a little bit. I understand that perspective. I really do. I hear it all the time. But I'm gonna say that it was underused before. And that's the problem. Like all of these things that we classify as normal because we grew up in them, when you really break it down and be honest with yourself, bro, is they weren't normal. You know, imagine somebody who you love very much and you consider to be the one safe space in your life coming and just cracking you across the belt with a big thick leather belt or a telephone cord or whatever these things are. And this is the only safe space you have in your life, and never sitting down and talking to you about. I mean, some people probably did talk to their kids after beating them, but a lot of people just got whoopings and never had a conversation after that. You did this, so I'm beating you for it, and not understanding why what you did is wrong, or how, you know, how scared I was when you did this one thing. You know, as a parent, I'm scared for you. So for me to rectify that fear, I'm going to beat you instead of talking to you. And we classify this stuff as normal. So it's not overused. It was just underused back in the day. And if you really sit down, like I said, and be honest with yourself, you'll see what I'm talking about.
I agree. And different times we know better. I think a lot of the times many parents parented the way they did because they didn't know any better. They did what was done to them because they thought it was correct. But it's not too late for us to unlearn and relearn new behaviors for this future generation. Which, by the way, y'all, do y'all know what they call this new generation? Because it begins this year, Generation Beta. Who came up with that? That's some crazy. That's stupid. Don't call them that. Don't call them that. But I digress. Listen, this hour has gone really fast, and we have had some really good conversations. And let me tell you, before we move on to final thoughts, I want to take this time to say thank you to everyone who is watching. Without you, we don't have a show. But you always keep us on our toes. You come up with great conversation. We love having you here, and we are grateful that you are here as well. So we're going to move into final thoughts and where we can find you. And let's start with you, Athena.
All right, so I know a lot was said today. All right, should a girlfriend be allowed to whoop her boyfriend's child? I think as a panel, we came to a consensus saying no, that the parents need to work on conflict resolution skills and manage their child rearing, and the effectiveness of corporal punishment is not that great with kids. Okay. However, I do think that it also points to something that we need to come together as a community, because a lot of us do have blended household situations, because a lot of us have not been able to make it work together, and open up a stronger dialogue as to what needs to happen in order to facilitate functional and happy and healthy children and home environments, right? So I think that is something that we need to walk away with today. My name's Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA. Everything and information you can find about me at elevatewithathena.com. There you can find my social media, my courses and workshops, and my podcast.
She busy, y'all. She busy. What do we do around here? We stalk and chicken hawk. So make sure that you go and check her out at elevatewithathena.com because she has a lot of good resources for you. Joe, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
I don't want to try to convince grown people to do stuff they don't want to do. So if you feel like beating your kids or whooping your kids is the way to go, I'm not here to tell you any different. You go ahead and do what you want to do. I just have, tons and tons of research supporting the things that I'm saying, and I'm trying to help you the best way that I can. But you're going to do what you're going to do anyway. But I tell you what, when you do feel like you don't like it, when you are uncomfortable with the conversations that you're having and the way that you feel when you're doing these things, then I'll open my door to you. I dust off the couch for you. I spray a little bit of that Lysol on there so you don't, no germs are being spread. And we just talk. We're just gonna talk about it because the reason that you're doing the things that you're doing is probably not the reason that you think you're doing them. And I just encourage everybody to just be honest with yourself just a little bit and recognize your behaviors that are unhealthy. Recognize the behaviors that are showing up in you that are unhealthy. Okay, that's all. That's all. And we're upset, we're angry, we're mad about a lot of things because we're a traumatized community. It's just what it is. We're a traumatized community. They say I saw a comment to say our ancestors survived it. Did they survive it? Did our ancestors survive it? You look at what we had to do to get through slavery, literally just wanting freedom and fairness and getting beat for doing things like reading, and then Jim Crow and the civil rights, all of these things that we survived and being passed down from generation to generation. None of this stuff was normal. We're a traumatized community, whether you want to accept that or understand it or not. I'm not going back and forth with nobody who's arguing that point at all. Okay? So if you're looking for me, realuconsulting.com. You can go in there. I did some tweaks to the website. You can book your session right then and there. Book you a session, book you a consultation. Come talk to me, man. These behaviors ain't normal, okay? I love y'all, for real.
I think he has a lot of wisdom and he knows what he's talking about. And he's got a desk for you to sit at and talk to him about this. And you are right. And Joe, let's not forget, they actually labeled us wanting to run away as slaves as a mental condition, like something was wrong with us for wanting to do that. What's so different between the corporal punishment? I digress. It's a good question. Marlo, give me your final thoughts and where we can find you.
My final thought is that illness that Lala just referenced is called drapetomania. If you want to look at it, look it up and learn what it is, maybe it'll help you understand why you think that Black children are unusually unmanageable and need to be managed with corporal punishment. I think that what's good for every family is none of my business, right? I raised my kids the way that I raised them. When I was raising children in the mid-90s, people looked at me like, girl, you ain't about to, no, we about to go sit down and have a conversation. I'm not going to put my hands on them. I have a grown son, knock on wood, never been arrested. So break that myth of if I don't get him in line, the government will. He's in line not because he was afraid of me. He's in line because he respected me. And he was taught that he didn't want to go through life disappointing me because ultimately he's disappointing himself. The same thing with my two daughters that came behind him. So like Joe, I'm not here to tell anybody how to live their life. I'm not here to tell you how to parent your kid. But if you want to make a positive contribution to Black people and Blackness, this is something that we have to abandon. This is something that was taught to us. This is something that was forced upon us. Women were told, you need to get that boy in line before blah, 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 blah. And the best way she knew how to do that was to slap them, right? Whoop them, beat them, get them into shape so that they know how to act right. That is a form of madness that we have to stop. My name is Marlo Layson. I'm a professional journalist. If you're looking for me, I have content online that I've written. I've also have videos that I produce that you can watch, stories that I tell similar to the ones that we tell on this platform every day. If you like to follow me on Instagram, I am over Marlo. You see my handle right there next to my name on the screen. And I love y'all too. I love y'all enough to say that sometimes it's okay to step back and take 1,000-foot view at what's going on in your life and correct the things that are wrong. You ain't got to tell everybody, but making the changes, everybody will see. You ain't got to say a word. Thank you for being here, as usual.
And you definitely want to stalk her. because she is on this journey, fitness journey, and we are all invited to take part of that. And guess what? We all can be cheerleaders on the sidelines to help her reach her goal. And if you want to know that is, I guess you better go and look at her social media to find out. And here's my final thoughts. Listen, the world is changing. Just because you were taught one way to do things doesn't make it right. When you know in your heart of hearts there is something that isn't right about the way things are going in your life or the way you are doing things, and you do know, because there's always something tapping at you in the back. And there's always something that you said, I wish my parents didn't. When those things tap on you, you know that it's time to really take a deep look into that and to start taking care of that within you before you pass it along and your children are doing the same thing. Listen, we all have different journeys. I can't tell you what to do in your house. I know what was done in my house. I know what was done effectively for me. And I thank goodness that I noticed what worked for my child as well. And I'm happy to say that he's a healthy 38-year-old today. So just really stop and think and breathe before you act, because sometimes you can go way too far. And I have a lot of free resources for you too. And you can go check them out at bit.ly. Laura Key Info. I am talking to you about getting out of your box of thinking that you have to stay in the United States. I am opening your world to being a world citizen, because there is a great big world out here and you should tap into that. So go to my site and go check out some of those free resources. Get on my newsletter and I'll keep you updated about what's going on in Portugal. Right? But listen, before we leave here, I've got a couple of things just to remind you of, because you need a little homework. We always like to give you a little homework. Make sure that you definitely tap the words, the Queens, Queens, to 87948 so that you could be notified when we go live. Now, when do we go live? We go live Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you miss it, then go to Spotify and make sure that you download that over there and take us on the road with you. One thing I didn't hit is our magical email address, which is info@realvirtual.net. If you want to be a guest, if you need help with your business, maybe you got too much on your plate, you want to email us to see what we can do to help you build your business so that you can focus on more important things besides the smaller things that take up a lot of your time. But here's one thing I really want you to stress and know. When you think about Fly Newbie Money Club, according to statistics, 80% of people who set New Year's resolutions will quit this Friday, the second Friday in January. So January 10th, right? It's called Quitter's Day. It's so much known that it's called Quitter's Day. But because research shows that many people abandon their resolutions by then, don't quit. Don't quit. Come to the club where we can help you keep on track. Now, I'm honored to say that I was the first speaker. And if you join the club during our you have a free trial, you'll be able to go back and watch what I taught. But then you get the bonus of constance this week. So make sure that you sign up now. Don't be a quitter. If you get yourself on that beginning line, you're going to see the goal. So sign up now at flynubiamoneyclub.com. Listen, we had a fabulous conversation today, and this was an incredible discussion. So the topic of discipline is always tricky, especially when it involves a partner stepping in as a parental role. But at the heart of all this, the question comes down to trust, respect, communication between everyone involved. So whether you believe it's okay for a girlfriend to whoop her man's child or think it's crossing the line, the ultimate goal should always be to create a safe, loving, and supportive environment for the child. So I want to take this time to say thank you to you for watching, but also my super royal panel. We have Marlo, Joe, and Athena for sharing your perspectives, and thank you for joining the conversation. Until next time, which is tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, stay mindful, stay intentional, and stay fly. Peace out.
Shout out to the Caribbean broads.
Oh my gosh, how y'all doing? It is 1/2 past the hour, and I was supposed to go live earlier, But anyway, my daughter had a dance competition today. So as soon as I came back into the house, ate my food, my husband and I, we had sort of like a date night. We went out to a steakhouse. Anyway, I'm here. I'm so happy to be here. Hey, everybody. I am Dr. Alicia, and this is my book club. And the book we're reading is How to Be an Adult in Relationships. And it's the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. And gosh, for the past couple of months, I've been going through this book, and we are more than halfway done. So exciting. Hello, Nalisha, how you doing? Hey, I like that. Nalisha Mitchell, how you doing? Elaine, how you doing? Who is this Dr. O? Dr. O. Okay, Dr. O, how you doing? Is that my coworker? I got a coworker named Dr. O. I don't know if it's him, but if it's you, oh my God, my daughter did not win. Y'all, let me tell you. First of all, they have been killing it at this dance competition. Her high school dance competition, they have been killing it. They've been winning first place at all of these competitions. And today they did not win. They didn't place. And it's so interesting because like they're so used to winning. And I was like, Taylor, how you feel? She was like, this is deeply humbling. She said, I feel so humbled by this experience. So you win some, you lose some, but I was just happy that she was able to get out there and do some dance. Hey, Kim, how you doing? Kim Johnson. Hey, Lisa. Oh, Margot, you like my hair? Thank you. My 17-year-old, she did my hair for me. She does soft locks, y'all. I don't know. I needed something to spice up the holiday season. Do you like my makeup? Y'all like my makeup? It is a Black-owned company that does my makeup. Her name is Vanity Vegan. Y'all check her out on Instagram. She sent me a whole package of makeup, and I was like, I'm wearing it on the air. So y'all check out Vanity Vegan. She sends me makeup, and she's really good. I think her makeup is amazing, and I got to meet her in person. And she's absolutely beautiful. I was like, why would you have a makeup company? Her face was flawless. So anyway, so that's where I get my makeup from. I don't even think about it. I just go into her little box that she sent me, and I really appreciate that. And I just wear it. So I guess I should probably promote it more because not many Black-owned makeup companies. Vanity Vegan, y'all check her out. Anyway, hi everybody. Look at this, Life Beyond the Ring. How you doing? Wait, who is this? I know you from Clubhouse. That is not me. Okay, I'm glad you mentioned this because I do not have a Clubhouse account, and there is quite a few people on Clubhouse who's pretending to be me. It's not me. I'm not on Clubhouse. The Real Estate Syndicate. I'm a therapist, I'm a social worker, and I'm a college professor. I do not dabble into real estate. Please do not buy anything from me. And please do not sign up for anything on Clubhouse because I do not participate in Clubhouse. I probably should. I wouldn't mind. But I'm glad you put that Life Beyond the Ring. I hope you did not give that Alicia Watkins any money because it's a scam. Oh my gosh. Spread the word. Spread the word. Tara, how you doing? Hi, everybody. Who else is in here? Tell me where you're coming from. While you put your information in there, tell me what city you're from. I do want to reiterate, this is How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. This book is deep. This book is very deep. We are on chapter 5. So chapters 1 through 4, if you want to get that, you're going to have to text. Let me see. Where is it? Text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. Many of you guys did text the word love to 87948 because that's how you know that I'm going live. I'm sorry I'm late, but I had some family obligations today, and nothing was more wonderful than watching my daughter dance out there. She danced her heart out, and she had a really good time. It was a great bonding experience with her and her teammates. And I just think like, anytime she's on stage, she's having a fun time. Okay, so look at everybody. Oh my gosh, Kim from Oakland, California. That's what's up. Charleston, West Virginia. West Virginia. Good grief. How you doing, Ashley? We got Regina from the Shy Town. Hey, Regina, I lived on Drexel. I lived in the south part of Chicago. When I lived in Chicago, I went to University of Chicago in Hyde Park. So that's where I went. Art Tari from Virginia Beach. Hey, that's what's up, Virginia Beach. Sharif in Boston. Yes, New York. Helen Weaver, how you doing? From Georgia, Lawrenceville, Georgia. Gosh, Erickson from Fort Lauderdale, California, all over the country, from one end of the country to the other. I know I got some UK people, usually people from the UK. Y'all are in here too. So anyway, I am so excited. Gosh, we've been talking about many chapters in this book. What I like is that this book talks about the 5 keys. Can y'all see that? The 5 keys to mindful loving. Do y'all know what it is? I should quiz y'all. The 5 keys to mindful loving. What is it? It is mindful loving. What does that mean? It is attention. So it's giving your partner attention and then receiving attention from your partner. Attention, affection. That's another key to mindful loving. Key to mindful loving is affection, being affectionate with each other. It doesn't have to be hugging up all on each other, but it's affection in the way you guys interact with each other. Affection, allowance, no judging, allowing that person to be who they are. Sometimes if you see stuff that you don't like, and we'll talk about it here, if you see things that maybe you don't like, you still have to allow that person to be who and what they are, even if it doesn't work for you. So still have to allow. So attention, affection. Thank you, Elaine. Allowing, you have to allow people to be who and what they are, and you have to appreciate them. So the 4th A is appreciation, showing the utmost level of appreciation. That is the 4th key to mindful loving. So instead of criticizing that person, you have to appreciate that person. And the last one is acceptance. You have to allow somebody, you have to appreciate them, and you have to accept them. And guess what? They have to do the same for you. So what this book centers around is all of the 5 keys to mindful loving. What I like about it is that it goes from the root. It talks about how you receive this from your parents growing up and how it has an impact on your current relationships. And today we're going to talk about conflict. We just finished up chapter 4, which was all on romance, all on high romance. So we don't fall in love, we rise in love, right? So that's how we need to see it. Not a falling in love, we rise in love. However, when it comes to conflict that arises, we really need to talk about falling into conflict because it is something that is inevitable. A lot of us do not know the inevitable piece of conflict, but we're going to tackle it today. Well, we're going to tackle part of it today. Today, I'm just going to read a couple of pages in chapter 5. Chapter 5 starts on page 133. I have the paperback book. You can get it on Kindle. There's even an audio book version. So I do have the Kindle version. I also have the audiobook version, but I prefer, because I'm old school, I prefer the paper. So I'm old school. I prefer paper, and I'll be reading from the paper copy. And we're going to talk about when conflicts arise, because this is a phase that happens in all relationships, and most of us don't know how to deal with it. Most relationships end in the conflict phase. Most relationships, as soon as somebody gets so scared, as soon as conflicts arise, we get scared and we end the relationship. And I think that sometimes we do this prematurely and we're missing out on this opportunity to learn, not necessarily about the other person. You do learn about the other person on the other side of conflict, but in the process, you also learn about yourself and you also grow. So we're going to talk about that today. Okay, when conflict arise, and it's on page 133. Y'all ready? Okay, Here we go. Here we go. I like what the author does because he begins every chapter with a quote. Here's the quote. Time, force, and death. Lord. To do this body what extremes you can. To do this body what extremes you can. But the strong base of building of my love is as the very center of the earth, drawing all things into it. Shakespeare said that. Okay, so this is written in Shakespeare language. That's really tough to read. But I think what he's saying in this phrase, I had to really think about it. He's saying that when conflict arises, it sometimes shakes the foundation of the relationship. Think about it this way. You're in this romance phase where you just love that person. You can't get enough of them and everything is going well. You agree on a whole lot of things, but the inevitable conflict arises when you disagree on something, when you're starting to find out, what's going on with this? What's going on here and there? And it can shake the foundation of the relationship. The relationship is tested by time, force, and death. Oh my goodness. The relationship is tested by time because eventually you're going to have conflict. The force of that conflict and even the weight of mortality. Think about that. Death. Death means the possibility of that person not being in your life again. It's the death. That's deep, right? So it's a sentiment. It's just beautifully captured by Shakespeare. And he says, do it this body with extremes you can, but the strong base of building of my love is the very center of the earth, drawing all things into it. So I think kind of what he's saying here is that we all need to be reminded that while arguments and difficulties can shake the foundation of a relationship, a love that's built on a strong foundation, even though it may shake, it won't crack. Yeah, but the strong base and building of my love is the very center of the earth, drawing all things to it. So this drawing strength from a deep, unwavering commitment pulls everything back to its core. Damn. That's saying quite a bit about how it feels when the person that you've fallen head over heels in love with, you now have your first argument. And I'm talking about first real conflict, not, oh, are we having a first argument? This is so cute. Not that. I'm talking about real, I don't know if I like this at all. I don't know if I can deal with this, right? It can shake everything to its core. But if it's built on love, and if you want to know how to build conflict on love, I think you should pay attention to chapter 4 or chapter 3. Chapter 3 talks about how to find a partner. And I think if you follow the steps in chapter 3 of this book, you'll have something that's really built on a strong foundation. I won't go into it because those recordings are out there for you to look at, but it tells us, this invites us to approach conflict, not with fear, approach conflict with a reassurance that love, if it's nurtured, if it's maintained, somehow becomes like the grounding force that's capable of withstanding the extremes. It's capable of withstanding conflict. So that's what's important. You know, this is why, you know, honestly, I think I used to listen to people talk on the internet about there was a lady on the internet, and I know Boyce really liked what she had to say, and I was kind of like, I don't really know if I agree with that. But she would say, I can't remember her name, but I guess it doesn't really matter. She would say stuff like, women, y'all take direction from your bosses, but you don't take direction from your husband, or something like that. And I was just like, that doesn't sit well with me, because I really do believe that a romantic relationship, it's incomparable to any other type of relationship you could have. Like, I think that, you know, if I'm married to somebody, he's not my husband's not my boss. Like, and I'm not his boss, you know, we're equals. And it's not like an sterile arrangement. And, you know, unless, you know, some relationships can be like that, but that's not something that I would sign up for, like a sterile arrangement. I think that the connection shared between my husband, it holds like a depth and an intimacy that I don't think can be mirrored in other relationships, particularly a boss, a coworker, or even, I would even say to some extent, a business partner. Like, romantic relationships, you know, we see each other in our birthday suits. You know, it's like, that's not the same. You know, it's built on this emotional vulnerability, mutual affection, and that's not appropriate in work environments, you know. So I really think it's a unique bond. It transcends professional or even platonic relationships, because if y'all remember, Boyce and I were friends, platonic friends, for a really long time. And I knew him as a friend, but dating him, it was totally different from being friends with him for several years, you know, for a long time, actually, several decades. We were friends. We talked a lot, but that was different from stepping into a romantic relationship. So workplace, business relationships, to me, it's like, it's more like logical, and you got goals set and responsibilities, where I feel like a relationship with my husband, even though we do work together, but my relationship with my husband, it's more emotional. There's more a deep companionship that we actually have. I think we've gotten closer. I know y'all know recently he lost his mother, and I lost my mother-in-law. So I'm grieving, he's grieving. I think that deep companionship, you know, dealing with a spouse going through something really awful like that, and you really painful experience like that, and you know, it compares to no other. And he helped me. It's interesting, when we first started dating, my father passed away, and he was there for me when my father passed away, and it was a very painful experience. It was probably the worst experience in my entire life. The whole experience of my father passing away and all the drama, it was a lot of drama involved. Maybe one day I'll share that story about my dad and all the drama. Oh, daddies, y'all do it to us. But it was a lot of drama, but he helped me through that. So I don't know. I just feel like it's important to make that distinction. You know, the connection is irreplaceable. The connection you have with your romantic partner is irreplaceable. But anyway, let's move on. We've gotten Shakespeare out of the way. So, I mean, they're comparing conflict to the possibility of death. Like, this is core stuff, I think. Very core things. Okay, continuing on. In heroic tales, enlightenment is often followed by a descent into the underworld. Woo! Yes, it is. This is interesting. Enlightenment is often followed by a descent into the underworld, the darkness. That is your subconscious. Let me tell you something. Enlightenment can only follow descent into darkness. If any of you all want any type of enlightenment, if anybody has an idea that pops into their head, I want to be enlightened, you are welcoming darkness into your life because enlightenment only comes out of darkness. George Lucas knows that. He knows. Y'all watch Star Wars? I'm more of a Star Trek person, but I really appreciate and honor and respect the concepts in Star wars, because he's talking about the dark side. Okay. He talks about the dark side, all moving all through that series. And it's a necessary step for enlightenment. You cannot have enlightenment unless you're willing to go to the dark side. There's songs written about it. Step into the dark side. You know, that's a necessary piece. Stepping into darkness. Okay, our journey in a relationship goes down from the summit rather than up to it. So the process of a relationship, it has to go down. So this is talking about conflict. How are you now going to deal with the inevitable conflict? The second and usually the longest phase in relationships is conflict. Facts right there. Dang. As the light of romance is replaced by the shadow of tension, you should welcome this. The shadow of tension. In this phase of the romantic image, the romantic image of you gives way to the reality of you. Peeling all the layers back, putting your best foot forward. You can only do that for so much. Eventually, your partner has got to know the real, authentic you. Not to say that putting your best foot forward is inauthentic. So in pathological people, we'll call them narcissists or even manipulative people, you never see who they are. But we're talking regular relationships, right? You do see who they are, but you see the good parts of themselves because that's what they're showing you. However, you're not seeing your partner in their totality. So their good parts, the bad parts, the shadow parts, their tics, their issues, their obsessions, their compulsions. You don't see all of that. You may see hints of it, but you're so interested in falling in love, you ignore all of the negatives and you see the beauty of it. So this is inevitable, the shadow of tension, the reality of you. It's a grieving process because what you thought that person is, they still are to some extent. It's just that there's more to them. There's more color. There's more dynamic that's in there, that's in them. Like, you know, we do not know ourselves, nor can we integrate our experience until we meet our own shadow and befriend it by struggling with it. How can we know our partner until we do the same with her? How can we love what we do not know? It's not real love. At the beginning, when you're falling in love with the great parts of somebody, the real love comes after conflict. That love needs to be tested, boy. If we truly know ourselves, nothing anyone else does is ever strange, entirely strange, or unforgivable. Yeah, it's like we do not know ourselves, nor can we integrate our experiences really until we meet our shadow, until we meet our insecurity. So the shadow, and we've talked about this several weeks. For several weeks, we've been talking about the shadow. The shadow is like the hidden parts of yourself. Sometimes you don't even know what it is. So it's all of your fears, all of your insecurities, the things you're insecure about, you know, and these are things that you repress. And sometimes you have to face that in relationships. Many people can't do it because they don't have a good self-esteem, by the way. But to truly grow and achieve self-awareness, you are going to have to confront these, and you only confront them in relationships. So I really do think that true growth comes when you marry somebody. Yeah, true growth comes in a relationship with that person, with anybody, right? So I think sometimes there is a struggle there, and we have to uncover these profound truths about our nature, our capacity to lead more authentic and compassionate lives. I really do think that that is what conflict is going to have to test your ability to be compassionate for another person while you're hurting. The person could be hurting you. Okay. So, befriending the shadow, it tells us that we have to reconcile our inner conflicts, and a lot of us have them, to integrate the humanity of each of us. Test your love. Yes, Ronald. Cherry says the representative. Yes, you're seeing the representative of someone else. And that's just interesting. But hopefully that representative is a true reflection of who you really are. It's just a good side of yourself. Okay. Romance shows the love object's brighter side, the positive shadow, the untapped potential for good that we project onto those we idealize, putting people up on a pedestal. Conflict exposes a person's darker sides, the negative shadow. That is a proclivity to meanness, abuse, or even selfishness, which is then projected as strong dislike to those who display such behavior. Woo! Once blinded by romance, now we are free to see all sides of the partnership. We confront pettiness, lack of consideration, self-serving choices. Woo, y'all know this happens in relationships. The arrogant ego and its need to be right. I need to be right. I'm right and you're wrong. Something wrong. I'm perfect and there's something wrong with you. That's what the need to be right is saying. To get in the way and to avenge itself. We notice all the things in our partner that we cannot abide or hide. What we see in our partner is a projection, right? What was cute in romance way becomes acute in conflict. Woo, boy. I mean, we choose to often, the people that we choose to date is a reflection of parts of ourselves. Like, our romantic partners can serve as mirrors. So suppose you have an abandonment insecurity that came about when you were growing up. Maybe, ladies, maybe you were waiting for many weeks. You used to wait for your dad to pick you up from school, and he didn't pick you up from school, or he wasn't there, or he didn't show, or you had a parent that disappointed you in some way. And you had this insecurity, like, what's wrong with me? I feel like I'm insignificant, or these are the thoughts that you tell yourself. And it has nothing to do with you. Sometimes our parents just aren't perfect, has nothing to do with you. But in that childlike state, that is what you were hurt. So maybe there's these unhealed wounds that reside in us, like abandonment. Okay. And you can bring this. Suppose you're calling your partner and they're 10 minutes late picking you up, and it triggers something in you, this deep-seated of abandonment, meaning I'm not worthy. This person thinks I'm not worthy. It had nothing to do with you. Maybe they just got stuck in traffic, or maybe some of these things happen and you notice a pattern in this, but you're uniquely keen and sensitive to that because it is a wound that you had when you were growing up. And so it's interesting, I think, that we subconsciously pick the perfect person, not only for companionship, but we pick this person to help us address some of our wounds. And it's important during this process to really be cognizant of that. Like, gosh, this is why mindful loving, this is why mindfulness comes apart. Because instead of reacting, oh, you left me here, you abandoned me, you said you would be here, you must think I'm, what you doing? You're suspicious of that other person. Instead of letting all these insecurities out, it's important to, in a mindful relationship, we have to consciously decide to do this, step back and say, what is this person bringing up for me? What's going on? And start working toward becoming whole and start understanding some of those things and processing it with your partner. If you have a partner that can help you process these things. Like, gosh, these feelings are coming up for me. Let me just tell you what happened. And telling that story and being vulnerable in those moments, that's how you, first of all, that's how you heal, but that's how you gain a deeper emotional connection with another person. And that's what I do in my practice when I'm working with couples. You know, things come up for people. I expected you to be there for me and you weren't there for me. And that really hurt me. And we start processing some of that. Not that there's something wrong with you, but in a way where we can have a beautiful conversation about the pain and the hurt that your partner felt and why. What is it reminiscent of? Sharing that story with each other. And that's how you connect with another person, being vulnerable. You are not going to do this with your boss. You may do a little bit of something, but your boss doesn't care about that, you know. So it's that love and that deeper connection that you can potentially have with another person that makes, you know, relationships unique. And I really do think that conflict, you know, it does this. By the way, they talked about in that last paragraph, they did talk about like, there's some negative aspects that can come out. Like when you have a conflict with another person and you see how they react to conflict, it can be kind of shocking. You know, you're like, dang, this person is mean. This person is abusive. You know, you could see selfish. You can see that. And I do work with couples about these are losing strategies. Like in conflict, that is not the time to be mean. That is not the time to be verbally abusive or emotionally abusive and like calling someone names, telling them there's something wrong with them. That's not the time to just think. These are losing strategies in a relationship, and it will create more resentment, you know. And I think, you know, these behaviors are projected out toward other people, and sometimes both of them can be quite awful to each other. Only a romantic relationship can do that because it's an intense bond that you have with another person. Okay, let's move along. Hey y'all, we are on page 134. If you're just joining me, I just want to say I am reading How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. You need to mindfully love each other. How do you do that? What are the 5 keys? I really want to read this out because I think that if you're in a relationship and you're having some issues and you don't know where to start, the best way to start is with the 5 keys to mindful loving. And that is attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. These are the 5 keys to love someone in a mindful way. You're not going to be reactive. You're not going to say and do things that you're going to later regret and have to say you're sorry for, and you need to apologize. Accountability is so important in relationships. Not only do you need to be accountable, but you also need to tell a story about how and why you reacted so strongly. And you need to do it as much as you can to repair relationships, particularly in conflict. Being able to repair, being able to go back and say, you know, I'm sorry. I've had some time to think about it. I'm starting to become more mindful. And I want to be able to do better moving forward. Let's talk about how me and you can work together and deal with this issue. So these are the things that you need to do to maintain that bond and connection with that person, even in the midst of conflict. Seeing it outside of yourself and you working together with your partner to make sure you do that. And we do not have enough examples of this in our culture, in our society. We don't live in a world that models enough of this in our relationships. And we need to. I mean, these are things that our families are hurting. And it's more than just being together. It's being healthy together. And I think that's it. That's the key. That's the key there. So anyway, so that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about conflict. Conflict is very scary, but it is inevitable. It's something that you cannot avoid, and you need to know how to deal with it. So we're going to talk about it today, how to deal with conflict. So how y'all doing? Listen, if you want to know, God knows when I go live on Sunday. I thought I was going to be live an hour ago, but I just got back from my daughter's dance recital and not dance competition. And so I didn't go live until a little later, but please be sure to text LOVE, LOVE to 87948. That way you will know when I finally go live on Sunday. I will go live next Sunday. I got nothing going on. Let me look at my calendar. Nope, got nothing going on next Sunday. I will be live next Sunday and we can pick up with chapter 5, but we're still continuing. Chapter 5, it is all about conflict, how to deal with conflict. I don't think we have enough examples of it, so we're going to talk about it today. Okay, so we are on chapter 5 and I am on page 134. I've read one page. It's been a half hour and I've only read one page, but I do want to talk about the human experience. I love this part. Oh, no, wait. Where am I? Oh, I'm here. Okay. I'm on the second paragraph at the top. The phase is a totally, this phase, the conflict phase, is a totally normal, necessary, and useful part of the process of building a lasting bond. Hello, that's what conflict is. Conflict is a phase in your relationship that is totally normal. Don't think, what's wrong with us? We're not getting along. Totally normal, necessary, and useful part of the process of building a lasting bond with someone. Without the struggle it entails, we might be lost in another and thereby lose ourselves. We need conflict in order to evolve from romantic projection to mature self-affirmation. In this phase, the conflict phase of love, that corresponds to the detachment phase of the heroic journey. You have to squeeze that coal to make a diamond. Conflict, restricting, uncomfortable. Can you imagine how coal feels when it's being squoze? When you're squeezing that coal and you turn out, it ends up a diamond. I think that's where it comes from, right? Diamond, it has to have some conflict in order for it to be something worthwhile. Diamonds are valuable, right? There must be, it's a necessary process. It's a necessary process. That's what George Lucas, that's what that Star Wars franchise is nothing but an illustration of the necessary part that happens in us. We got to go to the dark side to end up being enlightenment. So therefore, your relationship must go to the dark side in order for there to be the diamond. Oh, and a diamond is what you give your wife when you get married. Maybe that's the real reason of a diamond. Hey, it just occurred to me. Maybe the real reason why men give their wives diamonds in general, or diamonds when they get married, maybe diamond was the stone that's representative of enlightenment, of going to the darkness in order for enlightenment. You seen a coal? I think that's what diamonds are made out of. Ooh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what diamonds are made out of. And that's the darkest thing. Ain't nothing darker than coal. It's black, right? So black coal and then diamond. There we go. Wow. Okay. So that, that is the symbology of the enlightenment. Bright. Things are bright. Very fascinating. What else would I say about conflict? I think what else I want to say about conflict is that it is a catalyst for growth. And that tension that they talked about, what did he say? There's a tension that's necessary for a lasting bond. I think through conflict, we're often forced to face some uncomfortable things. And we do have to peel back some of these illusions that we have of each other. And I think this is how you become self-aware, you know. I think also when you have conflict, you need to resist the urge to say to yourself, what's wrong with them? You know, I think we need to, conflict in relationships challenges us to take responsibility for our emotions and actions rather than externalizing them. And I think that we see so many examples of what's wrong with these men? What's wrong with these women? What's going on? And I think that we need to pull away from that, and we need to often kind of look at how we play a part in that conflict and own up to it, instead of saying, externalizing all of this into our partners. So for instance, you know, suppose you were insensitive and your partner was offended by something that you did, you know, instead of saying, what's wrong with her? Why is she so sensitive? Oh my God, she got daddy issues and she too sensitive. Go fix yourself and have that. No. That's not how you deal with conflict. You recognize that, yeah, you may have been offensive to your partner. Instead of saying, what's wrong with her? Why is she so sensitive? You need to look back and say, you know, how was I not being as sensitive as I could have been with that person? And I think that is that's the part where relationships can transcend, right? So instead of conflict being a sign of failure, it can be like a bridge, you know, toward some transformation. Maybe I need to watch how I speak to her and what I say to her or him. It could go either way, instead of pointing the finger and thinking it's somebody else. So how y'all doing? Anyway, how y'all doing? We are moving on. We're talking about the human experience now. Okay. So human experience occurs only in a relational context, and specific conflicts from our past are excavated in relationships. As a result of relating to an adult partner, we can remember our life with our parents more vividly than we ever thought possible. Wow. So this is interesting. As a result of relating to an adult partner, we can remember our life with our parents more vividly than we ever thought possible. So it's bringing up things with your own parents. In the conflict phase, in fact, we cannot help but meet up with the remnants of early life. This is the phase in which we hear ourselves saying to our partner and our children the very words we heard our parents say to us long ago. So you start realizing, hey, I'm running a script. I'm becoming my mother. I'm becoming my dad. I can't believe I'm running a script based on what I experienced when I was younger. Yeah. Okay. This is the phase in which we hear ourselves saying to our partner and our children the very words we heard our parents say to us long ago. This is when we carefully train our partner to help us reenact our earliest and most bitter disappointments. We are reenacting these things. We are reenacting our bitter disappointments, hurts, and losses. Y'all ready for that? Are you ready to confront the fact that many of the things that you complain about your partner about is a reenactment of bitter disappointments when you were younger, hurts and losses? Whether it's happening or not. So projective identification is a real thing. You know, there's feelings that you have that you're so uncomfortable dealing with it that you project it onto your partner. Whether they're displaying these behaviors or not, you can't help but to unconsciously project onto your partner all of the hurts the disappointments and the losses that you've experienced in the past. Y'all ready for that? Most people I know are never ready to really confront that. And it takes a lot of dancing that I have with clients. It's a lot of dancing to try to get them to become vulnerable enough to make the connection between the presenting problem, because that's the first thing I say. Anybody ever want to meet with me? The very first words out of my mouth is, what brings you here? What's on your mind? What's going on? Tell me what's going on. And I usually write down verbatim what you say, because I know that that presenting problem is a representation of past hurts, past disappointments, and past losses that are unresolved. That's just how it is. So, but it's a process to get to that point where we start peeling all the layers back and start getting down to the real presenting problem. But that's the presenting problem that you give, but there's a real problem. And so we start getting down and we dig into that. It's fascinating. I feel privileged. I honestly feel privileged. Every single client that I work with, I feel privileged to work with them, because they share with me and it's confidential. So I ain't telling nobody, well, unless somebody's in danger, of course. But if no one's in danger, I ain't telling a single soul what we talk about in session. And I think that's privilege. That's a privilege. Okay. So, where are we? This is the phase we instinctively bring up the issues we are now ready to grieve. Oh, y'all ready for that one? In this phase, the conflict phase, we instinctively bring up the issues we are now ready to grieve. Issues that person triggers in you that you're now ready to deal with. Because if you weren't ready to deal with, you wouldn't have picked that person to date in the first place. Happens that way. And if you weren't ready to deal with it, you wouldn't even be bringing it up as an issue. So that's another thing. But now you're ready to deal with it and reenact the past to show what happened to us and to master it in the mirroring help of some illusions. This is why I love couples therapy. It's so much better and so much more impactful than just individual work. Couples work is the most growth happens in couples work, I believe. But anyway, as the psyche continually adjusts itself to newly revealed truths, it's adjusting itself to what we now know. Wow. Yeah, I really do think the sentence that was really struck out at me was the part about you're reenacting early, most bitter disappointments, hurts, and losses. Roles that you played as a child has an impact on how vulnerable you feel like you can be in your current relationship. But let's move on. Okay. The way we center is through the extremes. So it has to have some extremes, right? You need to have the romance side. You need to have the conflict side, because eventually you get up to balance. Because romance, oh, he's so wonderful. She's so great. Putting each other up on this pedestal. You're falling in love. It's romance. Then you get to conflict. What was I thinking dating this person? I thought that I fell in love with the free spirit. Like, how sometimes it can be a relief to be like, oh, this person is so free spirited and, open and honest. And then you start realizing, well, they're a little too open. They're a little too honest. It hurts my feelings. The conflict, the things you fell in love with can turn around and be a double-edged sword and be some of the things that you kind of get on your nerves, right, about that person. So it's interesting. The way to center is through the extremes. So it's almost like a pendulum. The pendulum is a necessary process. So it goes great, then it goes horribly wrong, and then eventually you center yourself. Center. We move from the extremes of romance to the extremes of contention in order to reach the center of commitment. According to the cycle of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Nature too moves from the lushness of summer to the dead of winter so that we may exult in the liveliness of spring. My goodness, this is bringing up that Stevie Wonder song. Y'all know that Stevie Wonder song? When the summer came, no, when the winter came, you were not around. Y'all remember that song? Now the winter's gone and love cannot be found. Where were you when I needed you last winter? Y'all remember that song? But y'all check out the Stevie Wonder song. I can't remember the name of it. I have to look it up. The Stevie Wonder. There's a Stevie Wonder wrote a song about relationships, and he connected relationships to the spring, summer, winter, and fall. He knows this is a necessary process. Stevie Wonder knows it, but that's what that song reminds me of. That song reminds me of this passage about we can now see that relating to someone or something rather than being possessed by him or her or its equivalent to acknowledging that the relationship will inevitably go through phases, just like the year, just like the seasons go through phases. Yeah, y'all listen to that song. He's talking about the phases of love. You know, it's like you feel abandonment. Where were you when I needed you? You know, last winter. Where were you when I needed you last winter? Oh, yeah, summer came and you were loving all over me, but now I feel abandoned. He's talking about some of this, you know, the feeling that you have, the death of winter, and how it is definitely connected to the death of winter is connected to how you feel when you mad at your partner. I'm mad. Sometimes I'm mad at Boyce, and I just be like, I cannot believe him. Why are you mad at him? I do be feeling alone and abandoned and all of that. I'd be wanting to listen to Stevie Wonder. Oh, when he get on my nerves. But he do be getting on my nerves. But we have a very solid foundation, fortunately. I think that we do. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, finally, it is useful to realize that in the journey from romance to conflict, we move through 3 modes. So I guess the author is saying that there's 3 modes. It's realistic. Every relationship goes through this, so don't think it doesn't. And it's strange having a somewhat public relationship going through these normal things. Okay, so every relationship goes through the ideal. Y'all know about that? The ideal. That's my favorite part, of course. The ideal is the best of all possible situations in love, where y'all are just vibing, you know, you're in love with each other and you're vibing. At my best in this mode, you will see me being loving, yes, heroic, compassionate. There is little need for work on myself. So in this moment, when things are going great, the ideal is there. You don't need to work on yourself. You know, you're already pretty. Your natural default is hopefully is to be loving, is to be heroic, is to be compassionate. That's, I think, Boyce and I, we have a lot of compassion for each other. Okay, normal. Sometimes it's this normal part. I think that's in the middle. Routine living with no major stresses or highs. No major stresses. Adult functioning. In this mode, I am clear, I am reliable, I am committed to the relationship, to the work of addressing, processing, and resolving things. So there is a point in your relationship, there is some things where you're just totally committed to resolving things. You're on the same page, you see conflict, you're dealing with it together. You're clear, very reliable. That means repeatable. I'm also a research professor. I teach research all year round. Last semester, I taught research one in the master's program. This semester, I'm teaching research 2, advanced research. So I'm a research instructor, and I always talk about reliability, which is repeatable. That means you can trust it. Reliable means you trust. You trust that that person is always going to show up. I can trust that my husband is always going to do certain things at a certain time. He's very predictable in a lot of ways. There's things that he does and that's really, I love that. Like, I don't like chaos, right? So I love the fact that he always comes through. He always says what he means what he says. I love that part of him. And hopefully to him, I do that too. Okay. Things can be resolved. We have hiccups in our family and things happen. And so we try to resolve it. That's the normal phase. Okay. Then there's a low. Necessary process for all relationships where you have you hit rock bottom. There's high stress. There's breakdown in a relationship. There's deep depression. You sad, got agony because the things ain't going well. This is okay, right? At my worst, in this mode, you will see my mean streak, my self-pity, my paranoia. You will see me. This is at my worst. No relationship work is possible here. Personal work is required first. So you need to go within. So when the relationship is at a low, that's when you need to really work on yourself, because those are the qualities, those are the aspects of yourself that you need that you need to grow. You need to repair. And part of that repair process is not sweeping the issues under the rug. The repair process is looking at it, pulling that rug out and looking at all of the issues and being able to be mindful. This is where you need skills. It's hard to deal with skills when you're wounded. When you're dealing with past issues, you're dealing with the past issues, the hurts, all of the things in your life that's getting in the way, that's coming up for you. There is no such thing as a perfect childhood. There is no such thing as a perfect relationship. Clearly, we're talking about this here. So this is where you need to look, and you need to look at yourself closely about what is it that how am I contributing to this? What am I doing? What conversations do I need? And this is a very tough time for a lot of people to deal with this, because there's so many people that have so deep insecurities that they're not able to look at their partner and say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I totally get what you're saying. Yes, I understand what's happening. I shouldn't have said that. I know I said that. I shouldn't have said that. This is the point in a relationship where you're going to have to grow, and you're going to have to look at yourself. And some people can't do that. They're not at the point, they're so deeply wounded that they're not able to look at themselves. And if you can't look at yourself, you can't grow, and you end up being labeled as narcissistic. And really, narcissistic people, and there is a such thing as narcissist, people who have narcissistic tendencies are not going to be able to look at themselves, because the pain is so deeply entrenched in them, and they're so insecure about themselves that it's too painful for them to even look at themselves, because it puts them down into a depressive state. And so a lot of work needs to be done there. And it's unfortunate, because a lot of resentment can build up in these types of heavy conflict relationships. Resentment can build up, and you can end up losing your partner if you're not able and open to examine some of these things. So anyway, so that's what we're saying. Going on to page 135, mature people, mature. Not childish, the wounded child. Y'all heard of the wounded child? The wounded child, the protective child, and the functional adult. When you're the functional wise adult, mature functional wise adults, they can go from best to worst and back to the center many times. They're not afraid to look at themselves. To accept this as a fact releases us from taking a partner's behavior too personally. You're bringing up something in them. Don't take it personal. Help yourself, help them. Y'all help each other through this. From blaming, so you can't take it personally, from blaming and even from fear, all the ways of letting go of the ego. All the ways of letting go of the ego. When we are stuck in the low ebb mode where there's lots of conflict, as in the mythic scene of the ship stuck in port, we need to take especially strong action because standing still may have become more comfortable than the effort it takes to move. You got to work on yourself. This is why risk becomes the hero's style. Yes. Oh, Tammy. Tammy's tapping in here. Tammy is saying, I dated a narcissistic man. I had Bender experienced anything of that manner. Never. I had never experienced anything of that manner. Thanks for that info. Yeah, it's a tough thing because they're not able to look. It hurts too much and they're not able to look at it. But anyway, that's not going to be all of us. We all know better now. And even that narcissistic man that you dated, Tammy, even that person is in a lot of pain and lives wherever that person is right now. I'm certain he's very unhappy. And that's unfortunate because happiness is a choice. And you can make the choose to look at yourself and to see your part in why things fell apart. Okay. So we are here. Okay. We need to take especially strong action because standing still may have become more comfortable than the effort it takes to move. And this is why risk becomes the hero's style. Okay. How y'all doing? There's some people just joining us, and I just want to say I am reading from How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys of mindful loving. You got to go back to the other videos in order to be able to understand what the 5 keys are, but this is what we're talking about. The book is by David Rico. I interviewed him, interviewed David Rico, the author of this book. He's got another book coming out, so I'm going to bring him back on for my Monday night podcast on YouTube. And he has another book, so we'll be talking about that other book. But anyway, so we're right here on page 135. This is chapter 5, and it's all about conflict. So when conflicts arise, for today and the next couple of weeks, we're going to talk about what to do in conflict because most of us don't know. Guess what? How about that? Most of us don't know what to do in conflict because most of us, like myself and everybody included, we didn't necessarily come from the perfect childhood. No one had a perfect childhood. And for many of us, we were never modeled the proper way to deal with conflict. So much so that we're scared of it. And rightfully so. We should be scared of it because sometimes conflict is paired in our minds with yelling, screaming, fighting, drinking, violence. Sometimes in our mind, conflict is dealt with throwing things and losing people important to you. Sometimes we don't know how to terminate because termination and saying goodbye to somebody in a peaceful way was never modeled to us. Sometimes we grew up in environments where conflict was dealt with in a very childish way, not a very mature way, and definitely not mindfully. So this is about how to deal with conflict in a mindful way where you can grow from it instead of it being paired with something awful and horrific, like many of us experience. Okay. All right. So we are on page 135 and we're learning. We're getting better, right? Okay. Or to use another metaphor, nature requires the breakdown of established structures to accommodate new conditions in the environment. This means that life necessarily includes turbulence and disillusion. Life necessarily includes turbulence, and disillusion. Wow. The harborers of transformation. You can't have transformation. You cannot grow as a person without turbulence and dissolution. I don't like turbulence on an airplane, but it's necessary to get where I need to be. Sometimes turbulence is just what happens in the air. I don't quite understand it, but anyway. In fact, natural systems zealously participate in their own self-transcendence. Saint John of the Cross speaks in just these terms about the ego. Okay. Swiftly and with nothing spared, I am being entirely dismantled. Oh my goodness. John the Cross speaks in just these terms about his ego, that swiftly with nothing spared, they ain't sparing nothing. I am being entirely dismantled. That's how it feels. That's what the ego feels like. He does not merely say that, but prays for it. He prays for the dismantling of his ego because he understands that that's how you grow. That's how you transcend, is to just disrupt things as it is. Reminds me of another song about everything must change. Nothing stays the same. This is what this is saying. Everything gets dismantled. He does not merely say that, but prays for it because he understands that's how you grow. Disturbance of the status quo and the dismantling of old forms are signs of healthy evolution. It don't feel like it in the moment, but sometimes things need to be disrupted. Conflict needs to happen in order for you to transcend. We asked for it when we were born. We asked to be transcended. We asked to be born here on earth, I think, so that we can experience life, so that we can learn and transcend to, I think, other forms. I think that's why when we pass away, people say that person transcended, because I really do think it's a you're transcending to another whatever. Okay. Nature rejoices the sprouts of spring, but is equally excited by autumn. So nature loves spring. The birds are beautiful. The trees are blooming. Nature gets excited about spring, but it also gets excited about autumn. And that's when everything dies. That's when things transcend, which ensures another and richer spring. So it's a necessary process. We have to have autumn. We have to have winter in order for us to enjoy spring. In relationships, we have to have romance. We have to have a foundation, but we also need to have conflict in order to transcend, transitioning. It happens in us all. Okay. But is equally excited by autumn, which ensures another and richer spring. Can we see our conflicts in this same optimistic way? I can. In the moment, I'm mad at my husband because he did something that pissed me off. In that moment, I don't know if I can see it. Looking back on it, I can definitely see it sometimes. I like the John the Cross because he says, swiftly with nothing spared, I am being entirely dismantled. That's how I feel. Like in an argument, I do feel that way. Nothing spared. I mean, just think about the imagery of being dismantled. It resonates, deeply with how many of us experience conflict. It just hurts. In the process of dismantling your ego and confronting ingrained patterns often feels like an intense stripping away of these old identities and defenses. So, some of the defenses, how did you feel? You felt abandoned by a parent or rejected by a parent growing up? How did you feel in that moment when you were younger? You know, and were you able to articulate how that felt for you? Or did you use your defenses? Defenses is like minimizing, maybe denying that it even happened. You have these defenses that protects us from feeling how we really felt, because it hurts to be rejected, you know. So it's a humbling but necessary process for self-awareness and to grow and connect in that way. So, okay, so we're moving on, page 136. There's another quote by Ken Wilber. I don't know who Ken Wilber is, but he is saying, the process of evolution is wildly self-transcendent. So, he's saying that the process of evolution to evolve spiritually and psychologically sometimes involves transcending old limitations and moving forward and integrating the experience in your life. I think it's letting go of these identities and just having a more expansive look at yourself. Okay, so I think that is, we're almost, we've been talking for a while here. Thank you guys for joining me, learning about conflict, how to deal with conflict in a way that's mindful. These are the things that we've been talking about today. We will continue. We will pick up the next couple of sections of this text next week. According to my calendar, I am totally free next week. No travel, nothing like that for me. So I'll be around, and which means I will be here, right here. So please join me. But y'all follow me on Instagram, Coaching with Dr. Alicia on Instagram. Y'all see that? Wait, let me see if I can bring it up larger. Follow me on Instagram, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. I'm so close to 10,000 followers. I'm hoping to get there soon. I'm so close. And to know next week when I go live, I'll try to post something as soon as I find out what my schedule's like. But to really find out when I go live, text love to 87948. And you'll be able to get notifications, and you'll get other information from me, but definitely you'll be able to know next week when I talk about this. Tomorrow on Mental Health Monday, I'm going to be interviewing Miss Trinidad and Tobago. Where's all my CARICOM people out there? I see y'all Caribbean people. I got Caribbean people in my family. And so y'all come out and show some support to Miss Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to talk about body positivity and body images tomorrow night. And then Tuesday, I'm going to be on Fly Nubian Money, talking about whatever they want me to talk about. I'm not sure of the topic, but thank you. We're going to continue with this because we as Black people, listen, all of these mindful techniques this white man wrote about, these mindfulness techniques, this is all Black stuff. This is our stuff. This is our science. But I'm so happy that this guy wrote about it and is bringing it back into, we need to embrace who and what we really are. And part of that is healing. And this is a great way to do this in a way that's mindful. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Rhonda and Stephanie and Tammy. Tammy, girl, that relationship with that narcissist. Ooh, honey, you learned your lesson. Hopefully you learned your lesson. Kashi, Margot, how y'all doing? Rhonda, yes, Rhonda, thank you for following me on Instagram. Hold on, let me put that back up. Oh, wait. Lord. Here I go. Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. And if you want to reach out to me, you can definitely go to my website, Coaching with Dr. Alicia, fill out the intake, and I'll be in contact with you. You can schedule a consultation with me. I can work with you on a more confidential, intimate level with my coaching program. And I will see you guys next week. Bye, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Welcome. It's so good to see you. I hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome to our Money in the Morning Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I was a couple minutes late. Sorry about that, but I had to discuss some stuff with my wife. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling extra black, extra proud, extra wealthy. I hope that we are all committed this week to being wealth builders, the wealth builders that we are. The stock market, let me see. I think the stock market is off to a good start this week. Let me take a look here and see what we have. Looks like stocks have rebounded from last week. Oh, look at that, 303 points up on the Dow. What? Money in the building. We're making money today. That's what I love. I love to see black people making money. And one other thing I'm about to do is send out a text. For those who want to be alerted via text. A lot of you are on the text list, so I won't repeat the number right now. But anyway, I hope you're feeling good. And I have something that I wanted to kind of break down and share with you from an investing standpoint that I think will benefit you tremendously to at least have this on your radar. All right, so this morning. I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm really good at drinking water. I drink a lot of water, and I found out that drinking water is really important for your health. I think we talked about that. That literally, I read somewhere that you have to drink half your body weight in ounces or something in water. So that means if you weigh like 200 pounds, you got to drink 100 ounces a day of water or something. And apparently, water is bigger than I thought in terms of being a really important investment. And so what I want to do is actually explore some reasons why investing in water, is the next big, it's one of the next big things when it comes to wealth. Um, so give me one second here. Yeah, so here's the deal. Apparently, and Dr. Claude Anderson, author of Powernomics, powernomics.com is his website. He's actually discussed this on many occasions. He's actually talked about how water and medicine and land and just sort of the basics and the bare essentials are going to become much more important in the next several decades. That this is something that you kind of want to alarm, not alarm, but alert your kids to. You don't. There's no point in being alarmed, right? So, um, so basically, when you talk about the next big thing of investing, I was really intrigued by the research I did on water, and also what I want to do, in fact, is give you guys some ways to participate and to make money when this perceived water shortage starts to emerge. So what I did was I put together a list of different stocks you can invest in that will make money if it gets to the point where the water shortage starts to emerge. And so if you want to get this list, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you all out this list probably tomorrow. Just gotta put it all together and get it ready. And also on Tuesdays, you guys know we have Stock Market Tuesdays. So if you want to learn more about stock market investing, which I think is the best move you can make, you can feel free to do a free trial at drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right. So anyway, give me a yes in the chat if you even knew about this. How many of you even heard about this? That a lot of the wealthiest people in the world are buying, like Bill Gates and other people. The conversation now is they're not buying all this land. I don't know if y'all know that Bill Gates is like the second largest landowner in North America or something crazy like, or maybe it's Ted Turner or both of them. Both of them have a ton of land and farmland and everything else. And so the argument that some people are making is that they're buying this land just for the water rights, which is just crazy. And apparently, the accessibility of clean drinking water is going to be a big deal with the growing global population, and then also the fact that we're kind of ruining the earth with a lot of global warming, a lot of pollution, stuff like that. And that companies that can really sort of capitalize on this or innovate around this are going to absolutely make a complete killing. I don't know if some innovation will come along due to AI or perhaps quantum computing. Quantum computing is a very big deal in terms of being able to solve problems that were considered previously unsolvable. And I gave you guys that list of quantum computing stocks. I don't have the list in front of me now, but I did pass that out to you guys via text. And some of them, like IONQ, have done extremely well since that time because just the conversation of quantum computing was big enough to have a deliberate and very powerful price move. Now, give me a second. I'm bending over so I can put my shoe on. I know that's ghetto, but I got to do this. All right, there we go. All right, shoe is on, and I'm okay now. All right, so anyway, give me 1 second, and here are some reasons why investing in water has become a very big deal. One is water is becoming more scarce. There are many regions in the world that are experiencing water shortage, and this is primarily due to climate change, population growth, and overuse. Investing in water can provide exposure to companies addressing this critical need. So this is when I send you all this list of different companies you can invest in to be able to benefit financially from the water shortage. Some of those, some companies in that list will be companies that are able to help solve this problem. Essential resource: water is indispensable for life, agriculture, and industry. That's another reason why water matters and why water. I think they now trade water futures on the open market. They opened a futures market for water where they're treating water similar to oil or gold or whatever. Infrastructure needs. Aging water infrastructure in developed countries and a lack of access in developing nations creates demand for investment in water treatment, storage, and delivery systems. So the infrastructure apparently is falling apart, not just here in the United States, but all over the world. And I see someone's mentioning that Chicago has an issue with lead pipes. Chicago got a lot of issues, man. I don't know how I don't know. I'm curious. I'd be curious to know among my friends in Chicago how many of y'all love and support the mayor. Whenever I talk to black folks in Chicago, they do not like the black mayor. They are really mad at him, Brandon Johnson. I think that's his name. And Jamal Green is a guy that I know in Chicago who I like a lot. He's actually 30 years old, I think, or 31. He ran for mayor of Chicago. I hope he wins. If he runs, I'll endorse him. I don't endorse politicians hardly ever at all, but I would endorse Jamal because he has the right idea. He also understands the importance of economics when it comes to elevating our community. He kind of gets the fact that if we don't get our economic game right, we're not going to have anything else. There is no civil rights without civil rights. There is no political movement without an economic movement. There is no power in America without having economic power. It has to start with economic power, which starts by basic things like learning how to make more money, which is why we need to train our kids to start businesses and make investments and not just chase jobs or NBA contracts. Number two, it goes into taking that money that we have and keeping it, right? Keeping it in our pocket, either through investing and saving or in supporting our own businesses as opposed to everybody else's. And then just generally, economic education needs to be the gold standard for the black community. Like anyone that you love, anybody that you care about, anybody that matters to you on this earth should be incentivized or encouraged or pushed, persuaded, yelled at if you have to understand like you got to learn your economics, you got to get your money right, you got to get your money right, you have to learn how this stuff works. If you don't learn how the money works, then you will not have any money, and when you don't have any money, it creates a lot of other problems. So anyway, so ultimately, I think that this is kind of the mandate for this century, and I'm issuing the clarion call, and I'm speaking on this consistently every single day because I kind of need you guys to really make sure you internalize that and also share that with people that you love. I can say this not just as a financial person. I'm a financial scientist. I've studied this stuff for a long time, and I can tell you this is where it's at. This is the big deal. All right, so let me keep reading here. Clean water initiatives and technologies are really important, like desalination. I guess where they can take the saline out of the water. Like they have these cities that are surrounded by all this salt water, but they can't drink it, which is crazy. I used to watch those movies. Everybody used to watch those movies where somebody would be stranded on a little ship in the middle of the ocean, but they would be dying of thirst. And it was like the most confusing thing I've ever seen in my life. Anybody ever feel that? I'm like, you can't drink none of that. You can't take any of that water. Like you're surrounded by water. How are you dying of thirst? That don't even make no sense, right? But that's true, right? You get in the ocean and you start drinking the water, you're gonna have some problems. Also, global regulation, governments and international bodies are implementing stricter water usage policies, which boost companies that offer solutions like efficient irrigation, conservation, and purification systems. So again, like I said, what I'm going to do is later on this afternoon, I'll compile and review and analyze a list of companies that are in this industry and ETFs that you can take a look at, and I will send you all out this list. Make sure you are on the text list to receive it. If you want to get the text, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Now, here's something else I wanted to share with you that I thought was really, really intriguing. There was thing I saw, hey, how many of you let's give me a quick yes. How many of you are aware that there's a sports betting epidemic developing in America? How many of y'all know that sports betting is now considered to be like I did a conversation about this. We broke this down in the class. It's really it's if there ever was like a financial crack or a financial fentanyl, that would be sports betting. And the thing is, you can't really explain this to somebody who's doing it because they're not going to believe you. They're not going to listen. They have to hit rock bottom. They got to lose everything and then, get to a point of hopelessness where they're depressed and thinking about unaliving themselves or their families falling apart, right? Or being in this really horrible situation before they start to say, okay, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But when somebody's in it, the problem is that they're young, and a lot of young people, their brains haven't even fully developed till they're 25. So they take advantage of young people, mostly men in their 20s. And now, just like we've been talking about this for about a year. I've been mentioning this for a long time since they legalized it. I said apparently people don't know history. You don't know the history of the horrible things that have happened when it comes to sports betting and why they made it illegal in the first place, why they pushed it out of the NFL, why they pushed it out of the NBA, why how many Major League Baseball players got banned for life and lost everything and ended up on drugs. There's a Ohio State. Oh, I love my Ohio State Buckeyes, right? Y'all do know this. I'm a proud Buckeye. That's where I got my doctorate. Ohio State right now, in case you don't know, has the greatest football team in the country and maybe one of the best football teams in the last decade, like as good as the old Alabama teams when they would just dominate everybody and how good Georgia was. So anyway, there was this quarterback that I didn't know about at Ohio State before my time named Art Schlichter. I think that was his name, Art Schlichter. And Art Schlichter, I believe that's his name. If I got it wrong, please correct me or forgive me. Anyway, he was the superstar at Ohio State. He was the boss. He was the king. He was the man. They wanted him big out of high school. He goes to Ohio State, takes him to the win. I think they either won the Rose Bowl or almost like did some amazing things. So he gets drafted in the NFL, and he's a very high draft pick. Well, the thing was that while Art was in college, he ended up forming this addiction to sports betting, and he would bet on anything, horses and football and basketball, whatever. And he goes to the Indianapolis Colts or some team like that, and basically they find out that he has this addiction, and he ended up taking his whole signing bonus and literally blowing his entire like signing bonus like on like betting on horses and sports and stuff. And then they're like, okay, but he's really talented. Let's work on this. Let's fix this and give him a chance because he was that talented. And they gave him another chance and he blew it again. And literally, if you want to know how the story ended or how the story's going right now, 20, 30 years later, Art just got arrested about, oh, maybe like 2 months ago. And they found him with a crack pipe in his back pocket. So he's literally now, a 66-year-old crackhead who has no money. He used apparently, from what I understand, again, all the, maybe some of this is all alleged, innocent to proven guilty, all that. But it's really fascinating that this person who was at the top of the world, he was right there where Travis Hunter is and the best athletes on earth, where they thought he might be the Michael Jordan of football, and now he's literally at the absolute lowest point that a person can be in society, pretty much, right? It's hard to get lower than a broke crackhead who has no friends anymore because you scammed all your friends. That's what he did. He used his reputation to go and get his friends to invest in stuff. And apparently there was accusations that he pretty much scammed them out of their money because that's what drug addicts do. Drugs are the closest thing to a zombie virus that there is. That's why I hate drugs. I think drugs are just the worst thing that ever happened to the black community. I mean, crack was crazy because you got to understand, if you understand biochemistry in the brain and the bond between the mother and child and how strong that is because of the oxytocin, you would be astonished by the fact that there was a drug that could literally break that bond, that could make a mother not want to be with her own children. That's crazy. And so when they did that to us, not only did that just cause so much pain, but it took so much of our wealth. So much of our wealth. The mother is the foundation of all of this. I just lost my mother and it reshapes my whole universe. My whole universe is different because mom was under the ground. It's like, well, wait, that's not the way the world's supposed to look, right? But all of us, a lot of us have gone through that. Every one of us, most of us will go through that at some point. So if you see your mama, give her a big kiss or tell her every day how much you love her. That's what I did with my mother. That's why my regrets were minimal. But still, though, just this idea that a drug could disrupt that meant you're disrupting many institutions throughout the black community. And when you disrupt institutions, you're disrupting wealth. when you can't have when you don't have some sort of structure around your ability to survive and thrive economically, it's typically not going to happen. It's like the difference between going to battle with an organized, structured military and a battle plan versus just having everybody scattered around doing whatever they want, or a football team that's very organized and everyone's on the same page versus a team where everybody's kind of running around just doing whatever they want. Like teams like that don't win, right? So that lack of structure that they created, that chaos is a wealth killer. Right? So chaos is not good. Structure is very good for wealth, and also structure requires energy. Right? Energy. We talked about even scientific concepts like entropy, which is pretty much chaos and disorder that naturally emerges through any closed system. So effectively, that chaos or that entropy is contained by using energy to make it stay together. So in general, let me circle back around and talk about your own life. In order for you to have structure, you're gonna have to apply energy to that. Structure leads to wealth. So a structured family is where everyone's on the same page, everyone's operates on the same code of conduct, is going to be a family that also is able to build wealth because you're putting all your energy in the same direction, in the same place. You're putting all your coins in the same bucket, right? Do you understand? Tell me if you're following what I'm saying. I don't want to get too philosophical here. So that structure requires energy, so you have to put energy into the structure. People who don't believe in structure or who believe everyone should just do whatever they want to do, or they don't want to commit or submit to anything bigger than themselves because their consciousness is on a level one when it should be at level three, four, five, where you're thinking about the bigger picture. People who don't think that way, I want you to notice that those individuals don't typically have any wealth. They don't typically build anything because what's happened is that if you look at a building, all a building really is this organized structure where a lot of energy has been put into the same objective. They came in and they stacked one brick on top of the other brick on top of the other brick. They had a really detailed architectural design where everyone put all their energy into the same little project. Do you follow what I'm saying? But imagine another scenario. Imagine let's think about the worst parts of our community in terms of where we have our biggest challenges. Imagine if everybody just showed up and threw a brick at the threw a brick in a pile, like just came in, just took the cement and just dumped it everywhere, right? Same amount of energy, but a different outcome. Same amount of energy, but you have chaos instead of structure. Exact same amount of energy. It would take the same energy to go dump your concrete everywhere that it takes to pour it into a contained space. But the difference is that with the structure, in the first scenario with the structure, you built this building. Now you can charge rent and you can make billions of dollars because you built the Empire State Building. But in the second scenario, you just got a big pile of bricks and concrete and everything else. You actually have a mess. So not only did you waste your energy creating the chaos, but now you got to spend more energy cleaning up the chaos. That's where I see us economically as a community is that we really got to take that time and really sit back and say, okay, what are we doing here? Like what's really going on here? I mean, really think about this. And this could be taught to children in school. Imagine if every child was raised in an environment where you were taught to do one simple thing. One simple thing. You were taught to sit back and think about your next move before you make it. You're not operating just on emotion. You're not just operating based on a trigger. You're not operating based on how horny you are, how mad you are, how happy you are, or how you're feeling the Holy Ghost. You're not operating on none of that. You're literally just sitting back and you're saying, okay, let me think about my next move for a minute. Let me process this. Okay, should I sleep with this girl or should I not? Should I take this job or should I not? This guy made me mad. Should I pull out the strap and handle it, or should I not? Right? Imagine if every person was taught to kind of do that, just sit back and process. Okay, I'm about to put out this energy, and should I apply it? How should I apply it? Right? I think that would change the whole world. That would change everything. I'm about to go to the mall and I want to go blow a band. I want to pour liquor out at the club and throw money in the air at the strippers. But let me think about that. Let me just process whether let me just look at myself and just think about what I'm doing here. Like what are you doing? Like, does this make any sense? And actually that's another psychological phenomenon. Did y'all know that children they did this experiment that kind of connects, but it's coming to mind. So just bear with me on this. Okay. So they had these kids where they did an experiment with them where they left out some Halloween candy. And they put up a note, they told the kids very clearly, they said, only take one piece. Do not take more than one piece. So, what do you think the kids did? What do you think the kids did when they came in? They saw the sign. There's nobody watching. What do you think that they do? You think that they followed the rule? Yes or no? Do you think that they just picked one piece of candy up? How do you think the kids responded? No, the kids didn't give a shit. The kids are like, all right, but some of them followed the rules, but most of them did not. Well, you know what they did? They did another experiment, another version of the experiment where all they did was they put a mirror up where the kid it, when they so they the same sign, same candy, same everything, but there was a mirror where, whatever you chose to do, you had to watch yourself do it. So that means that if you took one piece, you watched yourself grab one piece, you watched yourself follow the rules. If you wanted to take a handful, you had to watch yourself be a thief. The mirrors confirming to you that not only did you break the rule, but you stole something. Do you know what happened? The percentage of kids who broke the rule went down dramatically. It went down a whole lot because they simply forced them to take a look at yourself. That's consciousness. Stand outside of yourself, and I need you to look at what you're doing. And think about this. This can happen a lot. Like imagine, like think about it. Like you're about to cuss somebody out, and because you're mad and you're triggered or whatever, and you're about to go off on somebody, and then somebody says, "John, don't do that. You're a Christian," and you're like, "Oh, I am. Okay, okay. All right, I'm gonna calm down, right?" Or you're about to go and do something about to violate your marriage, and then somebody's like, "No, you're a husband and a father." And you're like, yeah. Like that movie, I Think I Love My Wife with Chris Rock. Remember that? Where he had the old ex-girlfriend that he liked and he was gonna go sleep with her. And then right in the middle of it, he started thinking about his wife and his family and everything else. And he was just like, I don't want to do this. Right? When people start thinking, it changes their behavior. Because what's happening is that you're coming out of this unconscious state. You're not hypnotized by the situation anymore. You're not trapped in the moment. See, sometimes I think we can get incarcerated in the moment and act based on the moment when really we should be acting on a bigger picture. And that's what consciousness is. And that consciousness arises when we get closer to God by sitting back and thinking about something, maybe even meditating on it for a little bit, and really just kind of sitting back and you get that God consciousness where you can see all and see everything. You see the future, you see the past, you see the patterns, you see the world, and you say, this ain't for me. I'm out of here. I'm not doing this no more. So consciousness and critical thinking skill are deeply connected, and they're also, and I guarantee you, 100 times out of 100, that a conscious person with critical thinking skills and the patience to execute those skills is going to be far more wealthy and far happier than the person who does not do that. The person who just acts on the situation, responds to the moment. So I think that this is a skill that can be trained. This is something that can be taught to the children. But we have to do this. I don't think that capitalist America ever wants you to be conscious of anything. They don't want you to be conscious of what you eat. They want you to eat the cheeseburger because it's good and because you're hungry. Don't worry about the diabetes and the cancer and the Alzheimer's and everything else that's going to happen from all the sugar, fat, and grease you're going to consume. Just eat the Popeyes. It's delicious, right? They want you to even when it comes to your economic choices, they don't want you really sitting back as a 19, 20-year-old and looking at a job and thinking, okay, how's this going to work for me when I'm 40? Is this really the direction I want my life to go? They want you to say, oh, well, I just took that job because they paid me money and I'm struggling for money, so I have to go get this job right away, without even considering that there are millions of people who started a job when they were young just to satisfy a temporary financial need, and they ended up in that same job when they were 30, 35, 40 years old, right? And so that inability to sort of sit back and say, well, what's the plan for me? What's the big picture in all this? How does this fit into the plan? How does this next move fit into the final objective? When you don't do that, that's how you end up in places that you did not intend to go. Last piece on this that I'll lay out there, and this relates to investing. I remember my father said something to me when I was 17 that really got my attention. It was very quick and very simple. And he wasn't that old. I was 17. My father was 35. And he said to me, Um, I guess because he felt like I wasn't focused enough, and boy, he said, you better get it together because one day you'll wake up 35 years old and you won't recognize your own life. And I thought about that. And then when I became 35, I started noticing how many people, if you go to most people that are 35, 40 years old and you say, when you were 20, did you think that this was the life you were going to have? Did you think that this is where you would be? Where did you think you were going to be when you were 18, 19 years old? A lot of people have a disconnect. There's a disconnect between where they thought they'd go at 18 and where they ended up at 35 or 40 years old. And what had happened was it's like the compilation of a bunch of little decisions that were made in the moment. And the next thing you know, you just have this big thing. Like your life in a way, it's kind of like your life is like a painting where, if you want to create a masterpiece, you have to think about where every stroke is going to go, right? You have to kind of lay it out like that, right? But if you just are taking the brush and just you don't know what the hell you're gonna get, right? You're gonna get a big mess. You're gonna get chaos, right? Because maybe it took some discipline and energy to minimize the amount of entropy that would occur in that process. Meaning that if you put that energy into saying, okay, let me be structured and careful here because I can only paint this one time, then you could get the painting that you want. And life is like that in a way. I mean, to some extent, we can only do it one time. You can only be 27 one time. You can only be 32 one time. You can only be 45 one time. And, and it will only be January 6th, 2025 one time. So that specialness of the moment is something that I think is something you may want to think about in terms of having the ability to really, really center in on building the life that you want. Like really know the specialness of the moment, know the specialness of today, know the value of right now and how the strategic use of right now can really fit into your long-term plan for yourself, for your family, or whatever the case may be. I hope I didn't get too weird and deep with that. I just, this is what's coming to mind, and this is what I think about when I think about investing. Remember, money is not the destination. Money is the tool. Money is the vehicle to get you to the destination. Only you know what the destination is. I don't know what your destination is, but I'm sure it's something nice, and I'm sure money can help. That's why you're here, right? So go get that money. Make those investments, make those financial moves, but always see the bigger picture. And that's how you win. That's how you succeed. Okay. All right. So anyway, I didn't want to say much today. I just want to hang out with you all for a little bit. Believe it or not, my goal every day is to try to finish in 30 minutes. But y'all know sometimes I just get to going and I'll be in here for an hour and a half and stuff. And I don't want to do that though, because I got like this whole team of people that are trying to meet with me and stuff. And I end up missing so yeah, so anyway, so literally this is exactly when I want to try to finish. Plus, y'all got stuff to do. Y'all ain't got to be sitting around listening to me all day. So again, I'm gonna send out that list of the stocks that I found that relate to that whole trend of water becoming scarce and how you can make money from that. I'll send that out today. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So you can text morning to 87948 on your phone. And also, you can go to Dr. Boyce Elevate to sign up for this Money in the Morning thing. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and you can bring your whole family, bring your friends, all that stuff. And then the other thing is tomorrow we're going to do Stock Market Tuesdays at noon. So if you'd like to do a free trial on the stock market program, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Last but not least, Dr. Alicia is doing Mental Health Mondays. She is the head of our Black Financial Therapy department, and she is a great therapist. In case you don't know, and she's going to do Mental Health Mondays tonight. So if you'd like to receive information from Dr. Alicia and join her in Mental Health Monday, I know last night she did her book club, and hundreds of you were there. And so if you'd like to join tonight, at I think it's like 9 o'clock or something, I'll send you a text. Text the word love to the phone number 87948. So you can text love to 87948. Oh, and last but not least, those of you that are doing stock options, you will hear from me today. We're gonna do our class meeting. I think that's tomorrow. So that's the Prime program. So if you are interested in generating income from stock options, it's a great way to make money. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. All right, guys, have a good day. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow. Take care until we meet again. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. We meet 7 days a week. You guys know this. And I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I'm having a good day, even though this morning I was not in the 5 a.m. club. I was in the 8 a.m. club. That's just freaking pathetic. But I did get up and get on the exercise bike for almost an hour, and so that makes a difference. It makes a little bit of a difference. But yeah, I messed it up today, man. I messed it up pretty bad. But yeah, we was up late last night. Had some teenager stuff going on that involved the midnight phone, the late night phone call, the kind of, so somebody's gonna get grounded this week. Somebody lost her phone. Somebody did not it had her phone confiscated. You can imagine the rest. I'm not gonna be snitching out here in public on the little girl, but yeah. So that kept me up last night. But you know how it is as a parent. You kind of I don't know. I personally enjoy the dad stuff. Even the bad dad stuff. It's all part of an amazing experience. So anyway, I hope you all are doing well. And what I'm doing is I'm sending out that text to get us started. And if you're not on the text list, make sure you text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you a wake up call. And then also, Dr. Alicia later on today is tonight she's doing her mental health Monday. We've talked about how mental health is a very important part of financial health, that you can't have one without the other most of the time, that if you have a lot of money and you don't have your mental health, you're going to lose all your money. And if you don't, also if you have good mental health and no money, well, a lack of money can jeopardize your mental health. Give me a yes if you have ever been in a situation where the stress of being broke and the stress of making horrible financial choices has ever just driven you to like borderline insanity. I know I have. I know I have. Money has made me insane before, because you can't focus on your big dreams if you're stuck on the little stuff, right? You can't really make a 20-year plan if you don't have enough money to buy food this afternoon. So so that stuff becomes a distraction. Being broke is a huge, horrible distraction. And I'm just telling you that you want to get that distraction out of the way so you can focus on your higher level of consciousness. All right, so let's talk about the black wealth problem. Um, I, I I believe that this thing I'm going to talk to you guys about today will solve the black wealth problem in about a decade, right? I believe that within 1 decade, the black wealth problem would disappear if we all did this one thing. And this one idea, which I think is worthy of consideration, is being presented to you by a guy who has spent decades studying this stuff. My background, in case you're wondering, in case you're new, I'm a finance professor. I got my doctorate in finance over 20 something years ago. And if you want to know the awkward experience of getting a PhD in finance, it's that you almost have to become an alien, because the type of thinking required to even do the insanely difficult work that we were forced to do is not normal thinking. Like you would get scrutinized beyond belief. Every idea was challenged. Everybody was a hater. Every professor in the department was a complete hater. Even if you spent 100 hours doing the most brilliant work imaginable, imagine just doing all that work for 6 months and having somebody chop it up and tear it into pieces. And so, anyway, and by the way, I forgot to mention, thank you, Patricia. You reminded me. If you want to join Dr. Alicia in Mental Health Monday, pull out your phone and text the word love to the number 87948. She's a relationship therapist. She believes deeply in black love, as do I. And so, they cover a lot of mental health topics, things that relate to men, things that relate to women, things that relate to family, even children, things like that. So, anyway, so yeah, so let's get back to where was I? I lost my train of thought. All right, so let's talk about the black wealth problem and what's really going on. Um, if you're talking about the black wealth issue, the biggest issue that we have is that our wealth is going down. Our wealth is going down, just like population's actually going down. In case you guys don't know, the world global population is declining, and a lot of this, in my view, is due to very bad policies. Where for many, many decades we were worried that there were too many people. And if you remember, if you're old enough to remember, you remember there was a time where they were campaigning actively for people to have fewer children. Anybody remember that? They were trying to reverse Mother Nature, almost like playing God in a way. They were like, no, 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 go ahead and terminate the pregnancy if you get pregnant. Make sure you're doing your birth control stuff because you don't want to have kids because kids are a burden and they're expensive and they're hard to raise. Well, now they're flipping out. They're going the other direction. They're now saying like we need more kids, right? Well, because human beings are an economic entity that has tremendous value. Human beings possess something that's really important called human capital. Human capital matters for a country. Countries that cannot have babies are poorer countries. They lose their wealth. Why do they lose their wealth? Because a lot of your wealth is connected to your productivity. If you don't understand, if that doesn't make sense, let me give you an example. Give me a yes or no. Do you make more money when, or not even a yes or no, just answer the question in chat. Do you make more money or less money when you're productive? Do you make more money or less money when you're working hard? Typically, on average. Do you make more money or less money when you're putting more hours into whatever it is that you do? When you spend 50 hours a week at the factory, do you make more money than if you spent 10 hours a week at the factory? That's all you need to understand why human why having more human beings matters, why more people in the country actually adds to your wealth. So in the midst of what's happening globally, and I'm going to circle back to the original point because I want to talk about the black wealth issue. What's happening globally is that somebody told us to stop having babies, and when they did that, we listened because we think that some of these idiots are experts, when clearly they're stupid because all these policies they were giving you were not actually going to be beneficial, and so you got to be real careful about listening to so-called experts. A lot of times they're just making a huge mistake. And so now they're like, oh, we need everyone to start having kids again. But now people are like, no, but we've already have a culture that is built around men and women staying away from each other. A lot of the surveys, when we talked about this briefly, but a lot of the surveys show that young men under 25, the majority of them have not even gone out with a woman in a year. A lot of them haven't had sex in a year. And a lot, and then on top of that, there's also, and I talked to a young guy about this, and he said, a lot of it's a hassle. I don't want to deal with somebody, mistreating me. He said, I'm worried that if I say the wrong thing, I'm gonna offend somebody. So I don't step to a girl because I don't want her to be offended. If she likes me, then it's all good. But if she doesn't like me, then maybe I've offended her, or I'm gonna get yelled at, or I'm gonna get called a predator, or like these are real conversations I've had with young guys, and so basically, and I saw this in China when I taught a finance class in China. Um, I remember that it was really strange because because they had that one child policy. Anybody remember that? Anybody remember when China was basically like telling everybody not to only have one kid? Anybody remember that? They did that for many, many decades. And they implemented that in terms of social interactions between males and females. Because here's something, you may or may not know this. But did y'all tell this is gonna really shock you. This is gonna blow your mind. So get ready. Are you sitting down? Are you sitting down? This information this is gonna just make your head explode. Y'all ready? Did y'all know that a baby requires both a man and a woman? How many of y'all knew that? And did you also know that if men and women spend more time together, they actually have more kids? Somebody gets pregnant. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? And then they get together and they do this thing called sex, and then this baby comes out. What's the baby got to do with it? Like really, I know it's mind boggling. See, you already know that coming to class, you wasn't just gonna get financial stuff. You're gonna get the birds and the bees, right? That's crazy, right? So here's what China did that was really ridiculous. Because I give the Chinese government credit for the smart things they did, but one of the dumbest things they did was they implemented into the social policy rules that pretty much incentivize the girls and the boys to stay away from each other from an early age. Like one of my students, I never forget. Here's what. Okay, so I'll tell you why I asked her the question, then I'll tell you what her answer was. I noticed in my class that the boys were really shy, and the boys would all sit on the same side of the room, and the girls would all sit on the other side of the room. And the girls, would just sit there, and I think they kind of wanted the boys to say something to them, but the boys were like, "I'm not talking to a girl. Oh God, no, no, Lord, that's scary." Right? And I asked I think I talked to one of the girls. I said, I noticed that there's no like couples in the class. Like there's no boy sitting next to his girlfriend. None of that. I said, we have that in the United States. And she said, no. She said, when I was in high school, if you got caught holding hands with a boy, you would get expelled. Not suspended. She said expelled. I said expelled? She said, yeah. So they incorporated this. So now when it gets to the point where people are supposed to be together when men and women are supposed to hook up and connect and start making kids, and typically in their 20s. That's actually ideal from a fertility standpoint to have kids. I know people say you should be having kids when you're 50 and stuff. That's, to me, that's more of that social engineering. If you look at the science, the science does not support this idea of having kids super late, right? The sperm and the eggs are healthy up until really super healthy up until about 35, 34, 33, 34, 35 starts to kind of decline a little bit. So anyway, long story short, it made me really think deeply, not just about the wealth implications of a declining population, which is devastating. That's why they're concerned. I mean, you always got to follow the money. When you look at the things politicians care about, you got to pay attention to the money first. The money's what they're upset because if Japan does not have children, they know that their productivity as a nation is going to drop, which is going to kill their wealth. They're going to decline into becoming a third world country if they don't fight for some immigrants, right? And I know immigration is a politically charged topic. There are different types of immigration. There's legal, there's illegal, there's highly educated, there's low education. It kind of depends on how you view it. I don't want to talk about that part, but a lot of countries are fighting over immigrants because they're like, oh my God, these third world countries that didn't listen when we told everybody to stop having babies, well, they've got the kids. And so we want you to send your kids to us. And I want you to really process this for a minute in the context of Black wealth. For hundreds of years, other people have always wanted your kids. And in some cases, they wanted our kids more than we wanted our kids. I mean, if you think about how many times you have little children that could be assets to the family. I wrote about this in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk about how your children are an asset. But for whatever reason, we're trained to believe children are just a liability, that children get in the way, that having kids is kind of like, oh man, that's gonna mess up my groove. I can't go out to the club no more, right? But the problem, the thing that you got to remember if you are financially conscious is that youth is an asset. Energy, the energy that young people bring, the ideas they bring, the 40 hours of labor every week they might bring, that's an asset to a nation. That's a multi-trillion dollar asset. So countries are concerned about losing their youth because they know that that's going to lead to a loss of money. So I want you to process this as you look at your own children and as they get on your nerves and do stuff that's going to cost you money and all these things. I need you to really understand what kind of an asset they are. Like my father, when I was born, he was 16, my biological father. He didn't have interest in having a baby. That was going to get in the way of his heroin addiction, apparently, or him getting more girlfriends, right? That was not I was not of interest to him as a child. But there was another man that came along and met my mother, thought she was cute, probably checked out her butt or something, and then he saw that she had a son, and he said, okay, well, if I want the woman, I need to accept the child. And he made an investment in me. And so as a result, the second guy who made the investment got the benefit of having someone like me as a productive, healthy asset that's been able to contribute to his wealth for decades. I've been giving my father money for decades. I helped him pay off his house. I bought him a new truck with cash when he wanted a truck. If he needs something lifted in the house, he's tired, he's older, I lift it up for him. And I was with my mother all the way up until she took her last breath, right? So having young people in your life really is an asset if you train them properly, right? My mother invested in getting my sister through medical school. So up until her last breath, guess which medical doctor was standing right next to her bed, checking on her every 2 or 3 hours to make sure that she was okay. Right? If my mother had not invested in my sister, if she had said, you know what, I don't need no baby. I need to either run to the clinic, and if I can't do that, then I need to just drop the baby off at the orphanage, or I'm just going to ignore this little Negro so I can go to the club, pop my booty, meet another baby daddy, and live my best life. But she wasn't thinking that way. She had a different value system, so she invested in the children, and as a result, we became assets for her. Right. So this microcosmic example of what happened in my own family happens in millions of families when you play the game right. See, if you play the economic game right, you understand where your wealth exists, even if it does not show up in the form of money. Sometimes wealth does not show up as dollar bills in your bank account. Sometimes wealth shows up in a wonderful relationship. Sometimes wealth doesn't show up as dollar signs in your checkbook. Sometimes wealth might show up as that knucklehead little kid that's sitting there that's asking for milk right now, and you don't understand if you don't have any consciousness, and a lot of people don't have financial consciousness. If you don't have consciousness, you don't realize that little knucklehead asking for milk is going to grow up into a grown man who can protect you, defend you, support you, and help you, especially as you get older and you start to decline. Do you understand? So if you understand wealth, you can see where human beings are an asset. Investment in people is absolutely critical. And so what's happened in our society throughout the world is that the reason they are deeply alarmed about the decline in reproductive rates is because they know that they're losing trillions because they don't have enough people. If you look at most economic models, they will show you that young people are the ones who do the work. They're the ones who carry the load. They're the ones who provide the GDP that is invested into Social Security. So young people in a society take care of older people, and you've lost a lot of your young people. And then on the flip side of that, in addition to that, I want you to think about our community, and I want you to think about how many of our young people that they corrupt and destroy and ruin before the age of 18 by sending them through inferior educational systems where your best and brightest kids are growing up wanting to be rappers and thugs and don't want to be dope dealers, and because they're growing up glorifying all the wrong ideas, and then our poor kids come out and they don't even have a skill to do anything. They can't build anything. Can't do, I'm not saying all of them are in this category for sure. There are lots of young people that are doing amazing things, but that should not be the exception. That should really be the norm. It should be the norm that 9 out of 10 black boys have some sort of marketable skill by the time they're 18 years old. That should be the norm. It should be the norm that nearly every single black girl can go into some sort of corporation or organization and be an asset to that organization immediately. Not the scenario that I've run into where some young people, you got to beg them to come to work. Some of them you can't, they don't want to hear nothing about no saving and investing and planning for the future. They want to hear about twerking and partying and getting high, getting lit and getting drunk and living their best life. And I just really think that this is the kind of cultural phenomenon that leads to extreme discomfort and pain later on in life. Why? Well, because you're not investing. When you don't invest, then you have nothing. If you don't plant any seeds, you have no harvest. It's really that simple. It's very, very simple, actually. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. So the world is struggling right now. We're losing trillions of dollars in wealth throughout the globe because we did not make an investment in people. We did not do the simple things. Get the boys together. Get the boys together with the girls. Encourage them to make sure that they understand that family is an asset. Make them understand make that man understands that a good woman is an asset. Make that woman understand that a good man is an asset. Don't you mistreat that good man. You treat that man right. You make sure that you become a pick me. So by treating him well, they call them pick me's. They make fun of women who are nice to men. That's what they call them on the internet. In case you're not following the drama, no, you treat that man well because then that man's going to want you more, and that enhances your market value on the dating market, which is probably one of the most important markets you'll ever enter into. Same thing. You get you a good woman, you treat her well. You go out of your way to make sure that if she meets another man on the street that she maybe likes better than you or could like better than you, no, there's no competition because she knows she's got the best man on earth at home who really values her and loves her. These are basic ideas that actually enhance your wealth. They actually enhance your wealth because I explained to you that people in your life and relationships and the reproducing and having children is a tremendous economic asset, not just for the world. We talked about the declining population and how that's costing trillions, but it's really important for the family. Really important for the. Do you see the connection? Give me a yes in the chat if you're understanding the connection. Sometimes I repeat myself because I don't want. Sometimes when I get excited, I talk fast, and I don't want to talk over anybody's head. I want you to understand that key idea that it all goes back to having the baby. So some of you are doing that. Some of you are having 5, 6, 7, 8 kids, and I'm telling you, you have the right idea, especially if you're raising those kids right. Some of you are homeschooling the kids. You're giving them the right values. They're helping with the family business. And some of you, and even in our household, our middle child, who's very smart, she's 17 now. She runs my business. Our e-commerce business. I think we cracked $1 million last year. She did most of the shipping for that business. So she literally enhanced our family wealth, and she's only a teenager. So what I'm saying to you is that all these things are connected. All these things are connected. So don't throw your wealth away. Don't throw your wealth away. All right. So one other thing I want to talk about with kids. And before I do that, I want to remind everybody that tomorrow we're doing Stock Market Tuesday. In case you guys don't know, we get together at noon. And I talk about the stocks that I like the most. I answer your stock market questions. We talk about trends that are happening in the markets. If you want to join us in our Stock Market Investors Club, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. You can do a 30-day free trial, 100% free. See if you like it. drboycestockmarket.com. And also Mental Health Mondays with my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, is happening tonight. She's the head of our Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, where we break down the psychological barriers that block us from achieving Black wealth. So she works with the best Black therapists that she can find. So basically, if you want to join her for that, text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. Since we're talking about kids, let me throw another idea out at you. And I don't know if anybody else is saying this. I've never heard anyone else really break this down and really discuss this on in a sort of repetitive way. And I've actually tapped on this idea before, but I really want to refine it today because I actually had another epiphany while I was on the exercise bike. That's what happens when fat people exercise. We start thinking of stuff. And so here's what came to mind. How many of you believe, give me a yes if you agree, that children should have a college fund? Give me a yes if you were to have a child right now, how many of you feel that it would be important to get a college fund for your child? Like put some money to the side so that when it's time to go to college, they got money, right? You got the 529 and not five, are they 529? Yeah. Why am I thinking the 529? Yeah, the 529 savings plans and stuff like that. Yeah, 529, that's what they are. Okay. So I'm gonna give you a little hack. I'm gonna give you a little insights, a little secret. Um, okay, so here is what a 529 savings plan basically does. And let me explain. And I'm not, in case you're wondering, this is not a pro or anti statement. This is just a clarity statement. Okay, so a 529 savings plan, what does that do? It's something where they basically say, um, you don't have to pay taxes on a certain amount of money, and you could use that money and put it toward paying for college for your child. And so in 18 years, they'll say it's projected that it's going to cost X amount of dollars for your child to go to college. If you invest this amount every month, then that money is going to grow into enough money for you to then pay for them to go to school. All right. I think that that's fine. Um, if um, there's nothing wrong with that at all, right? And I think that that's a great way to prepare for college, to prepare for the future, etc. And also, if you if you don't spend the money, you could do a lot of things. You can transfer and change the beneficiary to somebody else who wants to go to college. You can use it for your own education. You can withdraw it for non-educational reasons if you want to, but there's going to be a penalty and you have to pay taxes on that money. You can roll it over to a Roth IRA. You can do a lot of things with that. Okay, so I'm not against those plans at all. I think that they're absolutely excellent in terms of preparing for the massive expense of going to college. College expenses and medical expenses are the two things that Americans can't afford. Two things you can't afford in America are to go to school and get sick. You do those two things that can bankrupt you. So with that said, I want you to think about the 529 plan a little more broadly, though. Basically, it's a stock portfolio. That's what it is. It's similar to the $5 a day plan that we talk about in the Black Business School, where you invest small amounts of money every month, and then over time it grows into this massive amount of money. And we've talked about other little interesting things. When people tell me that Black people don't have any wealth and that we can't ever build wealth, I say, well, if you just bought $1,800 worth of stock in Apple in 1997, you'd be a multimillionaire. It's really simple. It's not hard. It's not calculus. It's not even algebra. But sometimes when you are brainwashed enough through repetition, you can believe something that's simply not true. But as a finance professor, I can tell you that that's just not true. Anyone can build wealth. The hard part is just simply having the discipline to do something that's different from what other people are doing. Now, with that said, back to 529 plans. A 529 plan, for the most part, is basically a stock portfolio. The reason your money grows is because that money's being invested somewhere, typically in S&P 500 companies and things like that. And the thing about a stock portfolio is that I don't want you to just see the 529 plan or any other plan as just a bunch of money that you're supposed to spend on a university. Why is that? Well, because universities are not as effective as some of us expect them to be, right? How many of you know a lot of people who have college degrees that they would love to just throw in the trash and get a refund on? How many of you, if you could get a refund right now on your college degree, like literally, like give them the degree and they say, here's all your tuition money back, your student loans are canceled, yeah, go have a nice life. How many of you would give that degree right back, even if it meant you couldn't even work in the field that you got the degree in? A lot of people don't work in the field they got the, but yeah, I see a lot of the yeses coming through, right? So colleges are not as effective as they should be and they used to be. Also, they're much more expensive than they used to be. And this was driven actually by the student loans. When they started giving all the student loans, what that does is that creates inflation, similar to how the pandemic caused inflation because they increased the money supply. Well, when they started giving all the student loans, they actually increased the money supply within the educational space. That's why suddenly education became super expensive because money was easy to get. So we feel like they're doing us a favor, but really not quite, not quite. Okay. So long story short, here's what I want you to consider. This is an idea. I don't think anybody else is ever going to say this to you. And if they do ever say it to you, just know they probably got it here because I haven't heard anyone else really talk about this on an extensive level. I would argue that even though 529 savings plans are fine, I think that the bigger win isn't just to save up money so your child can go to college. I think the bigger win is to build them a portfolio that they can use for whatever they want. Um, and why would I say that? Well, because money that's specifically designated just for college, what does that mean? That means that when your child is 18 years old, all that money you've been accumulating is going to be given away to the university. And you're not really getting dollar for dollar value on that. You're getting like probably 20 cents on the dollar because they'll charge you, 80,000 a year for an education that really should only cost you 10 or $20,000. Do you understand? Right? And so basically, it's almost like if you come to me and you say, "Hey, Boyce, can you give me a $50,000?" And I say, and let's say I work at Wendy's, and I say, "Well, I can't give you $50,000, but I can get you $50,000 in Wendy's coupons." That's the same as $50,000, isn't it? What do y'all think? Do you think that $50,000 in Wendy's coupons is really worth $50,000? No, it's not. It's not. It's not as valuable as $50,000 cash because when I give you that $50,000 in Wendy's coupons, there's a constraint on what you can do with that money. It's a currency that only has value if you like Wendy's hamburgers. If you don't like Wendy's cheeseburgers or hamburgers, you're not going to see the value there. And then if you do try to sell those coupons, $50,000 worth of coupons, you might get 10 grand, maybe 15,000 for it on the open market. You follow me? So my point is to say that a 529 savings plan where you're specifically saving money, specifically so you can hand that money over to an overpriced university is just like somebody giving you $500,000 in Wendy's coupons or $250,000 or whatever the amount is. And it doesn't mean that Wendy's coupons don't have value. It doesn't mean college has no value. I've never been a person to say don't go to college. I have to repeat myself because sometimes in a world of simplicity, people like to take the nuance out of the argument and they love to say three things people say about me that are not true that just drive me crazy. That I have to repeat myself for is one, they say Dr. Boyce is telling everybody not to go to college. That has never been true. I've never said don't go to college. I've said think carefully about your next move. Number two, they say Dr. Boyce tells black people not to vote. I've never told black people not to vote. I've simply talked about why I can't vote for certain people anymore because I don't think that they're very effective, but I don't tell you who to vote for. The third thing that people say that is never ever true is they say Dr. Boyce believes everybody should quit their job and start their own business. I do not believe that. I believe everyone should have financial security, which could come through investing or at least having the ability to start your own business if you have to, because everybody's got to eat. Even if Massa says you can't eat right, or even if Massa don't want to feed you, you have to have a plan B. We have to have a plan B. We can't just be sitting here dependent on other people to take care of us, especially when those other people have a track record of not really coming through for us when we need them the most. Is that radical for y'all? Is that too much that I just don't want to be like dependent on white folks to take care of me? Does that make me a crazy Negro? Am I being mean today? Okay, so my point is to say that with the 529 plan, I'm not saying that you should not go to college. I'm not saying college is for suckers. By God, I'm a college professor. I love college. College is great. My best years were at Ohio State. I had some good years at Syracuse. There's nothing wrong with college, but college is overpriced and it doesn't always hit the mark in terms of giving you or your children what they need. But here's what does hit the damn mark. Here's what hits the mark. You know what hits the mark? Financial security. That's exactly that hits the spot. That bullseye. Bam. Do you know why I went to college? I had horrible grades in school. I was not college material. Do you know why I went to college? Because I wanted to have some damn money. That was it. How many anybody else do that? Where I went to college because I wanted a career, and careers meant money. Do you really think that I went to college because I'm like I really have a tremendous desire to work for white folks and wake up every morning and go to a job that I hate with people that don't even treat me right? Did you think that's why I went to college? Yeah, no, that is not. I went to college because I was broke, and I knew that education could get me access to a job, which in a good job could get me access to money. That was it. That was the criteria. So what I'm saying to you is that because you're economically conscious, if you've been, we did about 200 and about actually over 320 of these lectures this year. So if you've been with us almost every day this year, your economic consciousness probably exceeds 98% of the population. So if you're economically conscious, then you'll understand when I try to impress upon you the significance of getting rid of the middleman. Getting rid of the middleman. The middleman is this whole process. I gotta go to school for 4 years, and then I get a piece of paper, and then I go to an employer, and I fill out 8 million job applications, hoping that they'll give me a job. And then when they give me my little job, I'll make enough money where one day I'm going to be rich. No, you won't. Most studies show that people who go to work every day do not have financial security. Just go look at the data. Go look at the data. It's like you're following the yellow brick road, like Dorothy and the Tin Man and the Scarecrow and the Cowardly Lion, and just like in the Wizard of Oz. What you are chasing at the end of the golden road is not real gold. That's not the real success. What's really significant, what you really need is already inside of you. The lion already had courage. He didn't have to go to the Wizard of Oz to get courage. The Tin Man already had. He was missing a heart, right? He already had a heart. Right, the scarecrow. Scarecrow had the scarecrow. What did he have? The brains. Yeah, the scarecrow. They tell you you don't have brains until we give you a piece of paper. You don't have brains until we certify that you have brains. Until white folks say that you're qualified, then you're not qualified. Because by God, you're just a Negro. I mean, Negroes can't be qualified for anything. They don't have courage or brains or a heart. But and I can just tell you, just like the Wizard of Oz, you are cursed in a way where you're trained to believe that you have to go to other people to get the thing that I believe that you can get on your own. Do you understand? Now, this is not to say that education does not add value. I love education. I love being smart. I read for fun. I absorb information as a habit every single day because knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Thinking is power. All these things are power. So yes, I am addicted to learning. I learn, learn, love to read, love to just listen and pick up. It's amazing. If knowledge was crack, I would be Pookie from New Jack City. It'd be calling me, man. It'd be calling me. So there's nothing. So knowledge is not an issue, and you can acquire knowledge on your own. Um, Education, college, all that is great too. There's nothing wrong with that. But if I had a choice between having a college degree that gets me a job versus having, I don't know, $400,000 in the bank as a 22-year-old, well, you know what I would pick. Oh, because my 400,000, I can get the information, I can get the knowledge. They got college professors teaching for free on the internet. I have a PhD in finance. I taught at Syracuse. You had to pay $80,000 a year to go to Syracuse and learn from people like me, but I talk to you all every single morning. So it's the money that you're trying to kind of get to. The money is what matters. So let me kind of give you a little bit of perspective on some of this. And by the way, Dr. Claude Anderson says hello. I talked to him yesterday, and he's actually I was talking to him and his wife, and he actually concluded we all concluded that it would be helpful to develop a powernomics training for children that as a benefit. In case you don't know, he wrote the book Powernomics, the most significant economic book in the last 100 years. And so I said, what about teaching the kids Powernomics? I think we need to teach our own children. What do you think about that? And he was in agreement. So he's partnering with the Black Business School, and we will develop a Powernomics curriculum for children. So I'll let you guys know when that's ready. I'll bring it to you guys first. All right. So here's something that you should understand. First off, if you were to take $300 a month, which is actually less than half of the average car note in America, and put $300 a month in an S&P 500 fund for your child, by the age of 20, they'd have $176,706, give or take a few thousand. So a 20-year-old with $176,706 has already won the game. They've already done a checkmate on life. They're not struggling as a broke 20-year-old. They've got $176,706 in liquid assets that they can turn to if they ever have a financial problem. This means that they can sleep in peace. This means that they don't have to go beg for anything. This means that as long as they don't do anything stupid, they don't even have to get up and go to work every day if they don't want to. They don't even need a college degree. This is better than damn near not damn near better than getting signed to the NBA draft. And it's not the same amount of money, but in the NBA you got to work hard and you got to go to practice every day. They don't have to actually do anything for anybody. So this is the simple, straightforward formula for liberation for an entire community. This solves the black wealth problem. This solves the black wealth problem for one simple reason. If every single black child in America had a parent that loved them enough to put $300 a month toward their future, then imagine that. If every black child has $176,000 in the bank, most white kids don't have that kind of money. So that solves the black wealth problem. There is no racial wealth gap anymore. Now we've really actually manufactured black privilege. We've manufactured our own version of black privilege. And black privilege, I think I saw somebody say we should give each other black privilege, and I agreed with that. But she was talking more in terms of us being kind to each other and things like that, and I agree with that 100%. But sometimes black privilege also connects to money. Privilege in America, privilege is connected to wealth. Wealthy people have privilege. So we manufacture black privilege by making the $300 a month pledge to our children when they're born. Think about it. Some people may say, and this is the thing, I have to address, the people I refer to them as the Negro naysayers. The Negro naysayers have a problem for every solution. So the way I would address the Negro naysayer who would come to me and say, this isn't possible, you're being bougie, black people can't afford $300 a month, I would simply turn to them and say, what are you talking about? We will spend $600 a month paying for a car that will depreciate to zero in the next 3 to 4 years, right? We will pay two, $300 a month for our cell phone. We will pay the landlord $2,000 a month. We will spend, if you add up the amount of money we might spend going out to dinner, going to the club, doing whatever else we're doing with our free time, going shopping, we're spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a month. So what do you mean we don't have $300 a month to invest in our kids? So $300 a month. Your child is 20. They've got 100. You give them a gift like a bar mitzvah, the black bar mitzvah. You give them $176,706 in their stock portfolio, or you at least let them know that the money's there. I told you we've talked about this. I don't believe in giving all the money away to the kid when they're young because their brains are not yet fully developed. But now they're good. Now they're safe. Now your daughter doesn't have to go and, turn tricks to go make money or these poor girls that are in Magic City stripping to get through school. Why the hell are you stripping? Whenever I would hear stories like that, I'd say, well, where's your daddy at? Did your daddy why what kind of man is he that he's got his daughter out here doing only God knows what to get through school? So I'm tired of seeing our people broke. This is a simple, straightforward method. The cool part about it is you don't even have to understand stock markets to even do this. You really don't. All you got to do is randomly pick S&P 500 stocks. I showed you all that. I've showed you that. When in this class, we've talked about Burton Malkiel's experiment in 1971 in his book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, where he talks about how he taught monkeys to invest. And all the monkeys did was pick S&P 500 stocks randomly, and they still made money. So if you want to know what that money grows into at the age of 30, it grows into about $447,108. That's $300 a month. Now, if you did $600 a month, if you have that kind of money, then you're doubling that. Now your 20-year-old has $370,000. And then if you add that with some financial knowledge and things like that, they're going to be fine. And I would almost dare to say that if I had a choice between giving my child a free college at the age of 20 versus $176,706, I'd rather give them the money. And then I'd say, well, if you want to go to school, you can. If you don't want to, I mean, people go to school so they can get a job. You've got money. So if you take care of your money and you invest it properly, then you're going to never really actually have to work for anybody ever. And that what that does is that enhances their well-being in a lot of different ways that have nothing to do with money. They end up being able to sleep better. All the financial stress goes away. I mean, I want you to think about how different your life would have been if you'd had, let's say I was your dad and you were raised with a father or a mother that thought that took this class And they executed on this for you. And so when you were 20, you had over, almost $200,000 in the bank. Think about how much differently your life would have been. Think about how many hard choices you had to make. I don't know, maybe everybody in here wasn't broke in their 20s. How many of you were broke in your 20s? How many of you struggled? Give me a yes if you struggled. Give me a yes if you had to make hard decisions. Give me a yes if you were just in stressful, tough situations because of money in your 20s. Like it was really hard. And a lot of your energy that could have been spent being creative and being and traveling and learning about yourself and live really truly living a fulfilled life, all that was drained. Thousands of hours of your life was spent going to some place called a job, doing work that you weren't even interested in, doing stuff you didn't, you had no interest in that stuff. I spent hundreds of hours working at Arby's in college. Do you think I had better things to do as a young man with potential than to be at freaking Arby's making, beef and cheddar sandwiches? Like, I mean, so there's nothing wrong with hard work. I'm not saying hard work is bad, but who said hard work has to be meaningless? See, one of the types of black privilege that you can give your child by helping them to escape the rat race early is they get the privilege of having a fulfilled and purpose-driven life. And I get it. Some of y'all love your jobs, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with loving your job. I think the biggest question to ask yourself is this. If you had all the money that you needed to do whatever you wanted to do, would you go to work every day? If the answer is no, then that means that there's a higher level to the video game that maybe you haven't reached yet. If the answer is yes, like I would do this work even if they weren't giving me a paycheck, then I say congratulations, good for you. You climbed the next ladder of self-actualization. You're rising up the ladder of fulfillment because most people are not in that category. Most people have jobs where if they had enough money, if they won the lottery tomorrow, they quit immediately. I'm one of those people that actually I love what I do. I did what I do even when I wasn't making any money. So yeah, so this is what I believe. This is something that I think is a simple, straightforward process. Any family could do this. That if you have any bill that's over $300 a month, then you can afford this because there's no bill more important than your own damn family. And also remember this: when you're building wealth for your children, you're not just building it for them; you're building it for yourself. Capital is powerful. Capital is the reason Elon Musk is one of the most powerful men on earth. If he had no access to capital, he would not be powerful like that. So when you give your child capital, you are giving them black power. You are giving them black power. Black power must come with black money. Black power must come with black wealth. Black power must come with black economics. If you do not give them the economics or support them in their quest to obtain that, they will not have power in this society because the language that America speaks is money. There we go. All right. So that's it for today. I'm going to let you guys have a get on with the rest of your day. We do have a training in the Black Business School called How to Turn Your Child into a Millionaire. If you want to go take a look at that, you can go to kiddieboss.com, KIDDIEBOSS.com, kiddieboss.com. It's a template on how to structure your child's future, and it only takes about 2 hours to go through. And I think you guys would like it. Kiddieboss.com. You can also, if you're interested in some of our children's programs, we do have a Black Business School for children. It's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. And if you're interested in receiving information about that, just pull out your phone, text the word youth to 87948. Text youth to 87948, and we'll send you some information. So anyway, guys, have a great day. God bless you. And I'll check with you guys tomorrow morning for class. If you're not on the text list for this class yet, you can also, again, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you out a link to join us. So have a good day, everybody, and I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.